pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on the agenda is public participation. Is there anyone that would like to say anything before the festivities begin? Very good. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. Before we do that, the manager has suggested changing the order, so I'm going to ask the board if they have for consent for this. Keep A where it is. CB fact report would become B. Department 2011 budget presentation would become C, and revised township manager budget proposal would become D. Is there any issue with that from any board member? Very good. Okay, so Commissioner Spengler, do you want to take the public works item? Okay, I mean, I'll do it if you want.
No, I don't have it.
Okay, so the first one is a resolution 2000-10-68 approving a professional service agreement with Chagrin Valley Engineering to perform comprehensive stormwater management for Radnor at a cost not to exceed $75,000. So is there a motion for this resolution?
I move it be approved.
Second.
Has there been a second? Very good. So any commissioner?
Is it 2010 money or 2011 money?
Be 2010 money.
Okay.
And it's budgeted?
Yes, it's within the budget.
And Bob, this is a firm that you have some experience with?
That's correct. It's a firm I worked with in the last community, which had similar, almost identical to a scary part of the same flooding issues, and we're able to work with them in regards to coming up with some resolutions, recommendations to the board. They have very good communication skills with the residents to be able to find out what the needs and concerns are, to identify what the problems are, and to be able to prepare a detailed report for the Board of Commissioners to understand fully, but also to know what direction needs to go and what those commitments that the township will have to make moving forward financially in that particular area. But they have done very well.
The recommendations gave some ballpark estimates and...
That's correct.
Okay, great.
Bob, I just wanted to, I don't really have the history of all the stormwater studies that we've done, but I think we did a study back in 2003. I want to know how this leverages that information. Is this a repeat of that? Is this a little bit different process than that?
It'll be a little bit different process. It'll actually be a different set of eyes looking at what the report that was done, which a lot of that report, I understand about 80% of that work has been completed as part of that study, but also we still have significant areas of flooding, and being out there that evening in that early morning hours to see where we're at. There's significant problems there, which a lot of the residents with the meeting we had at the senior center with these residents, they've been out there anywhere between 15 and 25, 30 years, so I think this gives us a good opportunity to be able to look at this comprehensively and then put a plan in place moving forward that we can look at and the residents can measure upon how we're going to perform.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? So my thoughts, I would proceed a different way. I'm not in support of this. First thing is, I think what this proposal does is mostly it gives us information, and I think we have the information. And then second, I don't know that the solutions are terribly complex. The issue isn't a technical problem, it's a financial problem. So to me, I don't know that we're getting value for this study. If it were me, I would use that money to, we could use staff to identify solutions, staff to identify where the problems are, and then use some of this money to identify sort of a sensitivity analysis on the solutions. To me, the two burdens, the two problems are, one, where is the money going to come from? And then the second is, what kind of impact are we going to get for that money? So if it were me, I would use this money differently. And then secondly, I think it's too large an amount of money not to go out to multiple bidders. So for those two reasons, I suspect I'll vote against it.
Yeah, I would just like to say that we did a study in 1970 and didn't follow through on that. We did the 203 study, and we did follow through. We spent $2.2 million at the middle school trying to retain some of the water. But there are three major areas in my ward where there's flooding. St. David's Road, once the water leaves St. Catherine's, crosses the street, it just floods out that whole backyard. It's all underground. Midland Avenue gets all the water from Lancaster Avenue, and we have serious flooding there. And right here at this culvert here, the 2 or 3 properties there have some very serious flooding. So those areas need to be addressed, need to be studied better, and come up with solutions that we can accomplish. And that's why I think this study would be good. I know there are other areas, Hanks Ward and other areas of the township where there's flooding, but I know that these people have been dealing with this since 1970s.
I think that Bill and I probably have more of a history with regard to stormwater problems in the township than Don does, with all due respect. And when we did the update of the Pannoni report back in, well, I guess it was the year 2000, after Hurricane Floyd in September of '99, we did implement some of the recommendations that they made. But the point you made, Bob, recently to the residents of those affected by these floods was that sometimes a new set of eyes is warranted. And I think this is one of those occasions which does warrant a new set of eyes. Pannoni's been pretty good, but they've been just rehashing the same old report that they generated back in the 90s. And it's not to be pejorative towards them. It's simply, I think, that we do need a new set of eyes. And as I understand it, there was sufficient funds in this year's budget for the proposed amount,
That's correct.
$78,000.
Actually, we were able to negotiate them down to 75. That's why it's not to exceed 75.
All right, fine. That plus the fact that this is a professional services contract, which is not required to be bid out. And I think that since you've had experience with them in your last position, and since they do have a staff member who is a Pennsylvania registered professional engineer, I think it's really important that we show some leadership on this particular issue and go ahead and have this new study done so that we can demonstrate to the folks who were so devastated by the recent flooding that we mean business. And I think if we fail to do that, then they would rightfully suggest that we don't really care about that particular problem, and we should. And John, I know you've had problems in your ward as well in years past, and I'm sure that your people could benefit from this as well. So I'm going to recommend that we go ahead with this.
Any further discussion?
I'll just make a brief comment. I'll tell you, if of any night to approve this, this is not the night I want to approve this, because we're looking at death by 1,000 cuts here with the budget. And but at the same time, I see the value in this. But my biggest concern about this is that we're going to do another engineering study, but what I think we need is a component here that's going to do a funding study, because we need to find a way to fund stormwater management projects. I don't think it's economical, and I don't think it's in the best interest of the residents of the township to take on more debt to help fund projects. We spent, like Commissioner Spingler stated, we spent about $2.2 million in Wayne. I personally felt that there were other ways to approach those issues. The other way I view this is there's a big burden on residents to adhere to the existing ordinances that we have. For example, you're not supposed to run your gutter, your downspout to the street, and yet if I walk down the streets in Wayne and any other part of the township, I see gutter after gutter after gutter draining into the street. And what's going on there is the residents are passing the buck. And the flooding in downtown Wayne is a result of that type of deferral. So I'm not really interested in supporting this tonight. I think I'd like to talk about this a little bit more by the next meeting if there's any value in that. I'm going to vote against it for tonight, but I'm certainly interested in talking about it again if we want to talk about it at the December meeting if it doesn't pass tonight. So I think it's a good idea. I think it should be done, but I think just until we get through the budget talk tonight, I think I'd like to think on it and have a little more time to look at the issue. And I'd like to see what the funding mechanism will be, a comprehensive funding mechanism that the whole township has to take part in, and whether that's assessing everyone's contributions to stormwater runoff based on square footage of your property or the number of downspouts that you're allowed to drain into the street. We need to have an equitable system that allows those who contribute the most to the stormwater to pay for the most. And so until I see that part of it, I think I'm going to have to pass on this one.
Well, the another reason for the study is so that we can be presented mechanisms how to fund the study. Isn't that not correct, Bob?
True, but also there was a study that was done already back, I believe, a couple years ago regarding a stormwater utility,
Yes.
which then would impact those post-secondary institutions of the colleges or universities who do not contribute, which covered 20% of the township, which again contribute at least 20% of that runoff water. So there is a study that was already completed. So that report is available and is out there.
And we actually had somebody come out on multiple occasions to talk to the board about putting in a stormwater utility, and this board unfortunately didn't have the political will to go forward with that. And as a result, we never got to the funding mechanism, which was right before us on a silver platter if we'd chosen to take it. But we passed on it. And I think that's really unfortunate because the people who suffered back in '99 are continuing to suffer, and the more we delay this thing, the more they're going to continue to carp, and rightfully so, that we're not doing our job.
Very good. Further commissioner comment? Public comment on this item?
I'm Jim Schneller. I live in St. David's, a block from Lancaster Pike, a block from that one zone that's been spoken of on Midland. And I'd just like to urge the board at this time, and considering the subject matter tonight, that fines make money. Fines keep the public peace. Fines keep the public comfort level. And when someone like CVS puts in a flat lot and paves a lot, you're going to have runoff problems. It's right next to this purported zone on Midland. This kind of situation often arises because of lack of enforcement. So I'd like to make that a theme, if you would, for future and the present negotiations. Thank you.
Very good. Further public comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. So the motion carries 4-2. Then Commissioner Higgins, do you want to take these items under finance and audit?
Okay. Just for folks who arrived late, we're moving the agenda around a little bit. What is identified as items B, C, and D will be presented in the order of D, B, and C. So the first item will be the CB-FAC report. The second item will be the departmental presentations, and the third item will be the revised township manager's budget proposal. So, Bob, I don't know if you want to make any opening comments or just turn it over to the CB-FAC.
Sure. This is just an opening comment. CB-FAC, as you're aware, have done a lot of work. Their findings have been posted on the website, and this provides a good opportunity at the appropriate time to have further discussions with the board regarding their report. So with that, Sarah.
Good evening, Sarah Armstrong, Radnor resident, CB-FAC member. So the purpose of this evening was for the CB-FAC to get feedback from both the board and the public regarding the 45-page report that is available on the radnor.com website and all the recommendations therein. Township staff did a great job taking the 45 pages and boiling it down into some bullet points. Those bullet points, for those who are looking at the November 19th package that was in the back, I'm on page 100 of page 124. And so I thought that the best way to move as quickly as possible through this list is to mention what the recommendation was, maybe get some sort of feel of the board, and then maybe leave public comment till the end if that's acceptable.
I think that's very wise.
Okay,
Yes.
great. And so beginning page 100 of 124, I'm actually going to leave the first one until the end because out of all of these recommendations, there are probably 5 that will, or 6 that will warrant potentially significant discussion. We found that a lot of these items that we have recommended have been adopted, they're in the process of being adopted, et cetera. So I'll start with adequate resources for Act 511 tax collection. We were pleased to see that the status is that the software is budgeted, so I think we can just keep moving on. Negotiate payment in lieu of taxes with university and colleges. Actually, and I see that that's in progress. Today, there was an excellent report posted from the policy, it was a policy focus report from the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy that I provided to Commissioner Curley and to Bob Zinkowski. So it's about a 52-page report that goes through how it's done well and how its municipalities have been tripped up doing that. So excellent report to read. Lease office space in Township building. There has been a sublease of some of the space, and so we are just curious if if Township is going to pursue more of that.
Excuse me, Sarah, do you want, on individual items, do you want feedback from commissioners?
How would you like to?
But I think that's probably what the board would like, is that correct?
Sure, that's fine. If
Yeah.
you wanted, okay.
So on that,
Staff as well.
yes. So I have one question on the negotiating payment in lieu of taxes.
Yeah.
For question for Bob. Are they all but voluntary? We don't have any leverage for that.
We don't, and I think that as part of this, what we need to do is, first of all, build relationships with the colleges and universities. I think there's a trust issue that has to be developed as well, and the approach too, because, it can be looked at as though intimidation, threats are almost extortion if it's not handled in the appropriate way, which I don't think we want to walk down that road. But I think laying out the detailed information, which we're in the process of putting that together, of the exact cost of those services, the cost pull on our services, which I believe we looked at some preliminary numbers, about $2.1 million in services that those universities draw from us in the way of police, fire, public works, and services to
Bob,
them.
will you have that broken down by university?
Yes, yes.
And, I would add that this sort of piggybacks nicely on the previous discussion in that something like a stormwater utility would be a mechanism that we can get resources from the universities without taxing them and even without negotiating them, as long as we shift from taxes to fees. So I don't know, that doesn't decide it for us that a utility is good, but it would be one reason to have a utility. So I would even broaden that to include other mechanisms that generate revenue toward that end.
Great. I'll go back then to lease office space. Any comments on that one? Okay. Charge for services provided to other organizations. And I would point out that for each one of these very quick bullet points that I'm reading, you can go to the further detail in the large report that we had provided. So the charge for services provided to other organizations, this has to do with waiving fees and calculating the true overhead cost. So if we're charging a 30% overhead for police to staff Villanova's graduation, et cetera, the actual overhead for our police officers is significantly more. So any comments on that? Or?
I believe that was addressed in the current budget. It was a slight
Excellent.
increase.
Okay,
As
great.
part of that too is putting a policy in place, I think, almost legislatively to, what those parameters are, so that if you don't have a balanced budget, that would trigger certain things where they couldn't be waived, but even percentages too, that we'd put in place.
Great. Okay. Perform audit of cable TV franchise license and permit fees. Performing this audit is permitted under the contracts, the franchise agreements. This audit could be performed by the Cable Council itself, finance staff, or a volunteer. This generates about $450,000 a year. So even if it's 10% under, that would be significant.
I had a question about that one. Did your group find reason to believe that we might be undercharging or inadequately receiving?
No, it's just
No,
those.
it's just to explore it.
One of the agreements is quite old at this point, and as the cable companies push out new products and services, we're relying on a staff person at the cable companies to properly calculate what Radnor Township is due. And if they're not making sure they pick up new products and services as they're rolled out to the township, we're not getting our fair share. So I'm certainly not saying anything is wrong, but that it's certainly something, given the age of this agreement, that we should be looking at.
Okay.
The next one, increase youth sports program fees for non-resident participants to $25.
Yeah, I'd have one comment. I mean, I suspect, it's tough to know, but I suspect that all of our fees are less than what they should be. So my sense is that recreational fees in particular should probably be higher across the board. It's only a cent from what I see as a small amount of revenue relative to what I think is a very extensive service that we provide.
Given more information now, I think that one could almost be just to make sure that we're charging extra for non-resident participants because we're subsidizing those programs.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that I suspect that the sensitivity of that $25 is very small, and the real sensitivity is in the charge across the board.
Yep.
Well, I'm curious.
Which we addressed that as well in the report.
Tammy, has a study been done to determine whether or not the fees charged are commensurate with what is being provided?
Currently, I don't have the number on what the exact maintenance costs are. Is that what you're asking in terms of an understanding of how that compares?
Well, I assume that their $25 is supposed to cover our costs for these recreational programs. I'm just wondering if the Park and Rec Department or the Park and Rec Committee, or board rather, had done any kind of a study to determine if $25 was an appropriate amount or not.
When the fee was originally set, I don't know that there was a study that was actually done to understand that. I can tell you that the number of non-residents in the community sports is about 75.
Sarah, has your group done a study?
We did not do that study as to how many.
Sarah, at the last meeting, I had mentioned that I had regrouped revenues based on programmatic sections. And what I found was that we bring in around $650,000 a year in fees from Parks and Recreation, but the cost of operating Parks and Recreation, which includes the cutting the grass, the maintenance of the fields, is about $2.2 million, or $2 million in the current budget, which leaves about a $1.3 million gap. So my response to this is, I think we're providing subsidized services in that area, and that to make it fair, if we're going to raise taxes, we should be raising the fees so that they are in fact covering a better portion of the cost of those programs. There's a lot of administrative overhead. Probably, I'm looking at the administration salaries, a couple $100,000 there, and you look at the cost of the programs and whatnot. And then if you look at the total cost of maintenance of all the fields, it's a very large
Significant.
number.
Yep.
So until
But the maintenance number that we have isn't just fields. That's part of the challenge. It has to be broken out. It has the willows cutting the grass over there, so it's not segregated such
You're-
that it's just sports.
No, you're right.
fields.
There's passive space that's being maintained, and then there's active space that's being maintained. But, I mean, even if, I think it's a good point. We need a study. We need to look at those numbers very closely and say, what does it really cost to maintain that softball field? And what are we getting in fees to cover the cost of that maintenance? Right now, I'm guessing it's probably 20 cents to 30 cents a game per kid. I think a current fee was $10 that we're charging. Do the math. It's 10, 20, 30 cents a game. And we know that if we have to have a crew go out to that park, cut the fields, do the infield grooming. We spent a couple $100,000 on an infield grooming machine. The numbers just keep going.
Right.
So I think we need to discuss that, and we will be voting on the fee schedule, I think, as part of the budget. Bob, does that come in January? When does the fee schedule get voted on? I forget when that actually.
Our hope is that we'll have the fee schedule available by the 13th of December.
Okay,
So that'll
so
be part of it.
that is a huge piece for me. I'm sensitive to the cost of these fees. One of the benefits of living in Radnor is that you have these great parks and you have these opportunities for your kids. We don't want to raise the costs so high that everyone says, I'm not going to do this anymore. So we have to be sensitive to that.
Right. I would agree with that. I would say that there are certain activities in the township that you can look at, as long as you have the data so that the taxpayers understand they're subsidizing it and are okay with that, that's okay. I'm not saying that everything needs to be break even, but everyone should have the data in front of them to understand what these individual programs cost. You could actually do a back-of-the-envelope calculation to come up with your cost to maintain the ball fields and stuff pretty quickly. If you know the total cost, just do an total acreage of the parks. You could back into that number pretty quickly.
Bill, 2 questions. Do you keep any kind of time tracking of the time people spend on maintaining specific fields?
As of right now, what we do is, Paul Tatera, the park supervisor, will he keeps a diary on what we're working on during the week. It doesn't break out. I mean, if we're at the high school, normally we're cutting grass, we're doing, it's a combined effort. Why we're there, why the crew's there, that they're doing things pretty much all at the same time. There is a ball field crew that will go out, two to three guys, for dragging, filling in low spots, what have you. So we could probably back out a number of hours spent on fields.
It probably would be useful going forward if you could keep a little bit, more accurate. Accurate's not the right word, I guess. If you could break it down so we can get a look at that. Do you have a sense how much time is spent, on the active fields versus the passive fields? Just a rough idea.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't want to throw a number out
That's
there
fair.
that's incorrect.
It's a better idea than just taking a wild guess. I appreciate that.
And I also think as part of this is not having the ability to track a lot of these costs or expenses. And I don't think there was a lot of hard work or detail that went into coming up with this number, which is similar to the rear yard trash collection. Again, I don't think there was any theory behind those numbers too. So a lot of this is how we're going to track data and information. Unfortunately, the financial system we have doesn't do or hasn't done any of that. So we're trying to recreate a lot of that. So I think from where I think the board wants to go, and I think CBFAC's recommendation, there's a lot of work and detail and a system that's in place that you can actually input the data and pull out a lot of these different information. And then you have to take that number because also we're maintaining school grounds as well. About 30% of the time the township is maintaining school grounds, which is outside of our purview, but that also has to be factored in as well.
So just like to make the point that, before we go down the road of committing to too much to making our fees commensurate so the users are paying for the upkeep, every single resident who owns property in Radnor Township benefits from a vibrant park system. Because even if you don't use the park system, even if you've never used it, when you go to sell your house, the people who are going to be looking at your house are looking for a township with a vibrant park system and great Little League, et cetera. So it's part of what, the entire picture of what keeps our quality of life high here. So it is a benefit that every taxpayer should support, in that it is a big part of our quality of life.
Okay. Create a Radnor Parks Voluntary Contribution Program. This came out of the survey. There were many we had 740 respondents to the survey. Many of them felt that township taxes should support essential services, but there were some comments which we recognize about the park program, and people were interested in supporting that directly. So that's something that can be done after the budget process. Consider corporate naming rights for selected township assets. Under review, is my understanding. The next one, reduce total employee expenses by 8% in 2011. My understanding is that the township staff is working on contracts and negotiations. And any comments on that one?
Yeah, I have two questions.
Sure.
For something like the police, do we have limited capability to affect that? We can affect that during the negotiation, is that correct?
That's correct.
So we have no ability to affect that for the next 3 years. Is that accurate also?
That would be correct unless the board would want to reopen that
Very good.
contract.
Well, we did affect it with no percent increases.
Yes, well, affect it further is what I meant to say. So, and then similarly with the rate union, when are we up to negotiate next with that?
We are currently having conversations as
Now.
we speak.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. Implement a moratorium on acquisition of land and open space. Page 15 of our report goes into a lot of detail on that one.
Yeah, it certainly seems reasonable to me. Hand in hand with what are we going to do when we acquire open space should be how should we, if we choose to sell open space. So to me, it would be the same process, just the variables would work in a different direction. So that seems reasonable and consistent with what is the first one, which we deferred talking about.
I'm more interested in a moratorium on debt at this point, with 60 million of debt on the books.
Yeah.
with,
Principal, yeah.
Yeah, in principle, yeah. And with about $4.5 million a year in debt service.
Right.
And if you compare that to the revenue that we receive in real estate taxes, we receive around $10 million a year in real estate taxes. So almost half of the money we receive in real estate taxes is being used to pay off debt. That's too much. It's just too much. I'm in favor of open space acquisition. What I'm hoping for is more creativity in that area, more partnerships, less cash, more giving in terms of those who own land. So still want to have that, but not if we're going to do it at the cost of having another $500,000 to $1 million a year in debt service.
Yep.
I don't know how we could stomach that.
That
Well,
echoes the comments that we made at one of our other public
The
meetings.
board has put a moratorium on the last couple of years because our Drossen, because of the financial situation.
Mm-hmm.
But when a Drossen comes forward, we're going to have to discuss that, and we're not going to let that go into 400 homes. The public would not want that. So we're not going to put a moratorium on. We're going to use our best judgment. One of the good things about the downturn is we haven't had to face that $20 million bond issue, and we haven't had to deal with our Drossen, and hopefully that'll hold off for a couple more years until things turn around and we can afford to do that. But I don't think the majority of this board, as I understand, is going to put a moratorium on acquisition of open space and tie our hands. We're not.
Sarah, does the larger item, this is a bullet, does the larger one, I seem to recall, emphasizes the moratorium until we have a policy in place? Is that accurate? So,
That's
I mean,
part
it's
of
maybe
it.
consistent with what my two
It's
colleagues
about
said. The
policy,
most things-
it's
important
about
thing to me
debt
is the
levels,
policy.
right? I mean,
Yes.
that recommendation was to really bring forward the need for process, the need to get the financials under control, to Commissioner Fisher's point, the debt load that we already have, so.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, we do have a de facto moratorium because we're in such a bad position. No one's in the mood to spend a lot of money right now or to go into a lot of debt. However, the other fact, on the other side of the coin is, it's a little draconian to say there's no possibility over the next X amount of years that some incredible opportunity might come up that would change the nature of our township. And I agree with Bill. I don't think there's a majority of this board that would be willing to make that kind of a long-term commitment to solve a short-term budget crisis.
Yes, and even to the extent that, I mean, to me, the most important thing is the process more than the moratorium, because we could acquire open space and not pay debt, and have very low fees for it, and that may be wise.
Right, process
So
is
to me,
certainly.
the process is the key.
Right. There, for those who aren't aware, there really is not a formal process that has been followed historically. So that's part of the recommendation. And I would urge people to read page 15 of the CBFAC report that gives great detail on this particular recommendation. Okay. Assess true cost to own, operate, and maintain facilities. Reduce township facility cost to maximize the value. In process. Okay. Any comments? Okay. Reduce legal expenses. When we had issued our interim recommendations, we had recommended specifically for the solicitor to be put on a retainer for regular board activities. So I think we were looking for an update on that particular recommendation.
I think Mr. Zinkowski is negotiating that with Mr. Rice presently.
That's correct.
Okay.
And
Do we have a
I'll
time
add to
frame
that
for that?
First of the year.
The solicitor voluntarily took a pay cut at some point in the fall, I guess. And he has worked with the manager to come up with a rate that we think is reasonable
Great.
and fair for the new year.
Okay.
We'll also, too, be putting Labor Council under a retainer type arrangement as well.
So is the expectation in January?
That's correct.
Very good.
Okay. Mandate within legal limits that employees use accrued vacation. Any comments?
Bob, anything to add?
That's currently being reviewed right now to make sure there is no non-compliance with the contractual agreements that we do have.
Okay. I'm going to have a question on that one later. Perform utilization and staffing study of police department. We did not, as a group, feel that we had the expertise to determine headcount in any department, but that staffing and utilization study is a good idea of a department of that size and skill set. Okay. Eliminate commissioner annual stipend for 2011.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't intend to return, I mean, your report, as I understood it, said request that the commissioners waive the 2011 stipend.
For next year.
Yes, and I don't have any intention of doing that.
Okay.
I would support that. I think it's unnecessary. It's such a trivial amount that I don't think it makes a difference to any of us. And as I said at our first budget meeting last week, I really feel that this is a budget of shared sacrifice. And we're asking our employees, our nonprofits, by the end of tonight, just about everybody in the room to make some sacrifices. And I would be happy to make it. I think we should as well.
Well, just so you understand, that $2,100 goes back to the community. If you look at the flower bed at the Wayne Arts Center, that costs me $700 a year to maintain that flower bed on my own time. I give $1,100. I raise about $3,000 a year for Wayne Little League at the basketball, and I give them $1,100 contribution. And I could tell you how I spend any one of that dime in the community, so I don't get that $2,100.
Yeah, and I plan to donate all of it next year to the organizations in the township that do a lot of great things, so.
Well, I mean, that's great, and I do that as well, but the fact of the matter is it's not in our budget, and we're trying to balance our budget, so.
It is in our budget.
Okay, next one. Review township ground maintenance agreement with school district. I understand that's in progress. Okay. Any comments? No? Okay. Explore shared services agreement with neighboring townships. A lot of communities across the country are doing that, and there's probably a lot of opportunity to leverage, physical assets that other communities may have that we can borrow, and they can borrow ourselves.
I've had initial conversation with one of our neighboring communities in
Okay.
that regard.
Great. Review funding of community agencies. I understand that's underway. Okay. Freeze funding for the library. That's also underway, in progress with the other agencies. Okay.
Excuse me a second, did we do that for 2011? I thought it was $10,000 more, plus not including the deferral.
Actually, in the budget we proposed was freezing that, but also since the last meeting, I've had conversations with the Wayne Arts Center, the Senior Center, Surrey Services. I had a brief conversation with the library, very briefly, and they've stepped forward to be able to take a reduction in their particular funding areas, which I think is highly commendable of them for the services they provide, and to be able to step forward here and go into those reserves that they have, I think is incredible for the services. And also when you look at, I'm just going to use the Senior Center as an example, they went into their own funds to be able to put the new roof on our building, which is the Senior Center. So, and they continued to step up, and they're willing to take that reduction for this year.
Okay. Evaluate parks and rec programs that do not meet expenses. This kind of goes back to one of our earlier comments. Review status of government and public access television channels. No comment.
Actually, I have a question on this. We receive, I think, around $500,000 a year in franchise fees that are used, and part of that fee is used to pay for the public access channel. The only question I'd have is, could we bring that in-house? We already have a fairly complex broadcast system in-house here. We also have a small studio in the back behind this wall. And the question I have is there a way to save another, I think it's around $30,000 to $40,000 a year by having Radnor Studio 21 operate from our own studio here? This is just an idea. I did not approach anyone on this idea, but I'm just thinking out loud.
Yep.
It's another.
Right.
That could work
One
the other
less
way
guy.
too. I mean, the same cost effectiveness could be achieved by having the township have Radnor Studio 21 perform services for the township.
That's right.
So to me, that's a good consideration.
Bob, you've
Our
had some
recommendation is to
discussions
review
with,
that.
You've had some discussions with Radnor Studio 21, I understand?
Correct. And I think Studio 21 does a great job on the public access side, but I also think from the side that we have on the government side, I think we're going to expand what we do in the particular area. So I think the dollars that are spent, which are earmarked under that cable franchise agreement, is meeting the needs. I think that's something what we probably want to look at is how the schools get involved with that. But I think on the balance, I think everybody does a very nice job, and I think Studio 21, again, has looked to maintain their level of funding, but I think that's part of what's provided in those agreements for that public access. So I think I would encourage that we continue on in that particular funding. And again, too, that's something we can look at, too, is, you know, joint ventures and a lot of the different areas that we can look at.
Let me just chime in here that I think it's a great idea to combine efforts and economies of scale and all that, but I also think it's really important to keep and maintain an independent public station, because the township channel or production facility should not be involved in some of the things that an independent station does and should. And I'm thinking election coverage and interview political coverage and things you really don't want your township involved in, which are a great service to our community, and we all want that service. So I think we should be careful, and if we join forces, great. We want to save money, save efficiency, but also it's important that we maintain independence between the two.
And I'd like to point out that we did a tremendous amount of work on this project, but there were things that we concluded are opportunities for the township to take a look at, but that there might be reasons why a change should not be implemented. So this example is a great one: review status of government and public access television channels. If the township determines that there aren't cost savings or there are reasons not to do it, we would agree with that.
One thing, if I could, just because, sorry, Sarah, over here.
Hi, Bill.
Bill White, Finance Director. Just overhearing the conversations to make sure everyone, you know, watching at home and in the audience understands when we're talking about these types of revenues that it's not tax dollars at all. It's actually dollars coming from the cable providers in the community. So when we're talking about expending these funds or contributing them to an outside entity, we're not talking about any tax dollars at all. We're actually talking about third-party funds that the township receives. So just to make sure everyone is clear on that point.
Thanks, Bill. Perform an energy audit. That's currently under review.
Can I go back to that one for a second, Bill? I understand we get money, or money comes in through the franchise fees that funds Studio 21 based on a negotiated lease. That's not a legal requirement. It's not a FCC requirement. That's just something that is our historical past practice and our discretion. Am I accurate in that, or is there something?
I believe that to be accurate, that it's a decision of the township.
But also, may just add to that, though, when you receive these funds, the PEG channels are provided as part of that, so you have to have public access, education, and government. So there is a requirement that you do provide that level of service to the community. So you do have the PEG grants.
Okay, but I want to just make sure you provide that service and you have it through the cable. We're not necessarily required to provide cash.
As part of those franchise fees, I believe you are required to.
Okay, that's what I want to understand.
Expend those funds, and I know Bruce is here. Maybe if you wouldn't mind, maybe you can speak briefly on this.
Hi, I'm Bruce Wilson. I sit on the Cable Council. There are two items of cash that we get from the franchisees. One is a 5% franchise fee, which goes into the general fund. Township then is authorized under federal law to, if it can negotiate this, to get up to 3% on top of the 5% for the public, educational, and governmental channels. In the case of Verizon, we do get the 3%. In the case of Comcast, we get a fixed amount which escalates each year according to their escalation in their basic fees. Now, that's an old agreement, and we are currently trying to get them up to the same level that Verizon is.
Bruce, I'm going to pick on your words for a minute, and I don't know, again, I just want to make sure I fully grasp this. You use the word authorized, not required.
We are not required to charge the 3%.
But if we charge the 3% and we obtain the 3%, are we required to make a cash contribution of that amount?
That money, that 3%, has to go for public educational and governmental access channels, yes.
Okay.
In other words, you could forego the 3%. We don't recommend you
But
do that.
could we apply it differently?
You can apply it to the public channel, to the governmental channel, and to the educational channel. But you have to spend the money on access channels.
But do you have to spend it as cash?
Yes, yes, it has to be a segregated fee, and there is litigation on this elsewhere in the country where governments have tried to take some of that 3% and dump it into the general fund.
Okay.
No, thank you. Kevin, page 18 of the report has more detail on that particular recommendation as well. Energy audit, perform an energy audit that I understand is under review.
That's correct. I understand PICO has some grant money available, so that's something we're looking at.
Okay, great. Reduce usage of township vehicles, that is complete. Great. Rely on citizen groups instead of hiring consultants. We clearly feel that the approximate 1,200 hours invested in this project that produced a 45-page report of recommendations was a benefit to the citizens and hopefully to the commissioners and to township staff. And that as taxpayers and residents of Radnor, all of us, we were happy to do that for our community, and we believe that there's so much expertise in this area, in this township, that people could, that are interested, lend their talents, their time and their talents to Radnor Township.
I would change one word, though, from instead something to the effect of augment, because we need objective information, and we don't know that we're getting it when we have volunteers provide that. So to me, it would be
Augment.
augment,
Sure.
but there's.
Okay. Perform audit of purchases to ensure sales taxes have not been paid. I believe the look-back period on that is 3 years. Generally speaking, when those audits are performed, the amount of money charged by the auditors is a portion of what you are able to claw back in sales taxes.
Are you suggesting that we hire one of those companies that specializes in recovery of overpaid sales taxes?
That would be at the discretion of the board.
I'm just asking if you
Yeah.
recommend that.
I don't.
My understanding is they get paid from the fees that
That they collect.
That they collect.
Right. There's almost, it's almost a no-brainer. There's really no downside except some staff time to pull records to see if, especially on credit card statements and things like that, if sales taxes were incorrectly charged to the township.
Sarah, can I ask, Bob and Bill, at this point, I would assume that when there are purchases in the township, there are some strict controls over the way we purchase, and we provide I don't know if we have to provide a tax exemption certificate or if we're exempt because we're a municipality, but, I mean, at this point, is this a big risk area for us that we're paying sales tax?
Well, yeah, all purchases go through a process whereby the department that initiated the purchase receives the invoice that has obviously all the detail of what was purchased. They verify to make sure that the goods or services were received. And on that invoice, if there's a sales tax number there, that's a red flag to be caught. That is reviewed again by our expenditure coordinator before a check is cut. So I would say by and large, the risk of paying sales tax is minimal. But if there's a contingency-based audit that can be done, it obviously wouldn't hurt because there's no risk on our end, no upfront costs in getting that done. We have done some pretty substantial projects over the last 3 years. Right. And with limited administrative staff reviewing those, there's always the possibility. So,
And I believe it's a 3-year look-back period.
Sounds
Yes,
good.
so
Well,
says
there's a
our
number
expert.
of good local companies that do that, and you're right, it is a contingency-based fee, so we wouldn't have to pay anything unless they recover.
And just to add to Commissioner Fisher's question regarding policy and procedure, there isn't one. So we're in the process of putting a formal purchasing manual together that outlines policies and procedures that staff can follow. It will help in the audit process as well, and it also gives the staff an opportunity to make sure they're following the procedures as well, as would be approved by the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay. Continue to improve efficiencies in trash collection. I know that a lot of work's been done on that. Adopt a mandatory rear yard pickup for all single-family rental homes. That's currently under review. Cease operating the Willows Mansion at a loss by the end of 2011. I believe in the budget that that's been adopted.
It's being recommended.
Being recommended, I'm sorry.
Being recommended.
Okay.
Do we know that we're taking a loss, or are we still not sure with the Willows?
Well, I think, I'll let you answer first.
Yeah, we're pretty sure. There have been transfers by the general fund into the Willows Enterprise Fund annually for the last year and this year. And based on the activity that runs through that fund, which should be comprehensive of all the activity that's there, the fact that we need general fund transfers into that fund certainly seems to indicate that it is operating at a loss.
Do you have an estimate of how much we're subsidizing it?
The general fund subsidized or transferred over, bear with me just a second, I'll give you the actual dollars. The general fund transferred $90,000 in 2009. Of that $90,000, roughly 40 of it was utilized through the operations of the Willows, so about $40,000 of a loss there. This year, the transfer is estimated to be $87,000, of which roughly $55,000 to $60,000 will be the loss number. I would point out, though, that some of the expenditures that flow through that fund or don't flow through that fund might be capital expenditures or some other things that are currently lumped in with other services that we have not identified yet to be broken out, similar to our discussion earlier about the more programmatic type cost accounting with park maintenance. So, as we have the information broken out now, we're already at a loss. I would suspect that number would only grow based on our refining of the accounting.
You're just, and if I'm understanding what I'm looking at correctly, what we really charge is just the building cost. All the grounds maintenance and none of that is charged to the fund.
With respect to Public Works, I would suspect that there's a lot of expense that gets charged to the general fund in terms of the park maintenance crew.
It's not here because I'm looking at the line item for the Willows expense and it says maintenance and repairs, buildings and fixtures, if I'm reading it correctly, $10,000, maintenance and repairs, machinery and equipment, $1,000. So that means we spent $11,000 last year maintaining, which I suspect is significantly understated.
I would tend to agree with that.
So the recommendation by the administration is to shut the place down,
That's correct.
starting when?
January 1st.
Are there events that are scheduled during the year 2011? And if so, how are we going to accommodate that?
Those we would have to make contact with all those individuals and let them know far enough in advance to let them know if there's a reschedule opportunities of what would happen. But as part of this, then we would actually winterize that building and shut it down the appropriate way to shelve it so that when the determination and a plan is made of how we want to bring that back to life with a plan that will not be in a deficit operating situation, that we can bring it back to life without allowing things to fall into great disrepair.
Have you looked at any of the events that are scheduled? Just out of curiosity, I'm concerned about somebody who, it's December now and somebody books a wedding in June, July to turn to them and say, go find someplace else, I think is a little bit unfair.
Sure. Tammy, if you have information on that?
There are currently 8 contracts in place for 2011, and there are 13 that are pending. I'm not aware of when those fall within the year.
And we ought to just take a look and make sure we handle this fairly. I mean, it's not fair to somebody who's planned, use a wedding as an example, a year out and then tell them, 6 months out that they're out of luck. I mean, we ought to figure a way to accommodate them. I don't disagree with your approach in principle, but again, I think you ought to be fair to people.
Well, instead of just recommending the budget and do it, I mean, I think we need a bigger discussion on this with the public about what we're doing, instead of just doing it and making it a fait accompli.
Well, and in the budget, the recommended budget, we have $75,000 of event income and $161,000 of expenses that is still in the budget, right? So we haven't actually, if we did adopt this, we wouldn't be shuttering it.
Well, the budget assumes that the activity would continue.
Right.
In the manager's recommendations, included with the entire budget, was the recommendation to shutter it. So
Okay.
I believe a lot of those expenses that are currently allocated as if the Willows was continuing to operate would be reallocated to do the necessary checkoff list to shut it down. So it would change what was proposed in the budget
Okay.
if the board agrees to shut down that facility.
And the budget also shows about $500,000 for capital improvements. Is that a mistake, or is that just the same logic there that?
Yeah, those capital improvements were part of years 2 through 5 of the 5-year capital plan, assuming that the facility is up and running. If it's the long-term decision that that's no longer a township program anymore, then those capital improvements would go away along with whatever the decision is to do with the Willows.
So the budget doesn't reflect shuttering it, but we would make a decision and then the budget would be modified.
Yeah, in 2011, there are no capital expenditures included in the budget for the Willows. The capital expenditures you're referring to are in future years, so that'll be part of the more comprehensive look at the Willows. The operational side will change to just reflect the expenses associated with shutting it down.
What's the 93,500 that's labeled capital improvements on page 87?
There's the line item for capital for 50,000?
That's 2012 on my printout. I'm looking at 93,500 in 2011.
No, the recommended
what?
amount was not 500 in the same line item.
That's
I
a
mean, sorry,
formula
50.
error on the column title. That should be 2011. So it says town manager recommendation 2012. That's a spreadsheet error. It should say township manager recommendation 2011.
Okay.
That's just taking the other cell and adding one. So that
Understood, done it
50,000
myself.
Yeah, that 50,000 is just the minor stuff to keep the facility open, somewhat dry, and
Well,
those
shouldn't
types.
Standing.
Shouldn't we have a public meeting of the Park and Rec Board to look at this? Look at a 10-year thing, see if there's any alternatives other than shutting it, or then come back to us with a recommendation?
Well, I think as part of the recommendations that I made to the board is that we would discuss that of where the future we go at with the Willows Mansion. Do we keep it in-house? Do we continue to be a landlord? Do we operate it? Or do we decide to turn it to an outside, entity to either operate in its current situation, or do we?
You mean
look to
that's
go
after
in-
you shutter it, you're going to
That's
discuss all that?
correct. That's correct.
Don't you think we should discuss that before we take that step? If there's any way to keep it operating, have the park board review it and come back to us with a recommendation? They have a meeting this month. Can't they put that on their agenda and look at a 10-year history and where we're headed, and if there's any alternatives they can think of, or invite the
think-
public to come by?
I mean, you could. The issue is it's a losing operation, and when do we put a stop to losing money in areas where we have done a poor job, in my opinion, of being landlords? So at what point do we say, we've got to make the tough decision to say we've got to close this and come up with a plan of how we're going to move forward and turn this into either a break-even operation or one that we completely get out of, or how can we turn this into a revenue-generating situation? Because right now, we've taken a residential home, we've converted it to commercial use, and again, my opinion, I don't think we've made the appropriate improvements to transition it to a commercial property with a commercial use. And it's something where I think if we look at the community and say this is what we're looking to do, involve the park board with how we should proceed, I agree with that conversation, but there's some point where you've got to stop the bleeding on some of these areas, and I think this is one that we should do.
Well, I mean, I'd like to see it on the park agenda and have a public discussion about it at your next park board meeting, and just not January 1st, we're closing the Willows without any public comment, discussion. It's just, because, I mean, when we bought the Willows, I mean, just like we're discussing buying our Drossen, and they want to negotiate to take over that mansion there. Well, we don't need another mansion, but when we bought the Willows, the concept was that we would take enough money to maintain the building. And that's what we did, and we used to give 25, we used to take in 125, it cost us 100,000, and we used to give 25 for a number of years back to the township, as I remember. The last couple of years, the expenses have grown. Obviously, there hasn't been enough functions there. The expenses have grown. There's more repairs, and it's costing us more. The last 2 years, we had to put in a lot of money. But I would like to look at a 10-year, 15-year, what happened. The park board is the one that.
I think at the very least, the Park and Rec Board ought to take a look at this situation and come back to us with some recommendations for short-term, mid-term, long-term. I mean, they're just the same as CB-FAC. They're here to provide us with advice and recommendations, and I think we'd be remiss if we didn't take them up on that. So I think that should go on their agenda as quickly as possible for a review.
I'll just comment. I think it was 2 years ago I had brought this issue up during our budget, and I had asked the former director of Parks and Recreation if we had a business plan for the operation of that structure. And I was told that we did, and then it turned out we didn't. So really what we're looking at here is that government, I said it then, I'll say it again, government sucks at running businesses, and they just can't run properties. So what I'm going to ask for is that not only does Parks and Rec come back with a short-term, mid-term, and long-term plan, but I'd like to see a business plan of how this structure is going to generate revenue to support itself. It's not enough to say that we're going to cover the operating. What about the capital? What about the fact that it needs a new roof every 15 years? It needs plumbing, electrical upgrades. And it needs a facelift it's just like your house. You got to run it like your house. You got to run it like your business. And what I'm not seeing is, and I haven't seen for the last 3 years, is any talk of running that like a business. I keep hearing, oh, this is a good thing. We like to run this. This is a good thing. Well, you know what? It's apparently, it's another one of those death by 1,000 cuts. We can't do this anymore. We have to find the problem. And I appreciate the manager putting this in this way, because unless he did this, we wouldn't act. We would not act on this. We haven't acted for 3 years on this. So I appreciate it.
John, I don't know whether you were on the board when this occurred, but there was an analysis done of the competition that the Willows had in this area for running parties and weddings and things of that nature. And right at that particular time, a couple of the local country clubs were coming online with new facilities, such as St. David's, such as Aronimink, which put a new ballroom in their clubhouse. And they were starting to eat into the business that we were getting. I don't know whether you remember that, Tammy, that study we had done, but we're trying to price the event fees at an appropriate level so that people within the township and outside of the township could utilize this in a cost-effective way. I think that was really an attempt at a business plan. Perhaps it has come and gone with the economy, but I do think that we should give these folks the opportunity, as you say, to have this done.
But Bob, just to make sure I understand this accurately, because I think I do. Under the proposed budget, the Willows get subsidized to the tune of about $90,000 in 2011. It's generating $124,000 of revenue, $200,000+ of expense. In your proposal, if it gets shuttered on January 1, so we stop incurring expense or minimize incurrence of expenses, figure out what we're going to do, we essentially save $90,000?
That would be correct, because I believe the money that we have budgeted in there, I don't anticipate using anywhere near $75,000 to shutter that facility. But that would be able to put it on the shelf until we make a determination of how we're going to move forward and make that either a profitable center for us or one in which we get out of the business and then determine what its use is going to be. Does it stay in that use as a rental facility for different events or functions, or do we even look at other uses for that particular facility?
One note on the revenue, if I could. Of that $124,000 built in the 2011 proposed budget, roughly 50,000 of that is transfers from the
Transfer,
general
yeah.
fund. So the actual revenue's more like 75,000 from the, generated by the facility itself.
Okay, all right. I'm on top of page 102. Proceed with refinancing the 2002 bond. That has been done, and that was about 1.3 million in savings, so that was fantastic. Cancel the $20 million electoral debt capacity. It's actually November 2006. That's under review. Page 21 of the CBFAC report under debt management recommendations goes into detail about that particular recommendation.
Do we need to cancel it or just not act on it? What would be the difference?
I think the formality of canceling it as opposed to just not acting it would give taxpayers the comfort that it can't just be tomorrow we wake up and there's another $20 million in debt on top of the
We don't have
54.
John Rice here, but that was passed as an electoral referendum, right?
That's correct, and I
I mean, do
believe
we
you'd
have
have
any-
to go back through the same process
Right.
to remove it.
It expires at some point in the future,
I
doesn't
think
it?
2016. Yeah. It was 2006, so it's a 2016 expiration.
The difficulty I have with that, though, is that that referendum passed by a 4-to-1 margin. And granted, it occurred at a point in time when the
Yeah.
economy was not down.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that your survey trumps an election in which the voters voted for that referendum.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how we reconcile the two.
Well, first I'd ask what kind of voter turnout we had at that particular election, and in terms of versus the total population of Radnor. And I also think that the taxpayers are probably more armed with better data in terms of how much debt we already have. I think for people that maybe read it the first time thought that it was worth going into $20 million in debt, which probably was more like $36 million by the time you paid it all back, was a good option, maybe not knowing at that time we were already looking at $90 million in debt service at that principal and interest. Something you can look at.
I don't know the numbers from the election that particular year.
What
but
year was
I think
it?
the number of people that voted was probably in excess of the 750. I think it was the 750 that responded to your survey?
It was
approximately?
40% of the voters.
So I just want to throw that out because we can't just cancel it.
Well, I'm
Because
not,
your
I'm not
survey
voting to cancel it,
indicates
so it's not a discussion with me, so.
Establish a policy for use of debt and debt limits. I understand that's in progress. Strengthen the township debt policy and capital improvement funding. I understand that's in progress.
May I ask a question about that?
Yep.
Bob, we had some, on the current capital plan, there were some items that we had talked about not being capital, software, vehicles, things of that sort. So have we done that, or are we in the process? I mean, why are those items in the capital budget, I guess is my question.
Some of the items that you have, say if you have a police car, that you know, those are the funding. I think what we're talking about, the mechanics of how the money got there to fund these. And the money that's in the capital fund is long-term debt. So I think what we're looking to do is, you've got some of these funds, but you've got to be able to put something in place. So as the life expectancy of a certain piece of equipment, like a police car, we're not taking 25, 30 years in debt on that vehicle that only has that life expectancy of 5 or 6 years. So I think of changing that overall philosophy.
Okay, so, but it's not reflected in the current capital budget, which still has us purchasing vehicles and other things that we would consider to be not capital. Is that correct? That's the way I see it, at least.
Sure.
Well, I'm not sure exactly when, but in prior years, the board passed legislation authorizing for the transfer of certain amounts of money from the general fund to the capital fund, I believe to start building in a funding process outside of bonding. So our intention with the non-infrastructure related improvements in the capital plan that's proposed now would be to utilize the funds that have been transferred from the
Very good.
general fund. So
Okay.
I believe there's a public works truck, as well as some software upgrades and radio upgrades. It's our intention to use the monies that have been transferred by the general fund to pay for those and not the debt service.
Very good.
But
That ties-
Bill, do we have a number I mean, I went through this, this has been my pet peeve, for 3 years now. We have 60 million of principal and debt. I believe, my gut tells me about 15 to 20 million of that is in operational debt, meaning we used,
That's probably right.
we used about $500,000 a year to buy vehicles with short life assets. And we used debt to fund that. And my hope is in this budget and every budget moving forward that all short life assets, anything 5 or 6 years or less, is funded out of operational cash, so that we have a fund balance policy that requires a certain amount to be transferred now, but I think we have to go above and beyond that number, because I think that's at around 200,000 this year. But we're spending, I think, about $500,000 next year in short life assets. And I want to make sure that we align those, because the thought of paying for a 2011 police car in 2041,
It's painful.
2041, right? That's absurd. Those cars are only in service 3 years. Even the longest life asset I found on our books was a dump truck. It was 16 years. Using a 30-year bond to buy a 16-year vehicle is absurd. The whole point of debt is to share the burden of current activity with future taxpayers that will gain benefit from those investments. No one benefits in 2031 or 2041 for a dump truck that we get rid of in 15 years. So we have to make sure that we work really hard at that, and I'm not quite seeing it all there yet, but
Well, yeah, first of all, I absolutely agree with matching the maturities of any kind of financing we do with the life of the asset. So we do need to start moving in that direction. With the proposal that has been submitted to the commissioners, the problem that we have for 2011 is the funds are commingled in one fund. Maybe a longer-term solution would be to create a separate capital fund. So then we have two, one for more infrastructure, long-term improvements where debt proceeds may be used, and a separate one where the more short-term or immediate cash transfers or other types of revenues are deposited into to start funding the operational side of the capital program. So we don't have that luxury for 2011, so they are commingled, which makes it hard to quickly look at it and identify it. But you'll find that the 200,000 that's scheduled to be transferred this year, plus the 225 that the board, that's in the legislation that the board adopted for next year, is greater than the amount of capital expenditures that have been proposed for next year outside of the infrastructure, the water management, the sanitary, and the road type improvements.
thank you.
Well, that leads right into our next recommendation: cease funding vehicles, equipment, and other short-term assets through transfers to the Capital Improvement Fund. Perform reconciliation of current outstanding debt to match asset life. I understand that that is currently in progress. Determine if debt can be reduced by returning balance to the of capital fund. Under review. Conduct reviews of outstanding swaption from 2005. So it says complete. The review is complete?
Yeah, this is something that we continuously review with our financial advisor periodically, especially as we're going through the process of refunding. We'll ask the financial advisor to give us updated numbers on where the swaption rates are at and what the buyout numbers are at, to see if there are any opportunities that present themselves before the maturity. And at this time, with interest rates being what they are, now's not an opportunity.
So can you just explain what that means? I don't know what that means.
Well, I'll start by saying that I'm not an expert in swaption rates and the structures of them, but my understanding is the township received a certain amount of debt principal up front on the other side was consideration of different interest rates. Right now, being that interest rates are low, the amount, we would have to owe that full amount back. The higher the interest rates go, the closer that comes to reconciling each other or breaking even. So as of right now, being that interest rates are low, we already received the funds back when the swaption was first entered into back in the early 2000s, I believe.
2005. Yeah.
2005. Right now, to get out of the swaption or to buy out of the swaption would cost the township considerable more money than maybe waiting until interest rates climb back up and shrink the gap between the money we already received and what interest rates are at that we owe on that money. So that's my basic understanding of the structure.
Okay. Do not issue new debt until the debt policy is strengthened. Seek to improve township bond rating. It's noted here that we're upgraded to AA1. The CBFAC would recommend that the township work toward AAA rating. Okay. Page 103. Land management recommendations. Record, track, reconcile, and single source report all real property owned and leased, controlled, preserved, deed restricted, and conserved. Currently under review. I will, for those that maybe didn't see our October 25th meeting, reiterate that the CBFAC had tremendous difficulty in getting these records put together for analysis. And I believe we've left the township in better shape than we found it in terms of the land records. And we would urge the township to continue to work very hard to make sure the land records are in appropriate condition. Perform market valuation study of all property. So that's so that we understand what the market value is of our land.
Is that something that we do, or would we have to hire a consultant to do that? Question for Bob.
We'd have to retain the services of a professional to be able to do that.
But there are plenty of qualified people in Radnor Township who do that for a living, who could potentially be one of those citizen volunteer groups if you just want to get a temperature of the market, maybe not do a formal valuation study, but have some sort of general sense of what it's worth, or maybe have them do 80% of the work gathering the records so you could hire a consultant to do just the last 10%. There's different ways to skin that cat. Report accurately in annual financial statements all real property. I believe page 24 of our report goes into great detail about that. Implement proper diligence methods and procedures for all land acquisitions.
This one, let me just point out that moving forward, this is more of a forward-looking suggestion, that will be part of our new open space plan.
Great.
They will make that, or they've spoken about making that a chapter or a specific section of how to improve the whole process involved with land acquisition moving forward.
Great. Okay, page 104, which is the last page of this section. Encourage nonprofit organizations to strengthen fundraising. Retain all township realty transfer tax in the general fund. It's noted here it's not possible due to our current debt load. Something to look at in future years, potentially. Page 25 of our report explains what that is. Evaluate the current financial accounting system. The CBFAC recognizes that a lot of the challenges that we had in kind of getting our group up and running and analyzing financial data is that the system itself is very difficult to work with, very difficult to extract information from, and to get to the point where we're doing actual programmatic budgets where we understand what the cost of different activities here in the township are, likely an upgrade to the financial accounting system would be money well spent. Improve periodic reporting of township's interim financial position. Complete the revised personnel manual. Develop a programmatic budget for all township activities. Develop performance measurement programs. Establish Radnor Township Employee and Radnor Citizen Saving Program. Implement a fixed asset inventory and asset program. That's the tagging of all of our fixed assets. Do not start programs that produce a net cost increase. There was actually another section in our report, pages 28 to 30, which discusses the budget process itself and good recommendations about process, which at this time I won't go into, but unless, Jerry, you would like to do that section?
Just if we ask if that was left out intentionally.
You have to go to the mic. You can't speak in the audience.
The question is, was it left out intentionally, or I can go through those rapidly.
Just a clerical oversight, or was it meant to be?
Bob, do you recall? probably, I would assume then it was a clerical oversight.
Could
Yeah,
could
just
very
an
well be.
oversight.
Yep.
No, okay. I'm going to then go through those quickly. Improve the clarity of the budget to enhance decision-making and citizen participation. I believe we have made dramatic steps forward in that this year. Annually tie controllable variable expenses dollar for dollar to the budget estimated realty transfer tax. Assure that the budget message is readily available to the public. Document estimating assumptions and provide source and authority for transfers. Estimate the payout of compensated absences and include as a line item, an individual line item, in the budget for upcoming and projected budget years. Itemize OPEB costs, other post-employment benefits, as a separate line item in the budget. Require outside agencies receiving township contributions to provide financial record and budget to the Board of Commissioners and the public as part of the budgeting process. And lastly, develop a formal policy for township support for funding fire vehicles and equipment and include projected costs in the budget. And that's kind of a snapshot of the 45 pages. The CBFAC report, the public presentations that have been done are all available on the radnor.com website. And if there's any other questions from the board, I'd love to take those now. And if not, oh, you know what? Then we're actually going to go back to the first recommendation, which has to do with selling the land parcels, which I will pass over to one of my talented members to discuss. And then I thought maybe any CBFAC additional comments, and then any public comments, if that's a good, is that?
Sounds reasonable. So any further, before we go to the land, from the board, any questions on those items we just discussed?
Yeah, I just, since we didn't have that list in front of us, I am interested in how we're treating the accrued carryover. It's one thing to allow a practice to continue, which allows employees to carry over vacation. But in essence, when you have employees that have upwards of 6 weeks of vacation per year, we're looking at deferring those costs as much as 10 to 12% of your budget in terms of operational payroll to future years. Right. And what I'd like to see, and I didn't see it in the budget, but probably just couldn't find it, is some way to not only book those liabilities, but also set money aside year over year for any new increases in those liabilities, such that we don't have the same scenario where we have a huge payout coming. I'm not going to put, it's just something I'm kind of just whispering over to staff here, to take a look at that, because my interest is to create a dedicated sinking fund to help cover those increases in liability, so that future boards aren't saddled with our decisions to allow those policies to continue, or allow those, or staffs allowing those policies to continue.
And I would also recommend you, as a board, get a clear understanding of how that particular line item works into future pension obligations for individuals as well. Because the pension calculation is based on final 3 years of service.
Yeah. Just a quick comment on that is, as part of a larger, long-term financial plan, I think I would agree that the best way to treat those and to begin to account for them is to create a whole separate fund that houses that activity and can be monitored and tracked separately, because right now it is included with all the other activity in the general fund and is easily lost. Not just the pension aspect of it, but also health care to retired employees and those types of things. It's all lumped, life insurance, those are all lumped up right now together. And breaking those out would certainly add, more, everyone would then have a much better idea of where those expenditures are at and how much it's actually costing the township. So yeah, I agree.
Good. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
I think we'll move on then to the first one,
Yes.
which was the land, sell selected parcels of township-owned land. CBFAC identified 9 parcels in our work. That is on page 10 of the CBFAC report. And I'm going to pass the microphone over to Rob Murdocca.
Good evening.
You've had the report since October 15th, and there's a lot of data in there. And I would just start with asking the question today, 6 weeks later, what are your potential objections to that recommendation?
Very simple, since most of them I fought to buy over the last 20 years as a commissioner. But if you start with the corner of South Devon Avenue and Conestoga Road, as I told you before, you want to sell that. Well, the developer wanted to come in and rip down every piece of vegetation because he had to bring in 5 feet of fill to move the floodplain, put 20 houses and a traffic light. And we turned that down, and the Delaware County Court gave him permission to do it. And it took me 3 years to get 4 votes to condemn that property, to buy it, to help preserve the homes downstream that were getting some flooding problems, and to save that corner. So I think it would be absolutely ridiculous, because we have hard times, for you to stand here and suggest that we should sell that property.
So this is personal to you, okay?
Well, no, it's for the community. Everything I do is for the community. It's not personal.
I'm just going to record the objections, make
Yeah.
a note, and then I'll try to address them after I understand.
We don't have to
where you're
address them
coming
with
from.
me,
Yeah,
because I'm
and
not with you.
I mean, my
Why don't
opinion
we-
is
why
that
don't
you
we go around the other
mischaracterized
way?
Commissioner
Why don't we-
Spengler.
Excuse me, why don't we do it the other way and say, why do you think we should sell these pieces of property? Rather than say, what objection do we have?
No problem, Hank. It's written in a report. That's why I started by saying, you had 6 weeks to read it. I don't need to read it for you.
Why don't you articulate for me?
But what I remember from October 25th at the meeting, where there were 2 objections, well, beyond Commissioner Spengler's approach. One was that it's complicated, and the other one was that we might have to go sell it back offer it back to who we bought it from. So if those are the 2 that I heard that I remember that night. And I would say to the first objection, that doesn't hold a lot of muster, in the sense that if an endeavor's worth undertaking, then being it's complicated doesn't seem to make sense to me. If it's complicated to sell it, why in the heck was it so easy to get it and not understand what we have and why we got it and who's the benefit for? The second objection that I remember was offering it back. Well, generally, if you look at the records, to the extent we have them, and we have most of the records on this limited topic of suggesting selling this limited amount of land, we paid too much. So if you want to offer it back, it's probably going to be a good deal if you can find those people to buy it back. That's what I remember. Now, if you want to go further in the report, and I would say, for starters, I love open space too, and I'm sure we all do in this township, and Elaine makes that point very well, and I live near a park, and I love it. But the recommendations in this report are limited in nature, a very small percentage of the land that we own, by benchmarks that this very township documented in its own comprehensive plan. We have an enormous amount of land. So these are just cogent recommendations to consider in a non-personal way, as opposed to summarily dismissing them.
I'd like to make some comments if you're finished. I appreciate these recommendations, and before I get to I have 4 comments about selling these particular parcels. But on a more global level, I completely appreciate that the group came up with this solution as a revenue generator. It makes perfect sense. If you're singular, we gave you the task, and you had the singular goal of finding a way to balance our budget and to get our 2011 budget balanced and get on better financial footing. And if that's your singular goal, then these recommendations make perfect sense. For the 7 of us, that's one of our goals. It's a very important goal, and one of the most important for this year, because we are in a budget crisis. But the 7 of us also have an equally as important goal, and that is making sure that this township in the long run, in 2021 and in 2031, still has the panache and the characteristics that make it so coveted and so sought after. And none of us want to be the commissioners that make the decisions in 2011 to solve that year's budget crisis that irrevocably hurt our quality of life 10 years and 20 years from now. So that's more of a global. I'm not personally offended or upset by these recommendations at all. I mean, if that was my singular goal and I wasn't worried about, the long-term cost of the benefit, the short-term benefit of balancing the budget, I would sell every one of these, because if that's your goal, that's a very good way to do it. But the global considerations aside of our competing goals, first of all, as I mentioned at the last meeting that we discussed these, it's not just complicated, it's legally and practically very, very difficult, if not impossible, to sell this land. First, if it was purchased with bond money under Act 153, which most of those parcels were, it's a very, very difficult process. You have to go back to referendum before you can even consider. You have to go back to the voters, ask the voters if they would like to sell this land, which, although some people in the community might not like Park X because they don't live near it. Believe me, you will have your proponents for every park in here. And there will be, a campaign to save the park. Even if you didn't have that barricade, and even if Act 153 wasn't involved, you still have to justify in front of an orphans court that there is absolutely no practical use or public use for this land anymore. And believe you me, when you go to sell a park, you will find people that advocate for that park and convince, the case law does not work in our favor. And I don't think most of us want to be in that position where we're advocating to sell our parkland against our residents. So that is the kind of practical and logistic background. Secondly, selling open space, as I said, is selling a long-term asset for short-term gain. And one of the characters, since the beginning of our planning in this township, maintaining the green country feel of our township has been a priority goal, like a #1 priority goal in every single one of our comprehensive plans all the way back to the 60s, even before we had formal plans. I know this is true for our bond referendums, they win by 80%. I know this is a priority in our community, and it's a long-term priority that I am not willing to sacrifice for a short-term financial crisis, especially when it's irrevocable, the decision. Thirdly, I think there is some confusion among some about parks and open space, passive open space. Parkland is not all beautiful. In fact, a lot of open space is actually quite ugly. That doesn't detract from its value. In fact, in most cases, ugly parkland is quite valuable. And I use, for example, that parcel in the 5th Ward right next to a stream. It's heavily wooded. I mean, if you had the best bushwhacking equipment, you probably couldn't take a stroll through there. It is the Gold Coast of environmental resource to have a heavily wooded area like that right next to an important stream. The benefits of open space are it's not just pretty to look at. It provides important stormwater management. It cleans our water. It increases our water quality. It keeps the temperature down of our water. It keeps the temperature down of our neighboring properties. It provides relief from urban density. And yes, it has aesthetic value. I mean, just as an aside, a little clump of 100 mature trees. So that's not a very big forest. It's a little clump. That little clump sucks up 371,000 gallons a year. So you clear cut a little area like that. It's not a big area. And you are left with a stormwater management nightmare. That's a lot of water that those little trees suck up. So the value of open space is not just the swing set you can put on it. It's not just the fact that you can stroll through it. Very often it has an important ecological and environmental purpose. Finally, I've addressed this before, not in every case, but in some cases, it actually costs us more in the long run to allow residential development on a piece of open space if you know, the numbers have to work. If the housing units end up sending their children to public school, and if the price of the house isn't prohibitively, you know, bringing in a lot of tax dollar. So that kind of calculation has to be made when you're making these decisions as well. So for that and many other reasons, I would not support selling these parcels or pretty much any natural open space that we have purchased. Would I have voted for every single one of these purchases? Maybe not. But I am now chair of the open space program, and I will be fastidious and very discerning in what we purchase from now on, if we ever have any money ever again. I know, and I believe most of our very sophisticated residents know, that our open space program and having this type of relief from urban density and environmental and aesthetic benefit improves all of our quality of lives. It keeps all of our house values up, and it makes Radnor the desirable place to live that it is.
Thank you, Elaine.
I'd like to make a few comments. I'll keep them brief, though, just on this topic. I want to start out by, in all fairness, I believe none of the parcels on the list are in my ward. So I may be less willing to defend the sale of these properties for that reason. However, I don't recall, you know, anywhere when I read books about what makes good towns and good government on a municipal level, certainly large parcel acquisition is up there. It's in the probably top 5 things. But what I see on this list are a lot of small parcels. And when I look at this, I say, you know, what is the public and practical use? You know, that's a good test. Commissioner Schaefer alluded to the fact that we could have a test that says, is there good public use or public value of these parcels? But in the end, what I'd like to see is the opportunity to look at each and every one of these properties, and maybe the situation could be where we would be selling these properties with deed restrictions, so in fact there would be no development on those properties, but they would maybe augment someone else's property. Maybe they abut someone else's large parcel. In that way, we're still preserving open space, but not at taxpayers' cost. So, you know, I'm in favor of looking at this list. I love ideas. I love the idea that you came up with this list. And I think each and every one of these should be given its diligence, and we should look at each and every one of them separately and just see what's the obstacle to selling it, you know, what's the value, what are the benefits, and just go through it. And if at the end of the day, if everyone has been proven to have general benefit for the public, then maybe we can't sell any of them, but we should know. So, thank you.
All right, so my thoughts.
Bob's left the room, but I think John Rice is looking into, if I recall correctly, what we can do. The option is being looked at, and there's no decision to be made until we get those results.
Right. So the way I see it is I doubt there's a willingness to sell all 9 that are on your list. For prioritizing, I think the bigger problem is the physical facilities. So I don't know that your report addressed that, but I think that's Sulpizio, Kreitzberg, and the Willows, to me, are big problems, equally as problematic.
I heard Sarah talk about
very good.
this.
Then I think what we have to do is first develop the process, find out which parcels fail the process that we identified, and then prioritize and target those ones. And then I would suggest that we set some kind of target amount, and then try to a target amount and a time period, and ones that fail the criteria that we establish, then we seek to sell those ones.
All right. I wrote down a couple things trying to, as I was tracking Elaine's comments. My perspective, where I'm coming from, is just getting great information out for everybody to decide, instead of not having great information out there. Some comments to Elaine's comments would be, I think, one, I don't have a singular goal. I would like to think I'm a 360-degree thinker, like I think you mentioned you are in that chair. 2, I don't think we have competing goals. Our goals are the same as well. Do well for this township and do what's prudent for the township. You mentioned that it's beyond complicated. I tried to backtrack a couple words. It said there's a legal process that's difficult, and you have to go back to the voters. All that can be done if it makes sense to do for the parcel. I would still throw that into the category of saying it's complicated, and I don't even know if that's complicated. But, you know, maybe you think it is, and maybe it is until it's documented and figured out what the process is. Your second point was long-term asset. Don't sell a long-term asset for a short-term gain. It's not a short. There's a couple things. It's not a short-term gain. It's to the extent that we didn't use debt to buy this building and we didn't use debt to pay for operating expenses, we've essentially, the plug is the largest asset on our balance sheet by far is land. So that's where the debt's going. And not a bad thing. Maybe it's a great arbitrage. Low interest rate debt for lots of land. That's fine. But it's a long-term gain as a long-term asset because you're not going to pay debt for 30 more years in terms of matching that up. Third, or related to your second point, but the analogy of saying it's a long-term, your point of saying it's a long-term asset for a short-term gain, I would say, why would we buy a public asset, land, open space, and not put it to use for a public benefit or for very minimal to no public benefit? And that has happened. I mean, I would like to understand, as an example, or communicate to whoever's in the room and on TV, Woodland Avenue Park. How many people have been there to enjoy Woodland Avenue Park? I think that would be my first question. Has anybody played in Woodland Avenue Park?
Can I answer your question?
You're absolutely.
Woodland Avenue Park is not a park.
It's on
Woodland
the township
Avenue,
records that way.
Have you been there? Have you been there?
Yeah, I did on the research mission, unfortunately, because we don't have records. I have been there. So I do want to
Okay,
hear
so you
your
know
answer.
it's a side yard of a
Yes.
house on Woodland Avenue.
Yes.
The house was going to be, the property was going to be subdivided, and the property sits right next to the Gulf Creek, directly across the creek from Plant Avenue. And when we looked at the property, we thought, do we want two houses there, or do we want something which maybe in the future we can use as a buffer against the flooding that goes on all the time over there? So we purchased the property thinking that in the future we would do that. We didn't tear down the garage because we didn't have the money to tear it down. We have it incorporated into a flooding resolution, or flood resolution for the Gulf Creek. So we basically have just allowed the people there to utilize the property as long as they maintain it, which they've done. But my plan in the future was to see, and hopefully with this new stormwater management study we're going to do, see what we can do to take down the garage, maybe make the slope there towards the creek a little more gentle, and thereby relieve some of the flooding pressure in the people in North Wayne. Do you think that's a good idea?
I get that, but I have two things to say to that. Number one, if you had documented that, so the township had a due diligence binder of knowing why you bought what you bought, that may be great. The second thing is, if that's the status of that property, the township records reflect that that was bought at a price of $500,000 per acre. So I would love to sell my little quarter of an acre house that I'm on for $500,000, land only.
It cost us $77,380.
The township records show $150,000 for 0.3 acres.
They were going to put a twin there, a duplex.
I
That's
apologize.
great. There's a twin.
You're
Mr. Chairman, I don't know why we're having a.
I'm just letting you know that your own.
I don't know why we're having an open space debate.
Our own township records.
Rob, hold on, let me just hear what he has to say.
I don't know why we're having an open space debate. We had an open space debate the last 30 years, and the public came out in hundreds to support acquiring some of these parcels, okay? And they've charged us as commissioners not to build on every inch of Radnor. You know, you might think it's silly to just have vacant land, but they were going to put a house on the corner of Sproul Road, Conestoga, and South Spring Mill. We paid $70,000 to buy that, so they didn't put a house there. It's called open space. You don't have to put a park there. You don't have to put a bench there. You just leave it there for nature.
Thank
Okay?
you. You do speak pedantically. Do you know that?
I don't care how I speak. It's very annoying that you want to have a debate over something we debated for 30 years. And I'm very confident because I know how the people in my ward think and the people of Radnor Township think. And they want us to preserve as much open space as we can, not just for parkland, not just for parks, but for open space.
Maybe they would
fact of
think
the
differently
matter
if they
is-
knew what your record said you paid for it. Maybe they would think differently to your point or to your even favor if they knew why you bought it and it was documented that way. You gave us an assignment, we did the assignment, unfortunately we had to spend time tracking down records that were not well kept, and understandable, it happens,
Well, you
right?
should have sat
So
down, I could
now-
give you an education on every
Yeah,
part.
you know what, the last time you gave an education in this
Yeah,
forum,
yeah.
it was wrong to the tune of close to, I think, $500,000.
No, it
It was
wasn't.
about your Brook Farm comment, and I'm sure Sarah could speak to that.
Yeah, yeah.
If you want to go through
Why don't you
education
just
lessons,
stop?
let's
Why
sit
don't you
down.
just stop with selling the
All right.
land? You're not going to get the
No,
votes.
now,
So sit down.
let's move to
Yeah.
other recommendations that relate to it. Keep good records, so you know what you have and why you have it, why you
Okay,
bought
all
it,
right.
why
So
you want it,
hold on
why
a
you
second,
should keep it.
Rob,
you,
hold on a
thank
second. Rob, wait, and Bill, hold on. Hank, did you get resolution to your question, or do you have anything further
No,
that you want to add?
My point is that we had a particular purpose in mind when we purchased the property. I apologize that the township records don't reflect that. If you had talked to me, because it's my ward, then I would have told you what the purpose was. You could have confirmed it by going to the minutes of the meeting where we purchased it, or perhaps look at the video of the meeting in which it was discussed. But the fact of the matter is that, with all due respect, Rob, you're pretty invested in getting rid of these properties in order to have a short-term gain. We're here for the long term to preserve the open space that we have. Unless there's a really good reason, aside from dollars and cents, to get rid of these properties, I don't see the point in it, because there's been another organization in this township, specifically the school board, which got rid of some of its properties and later on had to buy other properties for certain public purposes. That cost them an arm and a leg. And so it's been shown that you really shouldn't sell governmental land in this township because they're not making any more.
You don't know what I'm invested in, so I'll tell you. But before I get to
With
that,
all due respect.
if I should have gone to you for the information, you probably would have been bothered by it. I don't know, so maybe that's not fair to say, but here's what I did do. Asked the township for the information repeatedly, came and interviewed township personnel repeatedly. We don't have the records. Okay, and if we do, then shame on the township for not being able to readily provide them
And I
to a
apologize for
commission
that.
that you commissioned. You made this, right? So I'm just
Right, and
trying to
we
do a
gave you a
professional job.
we gave
And
you a
I am
very
not invested
specific
in selling these. If you don't sell them, that's fine.
We
I just
gave-
want you to do the right thing and have the right information. I want the public to have the right
Are you
information.
finished?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, let me
please
just
finish.
respond to that.
You-
You were given a very specific task to find ways to save us money, and you've done a very nice job doing that. Certain of your recommendations we disagree with. I think a majority of the people on this board disagree with selling open space. Now, you may object to that, but that's the way we feel. Some commissioners may disagree with me. But I think that at the end of the day, the majority of the commissioners are going to do everything they can to preserve the open space that we have, as opposed to sell it.
So let me just make one comment, please. Part of this to me is prioritizing. Like, some of these spaces won't, in my opinion, won't pass cost-benefit analysis, and that one in particular probably can't have any impact on stormwater. So to use it to use the argument that there's going to be a stormwater benefit without any kind of analysis that supports the benefit of that is, in my opinion, that's part of the inappropriateness of it. And the issue isn't whether we sell it or don't sell it. The issue is, before we invest in these properties, we should have a better sort of a cost-benefit analysis to determine that this is a good investment. I don't think
But now
that one will
Now that we
pass.
do have the property, and now that we've engaged this engineering firm to come in here and do a stormwater management study, I would like to bring this particular piece of property to those experts and say, would this be a good use of that property? If they tell me absolutely not, it'll never be used, then I'll go along with Rob's recommendation.
So that's
But if
essentially,
But
yes.
if they say, no, this is a good thing to have, and you don't want to build in a floodplain, because that's really what it is a floodplain down there, no one would buy that property and stick a house there anyway,
Right.
quite honestly.
So, I mean, essentially, that is what I'm saying, is that we shouldn't, for these parcels, we shouldn't say yes or no, that, like a policy statement. We should make individual business decisions about them, and some of them, I think, are going to fail, and some of them are going to pass, and then we'll proceed from there.
I think the conversation went in the direction of open space in general. The hard work done here was to identify 9 parcels, which represents 39 acres of 644 available acres. And our recommendation was to take a look, like you said, Don, at each one of these parcels and determine whether or not we should sell them. We did the analysis and certainly identified that the sale of them should be investigated. Personally, and I would have loved to have seen this township building on this list. I think it's an homage to big government, and I think that the taxpayers are looking at, as of last week, a 17% tax increase or a loss of services, and the employees are looking at no pay raises, or they're looking at contributing more to all of their benefits because we made a bad decision on this building. Now, the reality is we can't sell this building. We have police services here and all kinds of things. But bad decisions and bad purchases
Well,
made in the past.
that's your opinion.
That's what I said
Yeah.
at the
Yeah.
beginning. This is my personal opinion, right? So
It doesn't make it
And
right,
to
but it's
Elaine-
your opinion.
I think it doesn't make it wrong either.
Yeah.
It's just my opinion. And to Elaine's earlier point, and she said, I don't know that I would have voted to buy these. We all buy stuff that in retrospect we say, that was not a good decision. And our recommendation is to just look at these 9 parcels identified out of the 644 acres available and run them through a test to see if we can
So,
get some capital.
I think you got the sense of the
Yeah.
board on that, right?
Right.
Do you
I think it went in a different direction. I want to focus on the actual recommendation, which is these 9 particular
I mean,
parcels.
I feel like I feel like people spoke, I mean, I think
Yeah, let's
I
move
don't
on.
think we need to discuss this further. I mean, does anyone feel that they need to add anything more on that particular item?
Again, John, we've asked John Rice to come back
Yeah.
and tell us what we can and can't do to look into
And
it.
then we'll have to, those that think that there's more to study and would think of selling these would have to make that argument and convince the others. And so I think we're proceeding with that. So my thought now is to turn it over to public comment unless you have more. Do you have something more that you
Well,
want?
I'd like the rest of the CB-FAC members to have an opportunity for any comments on any of the recommendations
Very
first,
good.
if that's okay.
Yes.
And then public comment would be great.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Don.
As a member of the public, just kidding.
Good.
Hey, Bill,
Yeah.
what do you say we get a cup
Rob,
of coffee and hear
Rob,
what you have
please
to
stop.
say? Huh?
Rob, please stop.
It's not,
I know,
we're just working together, trying
Rob,
to
I'd
make
like
the
you to sit
township
down
be
now,
good.
please.
Okay?
we have a different philosophy, I understand that.
Yeah, mine's of
But
transparency.
Bill, to be fair to him, your comment was not necessary. Just sometimes it's better just to be quiet.
Good evening. I'm still Bruce Wilson, but I've changed hats. I'm now here as president of the board of directors of the Senior Center, and since the role of the relationship of the commission or the township and its nonprofits came up during the CB-FAC discussion, would now be an appropriate time for us to address that.
Sarah, didn't you say that CB-FAC, you wanted CB-FAC people to have the opportunity to address the board? Okay. So then I think it is appropriate for public comment. So Bruce, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me this evening, in the third row to your right, our first Ed O'Brien, who's a participant at the Senior Center. Next to him is Susan Shapiro, who's our executive director. Next to Susan is Rose Haynes, who is a participant. And then Geneva Williams, who is our volunteer coordinator and incidentally a volunteer herself. And next to her is Laurie Stetson, a participant and our bridge instructor, and also a volunteer in that capacity. We are, at the Senior Center, a small part of your budget, but you are a very important contributor to our operations, and that's why I am here tonight. As you know, the Senior Center is the township's gathering place for our older citizens. And they gather for community, they gather for exercise, they gather for companionship, and they gather for continuing education. And we've been at it there for 30 years now. And in the past 5 years, we've made some significant improvements, both to our operations and to the building that we occupy, thanks to you. We have earned, by the way, national accreditation from the National Institute for Senior Centers. We're one of 175 or so out of the many, many senior centers in the country that has such recognition. We increase our membership by about 15% a year. We've made substantial capital improvements to your building, including just during the past year, a new roof on the building at a cost of $58,500. Our staff keeps costs low. About 82 cents out of every dollar goes to programs. Just recently, we opened a center cafe, which provides refreshments throughout the day, in addition to our midday lunch. And we have just started a program which provides take-home meals for seniors for dinner. We focus on our core mission, and that is enabling older people to stay as active members of the community, to stay in their own homes, to keep them as shoppers in Wayne and diners in our restaurants, and we encourage them to contribute their time where it's appropriate. This helps our local community, but there are larger savings. And those are savings in the federal and state budgets that support Medicare, Medicaid, and long-term care for seniors. And I realize that that kind of savings, from your point of view, is an externality. A dollar saved in the federal budget doesn't help the budget of the township, nor is it a direct benefit to your constituents who are the Radnor taxpayers. But it is a very real and very clear benefit to our society. And it's one recognized by the Federal Department of Health and Human Services and by the Commonwealth's Department of Aging. Township administration has asked us to take a cut in our contribution from you of 10% or $11,000 for the next year only. We have acquiesced in this, but with the understanding that other organizations in the same position that we are will take the similar shrink. And I hope it will be for this year only. We can survive with our programs intact with that kind of a reduction for 1 year. As a first alternative, we'll seek to make that up in private and corporate contributions and foundation support. Although I would note that in the current economy, even that is becoming more difficult. And it is quite likely that we may look at budget cuts in our funding from the Commonwealth and through Delaware County. Our second alternative is to take money from our endowment, and that is a difficult choice when we've already taken more than $30,000 last year to pay for the roof. If an organization makes raiding its endowment a regular practice, it's going to end up in trouble, as I think you probably all discovered with respect to the fund balance. And in addition, we disrespect those who have funded our endowment with their donations with the hope that they will be there to support future generations of seniors. I should note that we're not a profligate organization. We have, last year, our staff took no wage increases. In that, we anticipated the President's restriction of today by about 6 months. We try not to invade our endowment other than to take its current income, which at today's rates, you can understand, has shrunk itself. And lastly, I'd like to note that we receive over $100,000 a year in volunteer services. Our books are audited annually by an independent certified public accountant. We don't spend your money without your knowledge. Our bylaws provide a representative of the township who has been the director of Parks and Recreation, sits on our board as a regular matter. Tammy Cohen is now providing that function. So, thanks for letting us have a few minutes to tell you of our work and what we think its importance is. In Radnor, fortunately, both the township and the school district spend a lot of money on our kids, and I hope we can maintain that small amount of money that we spend on our older folks as well. I don't know whether any of the other people have anything to add or not. Any of you want to say something? I guess not. Thank you very much.
Well,
Thank
if
you,
I
Mr.
could,
Wilson.
on behalf of the board, we greatly appreciate your organization's willingness to suffer some of the pain that the township is feeling township-wide. I know that Susan Shapiro does a phenomenal job at that place, and I hope that the following year we can raise our contribution to your organization back up to where it should be, and that you won't have to cut any of your programs thereafter or go into your endowment, because the job that you do and what Susan and her staff do every day, it's just phenomenal. So I'm really sorry that the economy has found us in this situation, but hopefully it'll get better and we'll pull out of this thing in a year or two.
I'm in the fortunate position of being able to second your remarks with respect to our executive director. She really is terrific.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. So just a reminder that this public participation is for the CB-FAC report. So we have other agenda items, and after those agenda items, then we'll have public participation for any subject. If it has to do with the CB-FAC report, yes, we want that now. If it's general township matters, it would come later or under the appropriate item.
Well, I think CB-FAC had recommended a freeze on contributions.
Yeah, I'm not telling anyone not to come. I'm just saying if it's part of the CB, if it's in response to CB-FAC, now is the time. If it's not in response to CB-FAC, then the time will be later.
I guess it's really both, so we'll address the CB-FAC stuff. We appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Pat Booker, and I am a Board of Directors member at the Radnor Memorial Library, joined by Steve Palantonio, who is currently residing as president. We'd like to provide several comments with respect to the documents in discussion at last Monday's Board of Commissioners meeting, the budget that you're considering this evening, and the CB-FAC information that was provided in their summary, both previous in the lengthy document that they provided and in comments that they've wrapped up for you this evening. First, the library would like to acknowledge that the proposed 2011-2012 special millage will maintain the library's support for the next 2 years, and we appreciate that. However, like Dave Roderick of the Radnor Fire Company, we disagree with the characterization that the special millage proposed is an increase of cost for the homeowners. Under the proposed special millage, the library will receive the same amount of operating support from the township taxpayers as it has received in the 2008, 2009, and 2010 years, with no increase. It's really a shifting of funds. Mr. Zankowski also added at last week's meeting, or at the last Board of Commissioners meeting, that the special millage would have an additional $10,000 added to the level of support, but that it will expect that the library will pay for the building upkeep that is currently the township's responsibility. Since the library has already assumed approximately $10,000 for costs to maintain the lighting in 2010 alone, this too is no increase. Much was said at the last commissioners meeting about the operating effectively. In the 2010, the library cut its operating budget over 12%. We cut our hours, staffing, benefits, the amount of materials we purchased. Yet, we were still able to meet the Pennsylvania state standards so that we could receive our state aid in 2011, albeit at a reduced rate. Using the estimated revenue from the special millage, the library believes that it can again meet our standards for the 2011 and maintain its eligibility for state and county aid. However, any reduction in what the state calls local effort could endanger our meeting the standards, as we would need to further reduce hours that we are open, thus cutting staff costs. The standard for our own population, is 55 hours per week is the standard that we must meet in order to maintain our state level of aid. We are currently at 58 hours, which is down from 72 hours in 2009, all as a result of funding. In addition to the regular weekly hours, we would have to reduce our summer weekend hours and the level allowed for the library code. Reducing the amount we spend on our resources, we are already at a minimum percentage. If we did not meet the requirements for state aid, our membership in the Delaware County Library System is also endangered, as it is contingent upon doing so. If that happens, Radnor residents would lose the ability to borrow from other DC libraries, Delaware County libraries, and to place online requests for materials to be delivered to Radnor for pickup by our residents. I might note that that is the single greatest increase in service that we've been providing at the library. Since we did the renovation, that number has increased 200-fold. Access to the online resources like downloadable audio and ebooks, language materials, databases, and online homework helper tools could go away. We could lose our online catalog and automated circulation system, all but 5 of the computers in the library, and technical support, with the cost to replace would cost us over $100,000 a year for all of these services that are currently provided by the Delaware County Library System. Because the library brings all of these value-added services and resources to the township residents at a cost of $27 per resident, we are a bargain. One of the reasons we're a bargain is that outside township management structures is that we are outside of the township management structure and do not carry any of the personnel cost burdens that the township does. The vast majority, 35 of 45 of our library employees are part-time with no benefits. Of the remaining 10 full-time employees, the library's benefit cost is less than 30%, compared to the 49, 59, and 79% for township employees. Library staff last had a salary increase in 2008, a whopping 1%. This compares with the township staff who have received increases each year. Over half of the library staff had their hours cut in 2010, and those who did not suffer a cut had their hours of work had their scope increased. If the township operated the library as a department, costs would increase because the same state and county standards would have to be met, hours, resources, etc., but the staff costs would rise to be much higher. I think it goes to the earlier comments about can the township run a business better than an outside source? It's really no different than what we're talking about with the Willows. The library is very effective management. We are very low cost with respect to the government entity. In comparison, Lower Merion, where the libraries are a debt of the township government, township taxes contribute $70 per capita to our 27, I might remind you. In Upper Merion, over $57 per capita, and in Tredyffrin, the library staff and township employees are over $40 per capita. Maintaining the library as a private-public partnership saves taxpayers money. Again, taxpayers currently contribute only $27. Implications of the special millage. I'll give you this piece and then I'm going to go away to let you discuss this part. But the implications of the special millage we think we need to bring to your attention is that as we understand it, it would mean that the library would not receive any funds until late March, possibly into April. Currently, we receive monthly dollars from the township. Their contribution comes to us 1/12 each month. So that would mean the months of January, February, and March, we would have no income on that line, which we rely on from the township. Questions about the millage. Are they expected to cover, when we talk about it covering the building, is it expected to cover the lawn service, the snow removal, other activities that happen on the property, outside of all of this is the capital improvements, which I know are included in the budget, at least the two big items, which are very big issues at the library, the roof and the HVAC system. But I know it's currently involved in the capital part of the plan. Further, a future referendum, which is what this special millage implies, is that there would be a future referendum presents many significant issues, not the least of which is whether we're talking about renegotiating the lease agreement between the library and the township, whether it would be a temporary lease agreement change or a permanent agreement change. It is something that would require, according to the lease agreement and mutually agreed upon terms. There's not been any discussion of that. Second, who pays for the special ballots associated with a referendum? Who's got the cost? Who's going to negotiate? Who's going to communicate that with the members of this community who will have to vote on it? Third, what happens if the referendum fails? What happens to the library? Do we close doors? Are we going to be, considering that like the Willows is looking at doing? And fourth, not a small issue, but a political one, will the commissioners who are seeking re-election support the library referendum if we have to go to a library referendum? So basically, by voting on these recommendations or looking at what you're voting on, you leave us with a lot of open-ended issues that will directly impact the library services. It's a dramatic change to the way the library is funded, with minimal to no conversation at all reviewed with the members of the library board. Except for short conversations that have happened with our library director, we've not had an in-depth conversation about any of these proposals. So we would appreciate that consideration. We need to have those conversations.
Very good. Mr. Ziankowski, do you want to respond?
Sure.
Please.
I'm trying to digest a lot what was just said. But it's interesting where the library stands here, and I believe you represent the library, that there is a sense of entitlement, that you're entitled to these dollars, because I'm not sure if there's any state law that says that the township has to provide funding to the library. Some of the comments you make, I don't know where those were ever made at, or the assumptions about funding that you wouldn't see funding until March or April. Those are completely inaccurate. The issue about, the township employees, I think that's a low shot at the township. And I think in my relationships or discussions with the township, with the library, I've seen numerous shots taken at the township. Being that we provide a significant amount of money, I've never heard one word of appreciation to the township of what they do and the extension that they have. But the taxpayers' dollars outside the realm of the requirement are our purview of what we provide in the way of services to the library.
I'm sorry,
so
you're new to the community, but we have been more than grateful to this
I think
township.
I have the floor, I think.
I'm sorry,
so if that's the
that.
case. So, I think I do have the floor here.
Yes, please
To be able to speak. So I think to come in here and threaten or that to the township here, or to try to say that, our staff gets pay raises or something else while comparing there, we provide two different levels of services. But the issue is I agree with you 100%. The library should have its own funding mechanism and its own source, because then it's not a political issue that stands here today, and we decide where the library gets funded to what level of that. When we look at the level of services I think that we provide, that we're required to provide, and some examples of that I'll give you is inspection of rental homes and inspections and with the universities and that, where we're totally inadequate in. How we provide public safety to the fire companies, to public safety in the police end, to the public works end of the world too. When I look back at, and granted I've only been here for 6 months, but when I look at the amount of dollars we've given away over the last 10 years, which I think are approximately $9 million, we're not having this conversation today. But again, I think the issue that we look at here is how do we work in partnership here? Or we come in with a heavy hand, which I'm taking this as though the library, and that we're pushing the library under. When I look at talking to the senior center, that's a very good program that we provide. The library is a very good service. When I took a tour, when I saw the bank of computers there, and though they were full, there were adults that were there, I'm sure looking for jobs or other areas that's being looked at. But I do take a great exception, and even to the point of offense, to stand and say that we aren't doing enough, or we aren't recognizing that, or trying to put some type of threat upon the library. The issue is these are funding times here, difficult times for the township and the provision of services that we have, and that we, take items and twist them or put spins on them. And to the issue is we're looking at items of Surrey services, of what they provide, the Wayne Arts Center and the Senior Center, asking them for all, in reductions there to try to work with us. And here it's pretty clear as the library has no intention of working at that, looking at additional dollars. Because if I'm reading it wrong, I didn't hear anything different to the point to say, except that completely that. So I guess I get to the point where, when we try to fund and come up with funding to the library, which this board has done a nice job of, but also when we look at that lease agreement, where I'm not sure of how many of the people know that we do, any expenses over $500, the township pays for those, that they forgave a debt here, which more other organizations have looked at to say, the Wayne Arts Center, how about forgiving our debt? Or the Radnor Fire Company, how about forgiving our debt? There's an exception that was made there, and then the money's come back, and now we're in the same boat of having to make those repairs. So I just want to make it very clear on that I take exception to some of those comments there. And also when there's low shots taken at our employees and our staff of what they have done, I'm going to take a strong offense and exception to those as well.
Do I have to go next?
I need some clarification on a couple numbers. What I didn't hear was, I probably missed it, the total number of volunteers that put effort in at the library. Do we have a number?
You know what, John? I don't know what that number is, to be perfectly honest with you.
But we have, so what I have in front of me, it looks like 35 part-time employees and 10 full-time employees.
Yes.
And in 2010, the library cut their budget by 12%. This year, it was 12% cut. Has the library proposed any reduction in staffing from the present 10 full-time and the 35 part-time paid employees? And if you have, can you please, offer that up for me now? I'm interested to see, what concession we can possibly have this year. I understand you have a requirement from the state to have a minimum of 55 hours of service per week. You're at 58. And the question is, could you still maintain the hours of service, but maybe with less staff? I don't know. I'm going to be ignorant here, and I just don't know the answers. I'm asking the questions because if I want to examine this issue and I want to know if we're providing adequate funding or if there's a chance to reduce funding by a small amount, then I'm looking for that option.
Sure, absolutely. My name is Steve Palantonio, President of the Board of Trustees of the library. And like the township, there's a lot of moving pieces that have to be mandated, mostly through the state, the 55 hours, et cetera, et cetera. The library staff is doing a lot, double duty. They're putting a lot of hours in. There hasn't been any pay raises for 3 years. Attrition with the staff, they've tried to keep morale up. They've tried to have a good product that they bring each and every day, from the 2-year-old programs to the middle schoolers all the way up to the senior citizens that might use the library as well. Unfortunately, Kathy Moore, our executive director, has been a little bit under the weather. She tried to hang out here for as long as she can. She's very well versed. I apologize that I don't know every detail in the budget, but I would imagine by tomorrow morning I can get that to you and email it to you. John, I guess I didn't answer too many questions.
And I get copies of the library's budget documents. I don't have those in front of me. I guess what I'm looking for are talking points.
Absolutely.
So the public really gets, in a very short period of time, gets a good sense of what's going on at the library, how it's staffed, and how it's funded. Because if we have to make a decision on how much we fund the library this year, it would be helpful for the residents and the commissioners to kind of have a very short synopsis of what's going on. We don't want to make a quick decision on little knowledge, but we want to be able to know the basics.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, just for clarification, we're speaking, largely these comments we're speaking about are with respect to the special millage and the question that's associated with the special millage. I don't believe that we have ever said that we are not willing to look at our budget, scrub our budget, find a way to trim another 10% or fund it in another manner. For that matter, the board has recognized that we need to find additional self-funding, and we're going to be holding an event on May 20th at Ardrossan to provide just that, additional funding that we don't, a revenue stream that we do not currently have. We recognize we need to do that. So what we're speaking about this evening is not coming here ungrateful in any way, shape, or form. But we've been before this board every year to share with you where we are in our funding. That situation associated with the bond money that we returned, we got the bond money for a different purpose. It was inappropriate for us to maintain that bond money. It needed to be returned. It needs to be used on the building in order to stay in keeping with the agreement on the bond. So it's just simply making those dollars back in. We can talk about other things, but right now, the discussion that we were bringing forth was the implications associated with the special millage. We can go back and look at our budget,
Well,
but I can tell you that we...
The special millage is just a concept of trying to get the public to understand what it costs to run their library and what it costs to run their fire company. And to support that for a couple of years, and then hopefully we could work together, the fire company and the library, and go out to the public and get you enough funding to, that you can take to the public to support your operation. And then if you increase that funding, you can go to the public and ask for more. That was the concept with that, because the fire company only gets 25% of the people to contribute, 11% of the businesses. The library, you probably get 10 or 15 or 20% of people contribute, to the library. So it's just a concept. Things are staying the same. You're going to get your check just like you did last year. You're going to get it, this year. That's not going to change. Everything is staying the same. And if the voters voted against it, we're still committed to fund the library. I mean, it's just, you don't wind up with no money. It's just a concept that the manager came up with, and we were supporting him as another way to get the public to look hard at their library, because I've been on the board for 20 years, and for 20 years, we've been lagging behind in support of our library compared to the surrounding areas, and understand that. But the public doesn't understand that. So we're setting up this mechanism to set these two items. We know it's the same money we had last year and the year before and the year after, and it's not new money, but we just figured we'd separate out this year to highlight to the public, this is what we're supporting them with, and have a public discussion with the library, the fire company, and the public over the next couple of years, and then go out to referendum and say, okay, this is your library, this is your fire company, this is what they need, what are you willing to give them? And hopefully, and I'm confident the public will support them.
And I appreciate that. And as a sitting school board member, trust me, I'm fully understanding what it feels like to sit up there and try and justify and deal with a need to cut the budget. I fully understand that. What we're asking for is there to be some sort of conversation. This came as a complete surprise to us, is really, I guess, the biggest part of the problem. And we need to have a dialogue about it, because if we are going to look to change the way the library is funded, it shouldn't be a single quick one vote. It should have been a dialogue.
Isn't it a two-year process, though?
Yeah.
Right, that
Bob?
would be a two-year conversation.
Yeah, so the dialogue has to happen because it takes Bob identified 2 years to go out to referendum, so there's a 2-year dialogue plan for this.
Okay, but thank you, Commissioner Curley. The main reason I wanted to stand up here was for another reason. But first of all, I want to thank you all for your service and dedication to Township. Sarah Armstrong and her volunteer group, I know what it feels like to volunteer, as well as Bob Zinkowski and his staff do a great job. And I can't say this enough, but the Township employees who do a great job. The reason I could say that is I've lived here all my life. I know half those guys and gals, and they do a fine job. And it's very much appreciated. What I wanted to say was that, and I've said this before, but I think it's worth saying again, is that when we did the comp plan, we looked at the center of Wayne and really tried to dissect that to see exactly what makes it so vibrant the way it is and has been for many years. And what we found out is all the little pieces of the puzzle, the library, the senior center, the firehouse, the retail, the churches, the businesses, and the mixed use all provide certain groups to congregate at certain times in and out, which support each other. Should one of them be lost or severely handicapped in any way, that will eventually not help the vibrancy of Wayne. Might not happen next Saturday, 5 years, 10 years, who knows what, but it is a very big concern. So from our standpoint of view, we just want to let you know that the library is a very, very important piece to the center of Wayne and to the township itself, as to the two-year-old programs for the kids and all the way up through. So, and I think, Mr. Zinkowski, on behalf of the board, I apologize if there's any miscommunication. That wasn't our intent. Our intent was that we're just like everybody else, we're very, very nervous and scared. We got a new governor coming in. We have no idea what he's going to do to the budget, the state budget. We have the county budget's been cut. We're a standalone 501c3. We don't generate any revenue except for the overdue books, which really doesn't account for very much. The staff works very, very hard. We work very hard with our funding. And as Bruce Wilson said, as that happens now, there's more people looking for revenue funds outside of the funding issues, and that's going to be very, very difficult. We have certain state mandates we have to do, the 55 hours, et cetera, that we all have to comply with. The township and the library are so different in so many ways, but exactly the same in so many ways. And it's very hard to explain. Anybody said that I'd be on a library board back in high school would have said, you've never read a book in your life, why would you be on that board? However, there is a big science to it, and it's part of the community. And as somebody who's volunteered for 18 straight years in the community, I find that everything is important in the township. And Bob and his staff has done a great job. They have a hard job. You guys have a hard job. We understand that. What we're asking, though, is if anything should happen, please, let's just kind of focus on that so we can understand it, all the implications that each thing would have. So when the state changes their mind, when the county changes their mind, and when everything else changes their mind, we have to get all those pieces and balls in the air just like everybody else. We're no different. I understand that, and so do we. We have to take all that information and try to see how we make the library survive. If it's been going on 100 years, we want it to go another 100 years. Kids still come to schools. There's still going to be younger kids in programs. You have people that has the philosophy now that libraries are outdated. All you have to do is Wikipedia, Google this and that and everything else. And as Patty alluded to, the what do you call that? The circulation, thank you. The circulation has doubled. So it's counteractive to everything else that is common thought process. So what we really wanted to do was just make sure everybody understood where we were. We certainly had no intention of offending the township or anybody that works here. As I said, I lived here all my life. I know most of the people here. That wasn't the intent. I know that wasn't Patty's intent. What we were trying to do was just make sure everybody understood, and by throwing examples out, hopefully that did make everybody understand that, well, there's a lot more to it than just a library. Because before I got on the board, it was a library. But there were a lot of things to that. So apologize to the staff. I don't apologize to Patty. She was just saying what she did. She did a great job of explaining it to me. I think it came out wrong. But again, there's a lot of people here. Don't want to take up much of your time. Just wanted to say that on behalf of the library.
But I have
So,
at the end of all that, Steve, but I just, are you still, is your request for the same amount of funding this year as last year, or are you willing
well,
to
you'd
offer
like
up
to go more, but
Are you, I mean, Bruce
Well,
came
I
up
mean,
and said,
well-
I'll take a 10% cut.
well, we'll do whatever we have to do. I mean, if
Well, why don't we accept your apology, and why don't you get with the manager, get your director with the manager, and work it out, and we'll move forward.
Well, I think it's important for us, though, to understand what, if there would be devastating effects to a 10% cut, because we have to vote on a budget, and we're asking everyone to make 10% cuts. And so we need to understand, for me, the library is one of the most important services we have in this township. It is the most used building we have, and we get a bargain. We give $800,000 a year, $840, whatever it is. Lower Merion spends $4 million a year on their libraries. TE spends $1.8 million. Havertown spends $1 million. We get a pretty good deal from the Radnor Library. And 15,000 people in this township have library cards. Last year, 240,000 people came in that building last year. So that is a heavily used, it's the most used public facility that we have. So I am in full favor of keeping it strong, keeping it vibrant, keeping it funded. However, we're cutting everything.
Absolutely.
No one is exempt. The
Absolutely.
library's not exempt, nobody's exempt. But if it's 10%, we need to know, are you going to lose your state funding? How devastating is it going to be, or can you make it work for a year?
Well,
Well, your executive director can get with the manager, and you can work it
yeah,
out.
but I would like to respond real quickly, Elaine, that any shortfall is going to hurt. It's going to hurt with the hours. It's going to hurt with the employees and the raises and so forth. To say it won't hurt is, it will.
Yeah.
Can we live with it?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have to. And we understand fully that it is what it is. In these times, it's not just Radnor, it's global. We understand that fully. And we'll, you know, as the board and as the library, you know, we understand the importance it is to the township. And we'll do everything we can to make it work. There does come a point where it's either a library or it's not. It ceases to exist. It can't work on 3 days a week. It can't work on 3 days a week and not have the funding to buy new materials. And I don't think we're there, but we have to be careful. That's our main thing is we're not looking just at this year, but my God, if we have to get X amount of dollars year after year after year, competing with the service, the senior center, the firehouse, and everybody else, well-deserved, well-deserved. It's only so much money people have. So we'll live with whatever has to happen. We understand that. We just wanted to make sure everybody understood there's a lot of moving pieces to the library, and that also it is a very important piece of the puzzle outside of just the T-bar on the accounting, the expenses, and the revenue. So
I think it shows, Steve, that communication is the key.
Yes.
So if you can have the director of the library contact Mr. Zinkowski, get that conversation going, and figure out what it is you can live with so that we can appropriately budget it.
Thank you, Hank. And to Bob's, he did try to reach out to Kathy. She was been in intensive care for 5 straight days. A lot of people didn't understand it, and
We understand.
the holiday coming up, things just happened. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
So further comment on the CB fact report? This is limited to the CB fact report.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Fentress, and I'm the Executive Director of Surrey Services for Seniors. We do thank you for your past support and greatly appreciate your continued support. I met with Bob the other week, and we understand what has been laid out. My comments are very brief. 30 years ago, Surrey was founded in Wayne by Jean LaRouche, and we continue to support Radnor Township in a tremendous manner. Bruce Wilson spoke very eloquently. Thank you for those comments because he covered a lot of ours as well. We work in conjunction with Wayne Senior Center often for trips and other opportunities. We provide transportation to seniors to get them there, to get them to the doctors, wherever they need to go. So it's a great collaboration that we have. I also want to say that one thing about Surrey is that we're providing critical services in the home, so you may not see them so much, but that we are there and we're in a lot of homes in Radnor Township. We do use volunteers. Somebody asked about them. Last year we had 530 volunteers providing 36,000 hours of support. And we did listen to the recommendation, and we will continue working on other funding as much as we can outside the purview of the township. And we just really do thank you for all the support you've given us over the years. Thank you.
Thank you.
We might as well hear from the Arts Center and round it up eventually.
My name is Martin Heldring. I'm not an executive director of anything, so I'm just a citizen at 305 Audubon Avenue. I have 3 comments regarding the CB-FAC report, which I read over the weekend along with the budget. First of all, I thought it was an excellent report, very thoughtful, something that you would in the private sector have paid a lot of money for, and I thought very objective. As I read the budget, with all due respect to the township, I'm sure they spent a lot of hours looking at it, but as a banker by profession, I hope in the next round there's more rigor around each of these recommendations. As an example, one of the recommendations that's listed as completed is an 8% reduction in employee expenses, but if you look on page 8 of the budget, employee expenses go up by 7%. Now, I'm sure there's an explanation to reconcile those 2 figures, but if you're a citizen and a taxpayer reading it, you can't. Another comment that was completed was the refinancing of the bonds. It's a cost savings of, I recall, $1.2 million, but if you look at the budget, there's only a savings of $200,000. I'm sure that's an annual issue, probably.
Yep.
But as a taxpayer, you read it and you try and reconcile with the budget. And if you go down each one of those, under review, in progress, where there's detail, it's not enough transparency, it's not enough rigor for a taxpayer to really understand how each of these recommendations, which if 1,200 hours is correct, was dealt with. My second comment was, as I listened tonight, there was a lot of commentary among the commissioners about this being a short-term crisis. I'm an economist by training, and I would caution you, I don't believe so at all. I think we're in for a very long haul here, and if you treat it as a short-term crisis, you will treat it as if revenues are going to come back, and they will come back in the short term. And your revenues are tied to real estate, and I look around, I don't think it's going to happen. And unless if you treat it that way, then you have to look at some of the structural expense issues you have, like employee benefits, which I come from the private sector. My benefits run 20 to 25% of pay. In each of the last 5 years, I look back, they've been reduced. In Radnor Township, they increased from 60 to 75%. Now, I know there's a lot of terrific employees in the township, but that's a structural gap that has to be addressed, and there's no commentary on it in the report. Third comment is with regard to some of the commentary tonight, I was surprised by some of the immediate pushback. Stipends, land that was purchased 30 years ago. I don't know all the issues with it, but the reality is everything needs to be on the table. The taxpayers, if you look around, have had their salaries cut, options are down, bonuses are down, stock market's down, real estate's down. You cannot keep going back to that well. You're going to have to figure out how to deal with these expenses, and in order for you to get consensus without yelling at each other, everybody here in this room, and even though the stipend is a very small issue, I think even that needs to be on the table. Thanks very much.
Good evening. My name is Jim Cobb, and I'm president of the board of the Wayne Art Center, and this is Nancy Campbell, our executive director.
Good evening.
I guess where we are is that we've had a relationship with the township that goes back many years, and it's been a very good relationship. You guys have helped us, and we've been through some bad times with you, and we've been through some good times. And so, like with the other people, we will make the reduction work. That's our responsibility to our stakeholders. I do think the center, as everyone thinks about their business, is a very important asset to this area. The state has told us that it's the finest art center in the entire state. And we have heard in several magazines that it's one of the best in the entire country. We educate 5,000 students. Now, I've got to point out is that that's not 5,000 individuals. Like if I sign up for 2 programs, I'd count as 2 students. But that's a lot of people. Last year, 15,000 people came to the township that would not have been coming to the township. Talked to some of the hotel people who didn't have rooms, and we had to put some of these people up. So again, as the other people were saying, if you look at the totality of what we're trying to do, we just want to keep the long-term relationship going, and I don't see any reason why we can't. I think after you guys are finished with being Solomon, and it will happen, you may never think it's going to, but when it's over, I think it would be helpful for us is to have a mechanism of talking. For example, where we conflict with each other. It may be costing you money to have this summer program for the young people, and it's something we've been doing for 75 years. Maybe we could figure out something that's better for you and better for us. And we can go on talking about new opportunities to bring people to the city and to the township. So where we are is deep gratitude and deep appreciation for the township. And we want to cooperate more because I think there's opportunity to build revenue. And I think we all know, and I've got a lot of gray hairs because of this, is that you can't save your way to success. You know that. So we've got to worry on developing the revenue. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to say a few things. Jim Cobb has done a wonderful job. He's been very dedicated to the Art Center and very appreciative of everything he's done. And we're very appreciative to the township for all their support over the years. It's been a great relationship, and we've suffered through a lot of hard times recently, just like everyone else. Are experiencing a 40% cut in the state budget through the Pennsylvania Council of the Arts. We've received cutbacks in other forms of funding. We have lost revenue from some of the registrations in our programs, especially in our summer art camp. And it's created a little bit of a problem, with our budget. And we've been working really hard to carefully review that budget and figure out every way that we can to function more efficiently. So we do appreciate your support, and we will do everything we can to live with these reductions, and hope they won't last real long. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Dan Webster. I live at Ravenscliff. And I would like to first off say that if anybody hasn't read the CB report, the amount of work and effort that went into that is just unbelievable. And you all should be commended for your efforts on behalf of the township. Whether you agree with the recommendations or not, it's just an unbelievable amount of work. I would think it's more than 1,200 hours that went into that. And while some of those recommendations are probably not workable, they were meant for a specific purpose, and I hope that the Board of Commissioners will take them all seriously, regardless of how your personal stake in some of these things. In that regard, I was going to save this till the end, but I take offense when one of our elected officials speaks down to any of their constituents. And I do appreciate those of you on the commission who recognize when that happens and censure that person. I would also like to thank Mr. Zankowski and Mr. White and their staff. Echoing the speaker a couple before me, this may not be a perfect budget, but my understanding is it's come a long, long way from what we used to have. And being a financial person myself, I know without the right numbers, it's very hard to do what you do and make it understandable. I didn't read every page of the budget, but I read a lot of it, and I find it very understandable and very well laid out. So thank you. I do have a question for Mr. White, and it relates to the swaption, which is a scary term, and probably one that actually some people have heard of in the past few years. When you explained it, and I have a background in finance, I didn't really understand it, and that's not because you didn't explain it well. But I asked the question to the Board of Commissioners if they understand that, and the question to you, Mr. White, which would make me less concerned about their answer to the question, to you first, is this the type of instrument that can blow up in our face? Because I know over the past couple years, there have been municipalities that essentially gambled on interest rate swaps, and they come up with these millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars in debt, which I'm sure wouldn't be our case, that they never thought they would have. Is that a risk that we have?
Certainly not to that extent, but absolutely. There's risks that, I'm not sure blowing up in our face, but there is the risk that this could cost the township quite a bit of funds. And yeah, I mean, the answer is yes. There is risk there that the swaption could cost the township more money. I think the payment that we took, that the township received when the swaption was first closed on, was roughly in the ballpark of about $1 million. So that's somewhere in the ballpark of where we're looking. We're not looking at tens of millions, but a lot's going to depend on market. As high as 3, yeah.
So that's
$3 million.
A pretty significant amount. And I would ask that whether, I don't know if it's you that works with the board, but make sure the board understands the implications of that, because when you talk about paying off this swaption early and what it might cost us now, I agree with the prior speaker that this economy is not going to turn around real quickly. And if there are aspects of that swaption that are going to cause us to possibly lose $3 million, it might be better to take our lumps now.
Bill, it would be useful actually to, if it goes really bad, and I think it's essentially if we get close to zero interest rates, what's our maximum exposure?
I will get that information to you, the board, and to the general public, because absolutely.
This would probably be a good opportunity to bring the bond council back at the first of the year to be able to go through this and review all the options, and especially, as you say, identify specifically those risks and weigh and balance that off, whether it makes sense for us to pursue those at this particular time.
The other thing is to consider as part of your financial policies whether or not a government entity ought to be into the interest rate hedging business.
Thank you. With respect to the Willows specifically, I live in Ravenscliff, and I enjoy driving by the Willows. It's a beautiful place. I think some of the comments that I heard earlier suggest that it may not even be on the table. Probably not that strong, but these are difficult times, and I think everything has to be considered. And if there are contracts to use the Willows in the future, there may be escape clauses in those, but if the Willows is costing us what sounds like at least $90,000 a year just for the building, my understanding was the actual parkland is separate from that. You're talking about just the building, then please take a hard look at that. It's nice to look at. We'd still be able to look at it, but we wouldn't have to fund the operations, right? And then lastly, in terms of the open space, related to the Willows, I like open space. I understand the difficulties in figuring out why we bought properties. Probably shouldn't be like that, but it is what it is. When Commissioner Schaefer was explaining that it's difficult to go back and sell some of this land, I don't know if it makes sense to sell some of the land. I do think that we're not talking about necessarily just a short-term fix for a long-term problem. But I don't want to get in. I don't want to get into the specifics of that. I would say I just want to respond to one thing, which was back in 2005 or whenever these initiatives were put to the voters wanted open space, and of course everybody would like open space. It's a real nice concept, but that was in 2005 or 2006, 2007, when the sky was blue and everything was going to go up forever. We're not in those times right now. I'm pretty sure that if you went to the voters and told them that you're going to have a 17% tax increase next year, and likely a tax increase of a similar scope in future years for the foreseeable future, they probably wouldn't vote for that. So I would ask you, not necessarily just for the open space, not for those 9 parcels, but for everything, put everything on the table, please. Thank you.
Further public comment on the CB FAC report?
My name is George Strimmel. I live in Luella Court right here in Wayne, and I'm here as the person who runs Radnor Studio 21. One of the recommendations of the group is already going ahead, and I just wanted to reinforce that. Review the status of government and public access television channels. Channel 21 has been serving this community since cable first arrived. First, as an obligation. In fact, the company, Store Broadcasting, that got that franchise, got it in part because they were willing to put together a local channel. And they paid for it, and then subsequently, Adelphia paid for it. And within the last 10 years, 11 years, the cable companies decided to reimburse out of, remember, we're talking about not taxpayer monies here, we're talking about subscribers' monies. Instead of the money they were doing it with, they would give it to a nonprofit. That nonprofit is Radnor Studio 21. So it's really somewhat different in the way we operate. But at the same time, and I've talked to our township people and to our township manager and to people in the school board about, well, are there some ways we could consolidate? Is there some way we could get more for less? And I just wanted to let you and reassure you that we are moving ahead with that. And I certainly see, I mean, some things are mechanical things, technical things. It's like having more than one station or more than one cell phone operator on the same tower. You're sharing some of the technical, and that is where we would begin. Maybe that would lead to other things also, but that's what we're looking at. And I just wanted to let you know, and I too wanted to, after all, I've spent my entire life in community media and community broadcasting, and I am here because I care and I want to see this community go. And I like the way it operates, and I know these are tough times for everybody, but we're doing our best. Fortunately, we're able to do it primarily without taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Fisher, President of Radnor Conservancy. I would like to discuss some real estate issues very briefly. I will try not to be repetitive. I know we've had a lot of discussion about the real estate issues tonight. Let me make two observations. First, township residents value the preservation of open space. All of the objective studies that have been done over the past few years indicate that preservation of open space is a top priority. When the Conservancy and the League of Women Voters pushed for the adoption of the bond issue in 2006, we did some very extensive and expensive objective research, and the results indicated that 80% of the population supported the bond issue, even though they knew their taxes were going to go up, and that's about the same percentage of the people that voted for the bond issue. Now, would that number slip today? It probably would, but it wouldn't slip, I think, below a majority of the residents of the township. So preservation of open space is very important to your constituents. The second point I would make is that open space creates financial value to the citizens of Radnor Township. This recent study that I think all of you know about, prepared by the Economy League of Greater Philadelphia, bears out that point. And this report concludes that houses located within a quarter of a mile of the Radnor Trail increased in value by approximately $69,000 solely because of their location within a quarter of a mile of the trail. So the trail in and of itself increased the value of those homes. As to the two recommendations that CBFAC has made, and again, I echo the comments that other people have made, that this is a fantastic study, and I think most of these recommendations I fully support. As to the one-year moratorium until we have standards as to acquisitions, I support that. I would hope, as Elaine has suggested, that if you go forward with the preparation of a new open space plan, that the criteria for the acquisition of open space becomes Chapter 1 of that plan. And I agree, Don, with your comment that probably criteria for the sale of open space should also be included in that study. As to the moratorium, I think Bill made the point, there's a de facto moratorium now, and a formal moratorium is probably not a good idea because in the unlikelihood that a key parcel of real estate becomes available over the next year or so, a formal moratorium would tie your hands in moving toward an acquisition, and it would be very unfortunate if future generations look back and said that we failed to move on a key piece of real estate that would have made Radnor an even better place to live than it is today. Second, as to identifying key parcels which should be sold, I think you should look at all the assets you own in real estate, including real estate. I don't have any problems with that, but bear in mind in terms of real estate, the real estate's a unique asset in that as to a particular parcel of ground, once it is sold, it is gone forever. So when looking at parcels to sell, I think you have to do a particularly careful study as to whether that parcel has any potential value to the residents of this community either now or in the future. Thank you.
Further public comment on the CBFAC report? Very well. Sarah, anything further to add before we move on to the next item? Okay. Thank you for your time.
Can I just say one last time, thank you. Thank you from all of us and all of the residents. I mean, we can't say it enough time how grateful we are for the fabulous, exceptional job that you did and all of the time and effort that you put in.
I wanted to thank the board for forming the group, and I wanted to thank Township staff. They are drinking from a fire hose. They need our support, and they were incredible to work with, and the rest of the employees here at the township. So, and this is a great team. I've been very lucky to make some new friends. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Kevin, you gonna?
I guess the next item on the agenda is the departmental budget presentations. I don't know, Bob and the team, we've been here now for 3 hours. Do folks want to take a 10-minute break, or you want to jump right into it?
I mean, if you want to take a break, that's fine for the board, and then we can resume.
I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Is there general consensus? So,
Pick a time, 5 after, 10 after?
5 after 9. Be back at 5 after 9. Adjourn for 10 minutes. Very well, welcome back. Let's go ahead and start the meeting. Mr. White, are you going to take this portion of it?
Okay. What we've asked here is the departments, as part of their budget that you see within the budget itself, there's narratives that they put together. Also, I asked them to also give a brief departmental overview, which I know I've spoken to them, and they will move at a good pace here. I want to thank them for their efforts here and being involved with the budget process. I think some of the comments that have come up earlier from a couple of the residents, I think you'll see more detail as we get in with these budgets and future recommendations, a lot more detail to this, and a lot more the ability to be able to build some of these databases for information, to be able to pull out those details for the budget, and to be able to see a lot of the analysis that has gone in, which Commissioner Higgins, I know from the beginning, has wanted to see a lot more of this, so we'll continue to keep working in that particular direction. So what we'll do is I'll start with each of the different departments.
I just want to make, I greatly appreciate, and I think you're doing the right thing by getting the people who are responsible for actually managing and implementing the budget involved in building it. And so I appreciate the fact that you've done it, and I appreciate the fact that you guys spent the time and effort to pull this together. I mean, I know that we've had some, the word that comes to mind, heated is probably too much of a strong term, but I think it's that kind of provocative dialogue that will help us get to the best decision possible.
You're absolutely right. And I think those are the, from our end, we look at as all of this is good information for us as we move forward, what we're looking for. And especially if from the resident's standpoint or from the commissioner's standpoint, you need more, it's better for us to be able to know and hear that kind of conversation so that it's not where, well, we were looking for this and we really didn't know. So I think it's all very good information and good dialogue. And with this, Bill Martin will start off.
Thank you, Commissioners. Before I get into the Administration Department, one of the tasks that the Township Manager asked us to do is to compare ourselves to some of our neighboring municipalities, specifically in staffing. The slide we have, the first slide before I get into Administration, is staffing levels for all the different departments, comparing ourselves with Upper Merion, Lower Merion, Tredyffrin, Haverford, and Springfield. And you can take a look at the chart here by department. You'll see, in general, as we've been down this road the last couple of years, Radnor is consistently the lower number of staff members compared to our surrounding municipalities, from administration down to the other departments. Underneath the bar chart itself, it'll go into more descriptions of the millage, the square mileage, population, and some of the fees and services that our surrounding neighbors provide, and in comparison to what Radnor provides. And consistently, you'll see, for example, most of them do charge a trash fee on top of their general millage rates, which we do not. And then going into more specifically our larger departments, starting with police, you can see where we are now with about 40 officers and 6.5 civilian employees. Consistently, we are generally lower, with the exception of Springfield, who is only 23,000 in population. But in general, we are well below our neighbors in staffing of our police department. Going to Public Works, we also, just looking at staffing levels, with the exception of Tredyffrin and Springfield, again with a smaller population, we are consistently either in the range or below average. But then when you break it down by the services we provide, you can clearly see Radnor provides a great deal number of services compared to the ones that are much lower. For example, Tredyffrin only has 23 Public Works employees, but they probably only provide half the services that we provide to our residents. So this is to get you started on what we're going to be talking about tonight, some of the important aspects to consider as we move through the budget. Specifically, the Administration Department. What I want to do is go over a brief overview of what we're handling right now with the reduced staff from the layoffs from the prior year. Administration Department processes all rights and no requests, which I'll get into more detail in a few minutes. We process workers' compensation claims, generally about 50 a year. ranging between 40 and 50. That's not just processing the paperwork, it's following up, making sure that they're meeting their visits, and we'll get to more details and move forward. We process health claims for employees and retirees. We have a significant number of retirees, which I'll show you briefly in a slide later. We provide support to the commissioners and committees, preparing agendas, preparing minutes, making sure that you have the right information, doing research for you. We provide public works support. That includes monthly reports, payroll, PA1 calls, and that just PA1 calls alone, we had about 2,300 in 2009 and 1,600 year-to-date in 2010. We provide streetlight reports, and we also assist with sewer calls. The front desk alone answers calls and handles walk-ins, about 213 calls per day. We have a workplace safety committee. We provide support to that committee in providing, which also in turn gives us, by having that committee, in turn gives us a reduction in our workers' compensation premium. We support the Civil Service Commission in the hiring of police officers. We also support the finance department. The front desk handles open truck pickup, recycling bin payments. We process the annual DEP recycling grant. And one specific one to me is the business tax compliance program. And we also assist with grants to other departments.
We average 200 plus contacts per day?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep. On average. That's correct.
Okay, but that's 1,000 a week. That's 50,000.
Yep. And it goes up if there's a storm or that's the average. Thanks to the great work of Peggy Hagan.
Is it cyclical? I mean, as you point out, if there's a storm.
That's the average over the entire year. We had the receptionist, start to keep a log and see what she did. But it could spike, it could be less. Obviously, on Friday after Thanksgiving, it's pretty quiet.
Okay.
But other days, Monday when it's trash pickup, it goes right back up.
It struck me as a very large number.
Yep. Specifically for the DEP recycling grant program, thanks to the great works of Peggy Hagan, who also serves as the administrative assistant to the township manager, one of her other duties is to file the paperwork. This is a very important program. And we work with commercial haulers outside the township to get their numbers. We submit them to DEP. We do a great job recycling. You'll see it on average is over 100,000 per year. You'll see the up and down. That's really a reflection of what money is available from the state. It's not based on our number of recycling. It's what's available in that grant period. But Peggy does a wonderful job helping us get that money. Right to know requests. We would never really track that till about midway of 2009. So we had about 250 last year. This slide was done at the end of October, so well over 350 this year. I handle all those specifically with the support of all the other departments. It's not press a button and the information comes up. I have to ask other departments to give us the information, to collect that information, provide the information, respond to each requester. So we're on pace at well over, probably close to 400 this year, which is if, for example, Lower Merion had 78 in 2009.
Lower Merion had 78 last year?
Official right to know requests, yes. Act 511 business tax collection. This is my program. I'm the only person that handles it. We've continued to do very well despite the economic downturn. You can see in 2009 was probably the low point of the last 4 years. From 2006 to 2010. 2008 and 2010, you see large spikes. That is directly linked to our Act 511 business tax audit program. So when we have a very good, you can't rely on that as a consistent revenue. That's kind of a thing that will be a hit or miss depending on what type of audits we have and the type of collection program we have going at that time. But overall, we're going to be leveling out and hopefully growing that moving forward. This slide just kind of shows you where we are, retirees to full-time employees. As you can see, you've consistently, the number of full-time employees has gone down. With the early retirement program in 2007, you had your retirees go up. We're looking at approximately possibly 7 potential retirees of police officers next year as a possibility. The reason I point that out, you're continuing to reduce your full-time employee component while your retirees are going to be almost the same as your full-time employees, and that is moving in the direction of increased stress on the pension program.
Bill, does that result in higher MMOs for us?
It potentially could, but it all depends on what those retirees are making in the final 3 years. But as you move to less full-time employees supporting the contributions, you're eventually going to have a bigger stress on the pension program. And also with this, we have over 100 retirees at the 4 full-time people and administration handle their requests, their pension issues, retiree healthcare issues. So I just want to point out that as we continue to increase the number of people we have to serve with the continue to reduce staff as well.
Well, the other thing, and I think this is correct, but correct me if I'm not correct on this. One of the reasons that our benefits look so large relative to the salaries is because of the benefits associated with the retirees who are not in the salary calculation. Is that accurate?
I'd have to get more specific from the finance director on the.
Yeah, if you're looking at the general fund in total,
Right.
and you're looking at the benefits section that talk about health care,
Right, I'm looking at that summary schedule.
Those include the retirees.
Right.
So
Yes.
if you just if you divide those numbers into the wages, yes, you're including retiree benefits in with active employees.
Do you know what percent of our, and if you don't, Bill, you can get back to me, but, of the employee benefits that are there, do you have can you go back, Bill?
Sure.
Is it fair to make an educated guess that it's about 50-50? Since, the lines are, the bars in 2010 are about the same, or do you?
Let me get back to you on that. I would guess that's probably close, but I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, specific to healthcare, it would depend on what plans they have, how many dependents, their family coverage.
No, I
medical
understand it's
coverage.
unique, but I'm just looking at it as a gross generalization.
Mhm.
6, 7, looks like maybe $9 million in employee benefits for 2011, if I did my math correctly. And I'm just trying to understand how much of that is retiree obligations.
Well, it would be specifically probably healthcare, and the pension MMO.
But yeah, I guess you got to take the payroll taxes.
Yeah,
That wasn't.
they wouldn't be
that was
paying
too
any of
quick
those.
math. It'd be useful to understand, Bill. Just
Absolutely. That's another reason to separate that out and report it separately as well.
And the final slide for administration, I picked a few more local neighbors to compare where we are with just this administration staff. And the only thing I just want to point out in comparison to Radnor and the other municipalities, for example, I'm the one full-time person that handles Act 511. In Lower Merion, you have 3 full-time and 3 part-time people. Granted, they are double our size and probably about 2,000 more businesses, but we're operating with a very lean operation here. In administration, we have 4 people. That includes the township manager, myself, the assistant manager, the administrative assistant to the manager, and the receptionist who also helps assist with public works duties and assisting me. We went from 5.5 full-time people to 4 with the layoffs last year. So some of these aren't apples to apples. We also don't have an full-time HR person with 109 retirees and 130 full-time employees. Lower Merion, for example, has a full-time public information officer, handles a right-to-know request as part of her duties. So just want to point out that we've reduced staff and we continue to provide, I think, pretty good service. We continue to be operating on lean and mean staffing. And with that, I'll turn it over to community development.
Good evening, Board. For your review tonight, I've prepared an overview of the Community Development Department. It's a current state of affairs, if you will. In the green column, in 2009, you'll see at the bottom there, permit totals January 1st through October 25th were about $615,000. In the blue column, in 2010, year-to-year ratios have increased. Total permit revenue is about $776,000 or $777,000 for an increase of about 26.5%. So we've seen an uptick there in revenues. It's an upswing of about $162,000 from year to year, which is good news. Now for the bad news. I think we're all familiar by now where our fees have gone the past 6 years. From 2007 to 2010 in particular, revenues declined by approximately $2 million. I have to note here, though, that in 2007, there were some large projects, substantial projects built in the township. For example, Eastern University's the residential hall and classrooms. We had Villanova Law School, the athletic facility, And we also had the Pembroke North, the 54 units. These are things that you just don't see every year. Certainly that helped contribute to that. But you also see, again, there's an uptick in permanent revenue. And also for 2011, if we're going to look to an outlook for potential revenue streams, Agnes Irwin could be coming in, their new athletic facility, Eastern University's potential new student union center, Westover properties on Sugartown Road, and Rite Aid, just to give you a few examples, and also the Jewish Federation. I met with them today. They could be coming in for potential new building expansions for 2011.
Matt, is it true that the fees generally track the real estate market, and particularly the new housing starts?
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, I think every day you read the newspaper, there's something new out there. One day you read that banks are lending now, banks are not lending. I think it's important to note that the township, by and large, I know real estate transfer fees are down extremely, and so are the fees generated. But if you look at the businesses in Wayne and things like that, I think we're holding our own well. But we're not seeing the large, substantial projects we were 4 or 5 years ago. We're seeing a lot of interior renovations, sometimes building new residential expansions or additions, but not the big jobs.
When the fees decrease, like shown here, do the services required by the department decrease also?
You could say that, but I'm gonna illustrate here in a second here where that trend, when the permanent revenue declined, you'll see an uptick in rental inspections. So it's not like people weren't doing anything. It took some time for that lag to catch up with the department, and then the mandate was, okay, well, we need to keep ourselves busy now, and then find things to do, or find things to do better enforcement, because now we have the time to do that, whereas before. So you'll see that in a second here. The community development, the permits issued 06 through 10, they've declined from 2006 by about 700. However, this year we will finish the year higher than last year in terms of permits issued. Now here's something that I wanted to give you an example of complaints logged through a 6-year period here, 2005 through 2010. And they've kind of held their own here. They've been fairly consistent. Complaints are always going to be there. And if you look at the bottom in blue in Series 1, that's the number of employees. We had in 05, 5 employees. In 6 and 7 and 8, we had 5 employees in terms of code inspectors. Okay. And in 2009, with the layoffs, we went down to 3 and 3. And you can see, though, that as it corresponds to complaints, there was a substantial decrease in investigations there. So those were taking the code officials away from permit, from their plan reviews, inspections, and things like that. So it was drawn away from sort of the revenue makers, if you will.
When you say complaints, these are complaints issued to people by
Well,
the
these
staff?
are complaints if somebody calls in for tall grass, any type of violation related to community development.
Okay.
Could be a whole multitude of things. We enter in the system, and then it's kept open, and we have to follow through with it. Sometimes we have to go to court. Okay, the minimum time to schedule an inspection has now increased after June 19th of 2009. It's gone from 1 day. Usually we offered same-day service. Now we are 5 days out. If a contractor calls for a footer inspection, or framing, drywall, et cetera, they now have to wait a minimum of 5 days. And there's a lot of upset contractors out there as a result of this.
Do they kind of know that timeline when they apply for the first? So when they come in for the first permit, you say?
Yeah, we've got a big, we have Marianne and Vetta explained to them clearly. That's the policy. And, you know, I get a lot of, hey, can you bump me? Can you, I've got something's really, well, everybody else is just as important as well. And I have to treat it that way. The number of rental inspections per year, you'll see here in 2008, we were ramping it up to 660. Really in the first half of 2009, 769. And then basically for the second half of the year, after the layoffs, we were kind of fending for ourselves. And we had 32 complaints there, or excuse me, inspections that we investigated and followed up with. And then so far this year, there's about 67 inspections performed, okay? And those are on an as-needed basis in terms of new applications, okay? Rental units here, I want to show this to you. Basically, I showed you the baseline for 6 years, or 5 years. There's 3,300 rental units. That's been fairly consistent throughout these past 5 years. In 2006, there were 140 units. Again, you have to remember the slide I showed you previously. It's that not that rental units weren't important, it's just that we had so many other things to deal with. And you can see that in terms of our code officials and staffing, that it really was sort of disproportionate here until things started to slow down a little bit. And you'll see in 2008 was 660, and in 2009, 801 inspection performed, and then again it was 64 there in 2010. Okay. With food establishment inspections, Larry Taltone, a health officer, they've declined over the years, and especially in the past 2 years or year and a half. Our health officer's been pulled and asked to perform more complaint investigations, and he's also performed some plan review to sort of fill in the gaps where he can. At the same time, one of the things we are seeing growing in the township, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, is we're seeing a new influx of restaurants. Those are here. We're seeing more and more restaurants come in. Those aren't going away, and those take constant monitoring there. Okay, and then you've seen this slide before in the previous one, but I wanted to show you that the number of employees related to surrounding municipalities. Radnor, again, we have 6. Upper Marion has 11 in terms of codes enforcement. Tredyffrin is 7, and Lower Marion has skewed that obviously with 28. So I guess, the purpose of this is to explain to you what really this department needs. In a perfect world, I'd like to see the proper staffing loads. I'd like to see an additional inspector added, but I understand the budget. Or I'd like to see perhaps to augment any of these services with third-party inspections to free up our code officials to perform more plan review and increase or decrease that time for inspections and kind of get back to that, not same-day service, but within a 2 or 3 day time frame. And that's pretty much it. And in conclusion, I'd like to thank Ray, Bill, Larry, and Vetta, and Mary Ann for performing a great job under these circumstances. Thanks.
Matt, can I just make just 2 quick comments? I'm just looking at the ratio of staff in your department compared to, say, Lower Marion. Now, keep in mind their population is twice ours, but we're pretty much equal in terms of the numbers, so that's a good thing. And then I look at some other townships. Actually, Lower Marion has 28 inspectors. We only have 6. Yet we're only. Well,
we have 6 employees. We only have 2 inspectors.
That's right, two inspectors. So we're way below.
Correct.
Want to make a point. The board has introduced an amendment to an ordinance that would in fact allow us to charge an inspection fee of dormitories on college campuses. And we're also looking at increasing that fee. What I would like to see is that because it would in fact be budget neutral, meaning if we have increased fees and the pie is getting bigger, that we should in fact hire another inspector. And maybe we can delay that, but I really think it's going to be important to bring another inspector in with the sole purpose of doing rental properties.
I would
with
agree.
3 to 6,000 rental units in the township that have to be inspected. I don't imagine how this could be done, with just one person. I'm sure staff would all contribute to that process, but we need to have one dedicated person. So I hope, if anything, this is a very helpful report. I appreciate what you did.
Good. Thank you.
Matt, I have another quick question.
Sure.
The inspection of rental units that you had up there was 600, then 800, and then way down to 64.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking that sometimes, is it the case that sometimes those inspections come in the form of complaints? Because I would imagine a lot of the complaints you get are about the rental or student houses.
Well,
so does that count as an inspection when you go out there?
It will under normal circumstances, but the way we've treated it is that, Matt, I'll get a call and say, hey, Matt, my neighbor, I'm suspecting that there's 2 college students in there, and I'll say, okay, can I have the address, please? I'll enter it in, and first thing I see, if there's no permit at all or no license at all, then I'll do a follow-up with that. Because not only is it $50, we're worried about also life safety and things like that. But if I pull up a system and it's not that it's any less important, but if it's a current licensed rental, okay, no, we won't get back in there and inspect it unless it's a multiple violations, and Mr. Fisher certainly knows about those particular properties. But these are really, the 801 and 660 were kind of all over the board. It wasn't necessarily new, but it was doing larger apartment buildings
Okay.
where the guys would block out 3 weeks for maybe the Radwin Apartments or Radnor Crossing, and schedule it for 3 or 4 weeks straight, and that's all they would do 5 days a week.
Okay.
Again, that's when there was a downtick in our downturn in permits. You know, let's do other things now, which was great, but we just don't have that luxury anymore.
Thanks.
Good evening. I'm going to run quickly. I highlighted some of the processes and projects that the engineering department does. I'm going to run through them quickly. Review all subdivision and land development. That includes reviewing the plans, going out on site to inspect the property to ensure that what I see in the field agrees with what the engineer has put on the plans. Sewage enforcement. My assistant, Doug Meter, is the Township Sewage Enforcement Officer. He's involved with all septic systems, upgrades, replacements. Also is involved with the site visits to ensure they're installed properly. Review all grading permits that are submitted. Site visits to land development to ensure proper construction practices are taking place. Sidewalks, review inspections of new construction projects, stormwater management. As most of you know, we have a very comprehensive stormwater management plan. And of course, tonight we are pursuing and doing even more. So this is required on any grading permit that is putting down more than 500 square feet of new or reconstructed impervious. Floodplains, kind of piggybacks right off of that. Public and private construction inspections, the township's geographic information system between Matt's office and Bill's office. We all have a piece of that we all keep track of and update, and we all utilize. Liaison to the Planning Commission. As Matt just pointed out, my department also investigates complaints from residents, and current staffing level is down from 4 to 3. It's myself, my assistant Doug, and my administrative assistant, Sue Jones. This is the revenue over the last several years. The fees and applications, inspection fees, application fees, account for just under 40% of the engineering department's budget. So as you can see down at the graph, I have some small pieces put in there for what is projected. I do expect the numbers to be a little bit lower this year compared to last year. Last year actually was better than it was in 2008. These are some of the permits. Again, they're showing a downward trend. Grading permits, the first one, sidewalks, and then residential markouts, which ties hand in hand with properties that transfer. So you can see that we've gone from 376 in 2007 to approximately 270 this year. So again, that number is projected, but we do expect that to be a little bit lower. These are some other permits that come through my department: septic system repairs and installations, land development applications. We did see quite an uptick from last year, and clearing permits. Not a big number, but staying very steady. And that was it for my department.
I have a question for Bob or Bill. Similar to the rental housing inspection fee that you propose, that says, you know, we can collect the fee to the extent we have costs. Is there an opportunity to deal with that in the engineering department? Because there's a lot. It seems like there's a lot of time and effort spent on stuff that isn't fully funded by fees.
There's a lot of things that we'll be working with Dan and his department, looking at what costs can we recover through plan reviews and all the different particular items in which the service is provided, which we would be able to recover those costs. So that, I know that has begun. John Rice has been working with Dan in his office, and we'll continue to keep working on that next year to try to recover as much of those costs as possible.
Do we have the ability to forecast budget for that now? Do we have the ability to make a mid-year adjustment, or do we have to wait till 2012 to deal with that?
You think a lot of that, and Dan, correct me where I'm wrong, is going to be based on the applications and based on that development. So it's something that is part of the forecast that we can look at as that change, as applications come in. We would be able to see either that increase in that revenue or decrease based on that volume of application.
So is it tied to the number of applications, or is it tied to the fee? The revenues are the fees times the application.
Well, there is a review fee that we started doing, and that was something that we introduced midway through 2009. So, again, it's something that could be adjusted midway through the year, adjusting the fee schedule.
Good. All right. Thank you, Commissioners, and I apologize for my back being turned to all of you. It's just the nature of the layout, but this is as much for your benefit as it is anyone else's. So, briefly, the Finance Department for Radnor Township, granted, for those who may not know, I started here July 7th of this summer, so I've got 5 terrific months under my belt. I've met a lot of great people and learned a great deal about Radnor Township and just how great it is. Basically, the Finance Department is made up of 3 full-time employees and then a part-time employee, and it's structured in a way that really makes sense. We've got a revenue coordinator who does all the tasks listed on the screen here, but basically oversees all the collection of revenue for the township. Not just the collection, but making sure it gets deposited, reconciled, that proper documentation is maintained for audits, and the different types of revenues, real estate, sewers, parking permits, rear yard collection, miscellaneous agreements that exist, like the rental of part of the space here in the township building, the one pilot that does exist with the local 501c3 entity, those types of things. So as the title of the position would indicate, this person oversees all the revenue. We also have an expenditure coordinator, which, much like the revenue coordinator, this person oversees basically all the money that the township pays. And we break that down into 2 different functions. Basically, her weeks are spent, 1 week spent on accounts payable, as I'll talk about here in a second, the other week spent on payroll. Both are typically biweekly processes. The reason why accounts payable is a biweekly process is much a function of the way the township approves disbursements by submitting them to the board during commissioner meetings and having the board approve them. So the nature of the board meetings being somewhat biweekly lends itself to this being a biweekly process. I'm not sure the vendors are in love with that, but that's the way we do it, and that's how she processes or spends her time during those weeks. On the other weeks, the payroll duties include doing payroll, the biweekly payroll for approximately 130 employees, not 150, and then also the monthly retiree benefits for the 106 retirees. And then all the different payments, withholding payments for federal, state, and local payroll taxes, filing quarterly and year-end reports, and all the paperwork associated with payroll. And not only that, but the database that's behind payroll that she maintains that includes all the different nuances of the collective bargaining agreements, the different pay wages, different benefit levels, and those types of things she's responsible for maintaining. The part-time employee, approximately 21 hours per week, oversees all the cash management aspects of the township currently, making sure that the liquidity needs of the township are met in terms of timing up investments, managing the local investments. The township pays a professional firm to manage the pension assets, so that's why that's distinguished as the local ones. Posts all the journal and batch entries. That's important because given the financial system that we have, in order for anything to get into the system, it has to be posted through the batch entry. None of it's real time or impacted by the various departments that we work with on a daily basis that generate revenue, like engineering, community development, police. That information comes up to us, it gets entered, and then gets batch posted. A couple of the things the finance department has achieved. The first bullet point is first for a very good reason. We have good, intelligent, and dedicated employees who are providing the service. It's a small department, but we've got good people that work extremely hard. They take a lot of pride in what they do. They really have a lot of ownership in their jobs, and it's good as an outsider coming in and meeting these people and getting to know them and working with them to have those kind of employees in place doing that kind of work. So I think the township it should be very thankful to have these kind of employees handling the daily cash transactions of the township. So that's very important. The township did receive unqualified opinions in 08 and 09. I put those in here. The unqualified opinions go back beyond that. Those are the two that came in just in my recent time here. Those were wrapping up right as I got here. Also, no small accomplishment was the affirmation from Moody's on the township's credit rating. In spite of the negative financial activities and some of the negativity that has surrounded the township over the last couple of years, that really helped the township not only look favorably in the market, which more bidders were willing to bid on our bonds, but that also then drove the interest rate down, being in that credit rating bracket. So that was definitely an achievement for the township. And then also, over the last couple years, there's been a lot of special audits in addition to the annual financial audits, including pension and other types of audits in the township. And the limited staff who is in the finance department has been able to maintain and make sure those auditors have the information they need in addition to keeping up with their daily activities, as much as the records were available anyway. Some of the challenges, really the only one I'll touch on here is one that we've already talked about to a great extent, and that's software. And really what this boils down to is access to information. A lot of what we've talked about already tonight, a lot of what's included in the CBFAC recommendation, or a lot of the information that they requested of us to do their work was difficult because of the lack of information. So software is going to be something that I think we'll need to talk about. It'll under our current system, which is over a decade old, and I know that doesn't sound long, but just think about what your computer looked like 10 years ago versus what it looks like now, or even the size of your cell phone. Our reports are still on those green bar reports. That's the capability of our printing. So those are just some examples of where we're at. So that's the biggest challenge, and we'll look to working with the board and the other departments on making sure that we can get some software in here that accomplishes what the board's looking for in terms of accounting and information, and also helps department heads to manage their budgets and to move forward. So that's the finance department, real briefly. Again, thank you for the time, and thank you to those employees who do such a good job, all 2.5 of them.
Bill, just a question, because if I'm reading and understanding things accurately, the proposed capital plan doesn't call for a software upgrade for a couple of years.
That is true. Excuse me, that is true.
So if we, just out of curiosity, if you moved money around, would you be prepared to do that next year, or do you think you need more time under your belt to do it right?
To do it right, I think we're going to need time.
Okay.
The needs assessments and evaluating and analyzing all the processes that we do in terms of financial, I just think it's going to take more time to do it right.
Rather do it right than waste the money on something.
Yeah, we could buy an off-the-shelf tomorrow and
do
put
it
it
right.
in and hope it works, but I'm not sure that'd be fair to anyone. The last graph that I have here is kind of touching a little bit more on a topic that was discussed last meeting. It's just going into a little bit more detail, talking about revenues, the various types of revenues that the township does receive. This is a graph showing, the green bars are showing the combined revenues of the community development permit revenue that Matt talked about earlier and the Act 511 revenue that Bill talked about earlier, compared to where our real estate tax revenues are from 05 through this year. And granted, this year's numbers are, I guess, technically still estimated, but basically they're all realized at this point. And then at the bottom, there's a table showing what the townships and millages have been through the years. And the purpose of bringing this out here is, again, to emphasize that during well, I guess to put it real simply, the township relied on extremely high business-related revenues to support operations. And part of the reason, because again, I think a lot of focus has been made and put on the expenditure side, And I'm not discounting that at all, because that is definitely part of what we need to look at and analyze. But I think it would be incomplete to just look at the expenditures in light of this kind of shift in revenue. I mean, if it was just down a few $100,000, okay, that'd be normal, and it wouldn't be that big a deal. But since we're talking about millions of dollars, it is pretty remarkable, and it's part of the reason why we're here today is that the township has relied on business tax revenues that just aren't coming in anymore. And as we heard earlier tonight, depending on what happens in the market over the next few years, it's hard to sit here and with a whole lot of confidence and say those are going to start coming back. So that's basically the point of this chart here. So I will leave it at that and turn it over to information technology.
Bill, I just have a comment. You know, I hear this phrase, the new normal, quite a bit. And when I look at the decline in the Act 511 category, you know, going from about 2.7 million at its peak down to about 700,000 of where we're at now, would it be possible to do a longer-term regression to get a sense of what normal is, so that if in fact revenues do come back, that we can recognize not to rely on the peaks in revenue for operations, maybe set that money aside to buy nice things like software, you know, one-time charges, or pay down debt. But it would give me, it would be very helpful for me to see what the new norm is for Act 511, and maybe take a long-term, a 10-year, 15-year view of that and say, well, you know, adjust for inflation, net present value, all that, try to get a good idea of where we should be as things recover, because I don't think we'll ever see the peak of 2000, I think it was 2005, we, you know, we were up in the millions, 2.7 million, and that was the peak of the housing bubble. So, you know, we're not going to see, my gut says we're not going to see revenues return to the bubble rate. So what will normal be? And, you know, I know we can't predict the future, but we could at least try to say, well, what happened before the bubble? If we did a straight line regression from before the bubble, where would we be today? And, you know, this is what I like to look for, and maybe CBFAC members would be interested in looking at those numbers too, because it would help us budget over long haul and understand how much of a gap we have to make up and for how long.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, absolutely, yeah. In terms of how we utilize revenues and how much we rely on for operations, and then anything that exceeds that can go into a capital fund or some sort of set aside or sinking fund, certainly makes a lot of sense and is a GFOA best practice in terms of those types of those revenues that fall into the category of unpredictable or erratic. So, yeah. Take it away, Melissa.
Good evening. What I wanted to do tonight was just to give an overview of what the Information Technology Department, the services that they provide to all the other departments of the township. Our department is made up of 3 full-time employees and 1 part-time. We maintain the IT infrastructure system, which includes 8 servers and approximately 75 workstations that are located in 4 locations, and also the 12 mobile data terminals that are located in all the police vehicles. We also provide software support, desktop software support, and also enterprise software such as the finance department's software and also visual alert for the police department. We also provide support for external hardware devices such as printers and copiers and fax machines, and we provide desktop support and training for all the employees. Other services that we provide is to maintain our in-house email and fax server. We maintain the intrusion and fire alarm system, maintain the building's HVAC lighting and card access controls. We also maintain an in-house phone system and other communication devices. And we also support the administration department with their right-to-know requests, retrieval of their electronic documents, namely their emails. And we also maintain the Township's website. We also update the website, and maintain the emergency alert system, newsletter system, and also the voice notification system. Our department also provides RTV, the Government Access Channel services, that is provided solely by Jim Doling, our one full-time employee. Some of the services that this channel provides is the electronic bulletin board or the scroll, the filming and airing of all township public meetings, the filming of community meetings. We also film and produce original programming such as Radnor 411 and the Radnor Health Matters. And we also provide photography at various township events. Some additional services that we provide that don't fall quite under IT are support of the police department's communication systems, such as their portable radios and their cell phones. We also provide services for meeting room rental setup and breakdown and audiovisual services. We provide property maintenance support for this township building and the Sulpizio Gym. And we also oversee the competitive bidding program and also the Willows Cottage grant. Some of the highlights, some of the accomplishments and goals from our department, we created the first Radnor 411, which was aired last month, which kind of gave an overview of all the services that all our departments provide. We provide video on demand, which is online access to our board meetings monthly. We also have increased the number of unique visitors to our township's website since the redesign, which took place in 2006, and our website will be redesigned again last quarter of 2010. We also began using an online bidding system called PenBid, which has greatly reduced the amount of staff time that it takes to process the bids, and it also reduced the cost for paper and postage. We also implemented an interdepartmental help desk ticketing system this year, and we hope to expand that throughout all the departments next year. One of our goals that we would like to do is increase communications with residents via more updates to the website, a printed newsletter, and additional Radnor 411 programming. Some of the challenges that our department faces, we would like to be able to define a regular PC replacement schedule so that the PCs are replaced before their useful life. We would like to update desktop software more frequently to keep pace with technology. Another challenge that we face is the reduction in staff levels throughout the township has placed an additional load on our department, and we have not had any additional staffing added to our department. We've maintained the same level RTV filming services with the addition of new meetings and also the original programming such as Radnor 411. And the last challenge is that for any of the meeting rooms that are rented out, we provide setup and breakdown services, and we are often requested for audio and visual equipment services and filming, which we currently are not compensated for. So we would like to be able to adopt a room rental fee and also fees for staffing and usage of the AV equipment, which would cover operational costs and generate funds to replace worn equipment. This first slide kind of shows you all the services that I just went over, a breakdown of all the services that we provide. You can see here that most of it is IT, but we have almost a quarter for RTV and then some other additional services that we provide. This slide is the number of hours that are dedicated for RTV per month. So you can see that we have a breakdown of filming meetings, preparing for the meetings, and Radnor 411. In addition, we have some other IT administration duties and the electronic scroll. And this last slide highlights the number of unique visitors that we have to our website since 2007. And as you can see, it's gone up every year, approximately by almost 10,000 unique visitors. And we're projected to increase by almost that much by the end of this year. Thank you.
Good evening, Tammy Cohen, currently the Interim Parks and Recreation Director. I've been in this position for less than 6 months, so you have to bear with me through this. Right now, our department currently consists of myself and Leah McVeigh, who's our administrative assistant. Overall, our department is responsible for a vast array of different responsibilities that you'll see here up on the screens, which involves working with the boards, the commissions, and the committees, planning and goal setting, budget preparation and charting, policy development, special projects and project management. This includes things like sign development, working with community groups to do park cleanups, research and development and networking, working through other professionals to understand and research in the field to help benefit and benefit the success of the township. The recreational programming and event planning, which includes approximately 200 programs throughout the course of a year. Staff management and allocation, which involves over 250 seasonal employees, volunteers, vendors, and we oversee an internship program. Sponsorship and partnership coordination, community sports and civic organizations, communications and marketing. This would involve a 24-plus page brochure that we produce 3 times throughout the course of a year. Field and facility usage coordination, which involves Radnor Activity Center at Sulpizio Gymnasium, all of the exterior sports fields, including the Radnor School District sports fields, picnic areas, and the Willows. Event presence and direction, inventory and supplies management, customer service and day-to-day public interaction, administrative processing, and financial processing that goes in line with our department. Changing gears, I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the accomplishments that we've had throughout the years. We've had a significant increase in park and facility development for a spectrum of interests for both structured and unstructured usage. We've seen the addition of the Radnor Trail and the Radnor Activity Center at Sulpizio Gymnasium. Development and growth of year-round programming opportunities, which have offset a large portion of the department costs. Use of technology to deliver services, communicate, and manage the data has increased. Communications with residents has increased through development of seasonal publications, as I had mentioned before, and use of the township website. Exploration of sponsorships, partnerships, and outreach have increased, and improved quality of life essentially for the residents of Radnor. Switching a little bit over to an analysis of overall the programs and events that we've delivered throughout the last several years. I have to note here that this does include Radnor Activity Center programming. It does not include the community sports organizations and programming. If you look here, we've basically maintained a range of 6,000 to approximately 7,250 people participating in our programs. You'll just note that through 2010, that number is not complete because we are still taking registrations throughout the remainder of the year. In looking at the community sports organizations, this does represent approximately another 3,600 in participants. And it's important that I point out, we want to keep reaching more people, and we don't want to have our residents reaching to other services or private entities, keep them here in the township and participating in our programs that we deliver. To change gears a little bit and look at some of the challenges that we have faced, essentially with regard to our department, namely there's been a large concentration in the areas of daily administration and duties, such as customer service delivery, which is day-to-day interaction with folks through emails, walk-ins, phone calls, registration and financial processing. This includes just overall logging of data on participants, registration forms we get by mail, and of course the coordinating and scheduling of facilities. As I had mentioned prior, we do schedule the Activity Center, the Willows, the school district facilities, and all of our own picnic facilities and sports fields. And that's generally been handled through our administrative assistant, who has represented all of those facilities throughout the last several years. We also have a limited plan to capture, organize, and analyze the data that our department takes in. So if I could echo for a second the finance department and some of the other departments within the township, we do have a challenge in getting our data and being able to log it and accurately represent it. We presently do this now by Excel spreadsheets. Has its limitations, but we've tried to make it work for us the best that we can. We have current limited staff to manage and develop part-time staff that are needed for increasing program numbers and increasing the amount of events that we deliver. Conducting background checks, which is very important. Keeping up with special projects and capturing the other missing areas of our service that we deliver. We also have a limited plan for marketing and reaching residents, and more recently, we have some paperless challenges that we've been faced with, so we've been trying to utilize some electronical methods. We've also had limited growth of sponsorship opportunities and partnership growth and outreach, so we'd like to see those grow over the next couple years. To change gears for a second here over to township facilities, as I mentioned, we represent an enormous amount of parks and the Radnor Trail, the Willows, Radnor Activity Center. We've seen significant development over the last 10 years of these facilities that you're familiar with, and we delight in that success. There's two stories to tell here, however. With these facilities, over the course of the last several years, we have lacked in maintenance and a clear plan for all the parks and their amenities. I have a picture up here of our comfort stations at Radnor Memorial Park and Warren Philippone Park. You can see that there's significant damage that has occurred to these due to the lack of a budget plan to have park improvements annually to be able to preserve these facilities. We need to adhere to a clear budget and a schedule for these improvements, and we need to develop these amenities commensurate with the staffing levels and the budget abilities that we have. So also wanted to point out there's significant rehabilitation that needs to take place at many of our parks. You can see here up in the left-hand corner, Clemacrone Park has significant rust on its fencing. Over there to the right is some fencing over at Cowan Park. You can see the Odoriccio scoreboard, both the front and the back, is significantly rusted. And the park signs overall, there's one example here, Cowan Park. The Cowan Park sign has not maintained well over the last several years. And this is consistent with many of our parks throughout the township. Fenimore Woods is another example where we need to consider significant rehabilitation to the facility that exists there with our pavilion. We see many people picnicking every year. Through reservations, we have about 5,000 plus people that actually go to that facility. It's another one to point out that needs some significant repair. I'll switch for a second over to Radnor Activity Center at Sulpizio Gymnasium. This facility has been operational at the beginning of 2009. It's leased to us by the Radnor Township School District located in downtown Wayne. We have a number of operations and programs and services that we provide there that fall directly under our department's direction. Some of the accomplishments is we've been able to maintain stable income and cover operating costs despite the loss of the part-time staff member that we had hired to program the facility midway through the first year of it being operational. We've had increased rentals and usage despite low functionality of the building, a lack of a marketed plan, and limited equipment. We've had moderate success of the programming despite lack of staffing, and follow through on a program operating plan. Essentially, this facility is very valuable to the community. Daily, we receive calls for people to want to rent it, to want to go play basketball with their teams. So it has been an asset to the community by way of a recreation center and gymnasium. There's two stories here as well to tell with regards to the challenges that we currently face with this particular facility. It comes with significant maintenance and capital improvements that impact health and safety, and there needs to be development of a plan to have improvements performed on this building. For example, we currently have a roof that's leaking. We have problems with the water lines, and there's some foundation that is in need of repair where there's leaking into the foundation of a significant amount of water. There's a need for expanded functionality of this particular of this facility with equipment that can enhance multi-use ability, such as a dividing wall that could divide out the gym, bleachers, and some other upgrades that can expand usage. We've had limited development of an operational staffing and part-time staffing plan that would expand programming, that would be able to help us capture those low-use areas over the course of a calendar year in the schedule. There's been a lack of a marketing plan, a sponsorship plan, and partnership opportunities for this facility that are essential. And there's also been increases locally in a similar market where there have been a lot of facilities nearby that people have been going to be part of teams or groups that participate there, where we want to try and capture them, keep them in Radnor at our facility. Another building that falls under our department's direction is the Willows. Currently, myself and our administrative assistant oversee this facility and its various operations, as you know. And there's 5 part-time staff members that we oversee that help us maintain that facility. Reflections and accomplishments for the Willows has been that it has had stable revenue generation despite staffing constraints throughout the years, lack of a marketing plan, minimal capital improvements, and low functionality of the building. It also has heavy Radnor Township resident user base. On the flip side, there's significant maintenance and capital improvements that are needed to preserve this facility. We need to adhere to a preservation plan to maintain and put forth these building improvements. We need to establish a vision and long-term planning for the facility. There's been limited development of staffing and a plan for marketing and communications of this facility. And there's been a huge impact on the economy downturn, increase of destination weddings, and increases in similar facilities across the region. Overall, to take a look at how our department compares to some of the townships locally, I've tried to include townships that are part of our professional organization, Pennsylvania Recreation and Park Society. This would include the townships you see here: Tredyffrin, White Marsh, Upper Moreland, Upper Marion, Marple Newtown, Lower Marion, Haverford. And on average, the full-time staff members are about 3.3. So with our current staffing level that we had as of June of 2010, we were right on par there. Our part-time staffing level has been below that. You can see the average is about 1.9. And our budgeted revenue for Radnor has been about $590,000 throughout the last couple years. The average budgeted revenue of these particular township departments is significantly lower at $517,000. So you can see that we've been able to maintain a good level of success despite our staffing constraints, and especially recent staffing constraints. I urge you to help us be able to continue with 3 full-time people and potentially add a part-time person. I think it can help us deliver and maintain the same amount of programs, the same amount of revenue and success that we've been able to, and perhaps be able to capture in some of those missing areas as well. Thank you. Questions?
Tammy, I guess I do have some questions. First of all, thank you for the report. All the reports have been phenomenal. I love the benchmarking. This is the first time I think we've ever seen benchmarking between Radnor and other townships. And what I've consistently seen tonight is that we deliver more with much less. If I look at the millage rates across the board, we have a lower millage rate than most of the towns in the area. If I look at the staffing levels, we seem to have less staff than most of the surrounding townships, yet we deliver more. So I'm very pleased to see that. I think what I'm hearing, it's kind of echoing what I've been saying too, is that, we have these great facilities. We have the Willows Mansion, we have Sulpizio Gym, but we're not running them as well as we could in terms of a business. And the question is, what can we do for next year to help match the revenues from these 2 resources against the expenses of operating those facilities? So, we have the Willows Mansion, we have the Sulpizio Gym, we have operational costs, we have administration costs, And are we collecting fees that are adequate to cover those costs? And if not, could we raise the fees to some level, some percentage that would help offset these costs so we don't have to raise taxes to do that?
Well, I think overall, in looking at the big picture of that, in being able to cover all of the park maintenance, it's going to be a difficult thing to do. If you're referring to $2.2 million in expenditures, it's going to be a very significant challenge without the development of more staff. I believe that if we're able to maintain our staffing levels of a department of 3 and continue to maintain our contracted services area of the budget that we have in there, which helps us be able to afford the vendors that help us drive and run our programs. Maintain also an area of the budget to be able to account for part-time staffing so that we can build in different areas with part-time staffing, which we have not done in the past. I think we'll be able to capture more revenue. Do I think we'll be able to get close to 2.2 million? I don't think that's going to be possible, but I think we can improve throughout a timeline. I don't think it's going to happen overnight. I think if we're able to restructure staff in a way that has a formulated plan to be able to deliver more money back to the township by way of net over program costs, I think it's possible. But again, it's not going to capture a significant amount of revenue. Overall, I want to say that programs do cover themselves by way of a program. It's when you get into areas of my salary, my health benefits, the lights being on, all of those operational costs is where we start to get into a gray area. And then taking it a step further and looking towards the park maintenance and the facility maintenance overall, it's a very difficult thing to be able to achieve just by increasing the price of the programs. I think we can increase our revenues, but I don't think that we can essentially cover every single cost that's out there by way of that charge.
To expand on that, I don't want to sound like, I don't think it would be fair for those who participate, say, in softball, have to cover the cost of all the maintenance and all the upkeep of all the parks and all the open space in the township. That's not right. But it's also not right for all the taxpayers to cover the cost, the operating cost of particular programs. So what I would like to see is that we better match the fee schedule to help cover the true cost of those programs, and then the taxpayer is on the hook for maintaining all the open space that is passive recreation and is not going to be covered by any fees. So in terms of Sulpizio Gym, I would like to see a fee schedule that fully supports that gym, not only the cost of maintaining that gym, operating those programs, but the administrative overhead of paying salaries to administrate those programs. So it's important that those fees match. You know, Commissioner Higgins has said many times that I don't think our government, our township government, should compete with business, yet we do it all the time. You know, in terms of parks programs, we offer programs that are also provided by private organizations. And the question is, can we afford to do it, you know, any cheaper than they can? You know, we're not magical here. We can't do things any cheaper or any better than anyone else, yet over the last 10 years, that's what it appeared to be, but it's not true. The truth in this is that these programs cost money, and we have to be real about the costs. We have to charge the right fees, and we have to be realistic about what they really cost. And then if everyone still wants them, then we keep them, and everyone's happy, and everyone accepts what we do. But right now, I think, at least from my point of view, in my opinion, I think what I've seen a lot of is, it really isn't that, you know, when Sulpizio Gym was voted on, I questioned the expense at the time, and I questioned, was it really going to cover the cost of maintaining that building? And history is showing, with hindsight, 20/20 vision here, we're seeing that the roof needs to be replaced. Well, why wasn't the roof replaced when we acquired the gym and improved the gym? So there are a lot of questions like that out there. But in the end, I think those who use the gym should be helping pay for that roof and helping pay for the administration of that entire program at that gym. Thanks.
It's important for me to point out that those operating costs are close to being covered or are being covered over various areas of our department's delivery of service. And specifically to refer to Radnor Activity Center, although we're not going to cover the initial capital outlay or the prospect of what else needs to be done in the future to be able to get that building to where it needs to be. But from an operational standpoint, those programs have covered those costs, and they have offset department salaries such as myself, Leah, as well as healthcare and expenditures. And I know we don't have those numbers prepared here for you tonight, but I know that I've been working with the finance department to assemble that data and make that more clear so that you can understand that. Thank you.
First and foremost, I just want to remind everybody that the police department's not a money-making operation. However, what everybody has the right to expect, and I hope to prove it here in the next few slides, a few minutes, is that we're being run as efficiently and as effectively as we can, because everybody deserves that, myself included. I picked a starting point of August 2005 for our organizational chart to show some of the efficiencies we've done since then. As you can see, it was quite large. This was probably a high watermark for providing services to include the dispatch center and the amount of officers and civilian personnel. Though we had approximately like 47, 48 officers, at one time we had 50 back in the 90s. It still represented a pretty good period in the police department. From 2005 2010, the organizational chart has changed drastically. We transferred radio communications to Delaware County, permanently reducing the personnel and equipment costs. Pretty much we were the first in a domino effect, and also we saw what was coming, a large increase in costs. We passed it off to the county, who gets that money via 911 charges on the phone bill, and there's probably less than a handful now in the entire state that have their own dispatch center due to the costs and the efficiencies. 2007, they had an early retirement buyout of civilian staff, job reclassifications. I know we did hire back 2 dispatchers based on both the animal warden, and this was prior to 2007, both the animal warden leaving and need for a call taker. But part of that 2007 early retirement was a lessening of the civilian staff. To date, conservatively, we've probably saved in excess of $3 million just from what you see here. If we would have kept the same organizational chart, the yellow pretty much tells you what is missing currently. You're going to see 2 others in there, a corporal's position and traffic safety. They're on long-term disability and pretty much have been missing since the beginning of the year. So though we are officially at 40 officers, I've been doing our workload with approximately 38 officers. And this is our current organizational chart, and I won't spend too much time on it. It'll be available online, but you see it's greatly reduced. Some of the negative effects of current staffing levels: reduced services or delayed responses. We'll talk a little bit about that later. Reactive policing versus proactive policing, inadequate command authority, a lack of a succession plan both in the command level and the new officers. It's been bandied around, and it most likely will occur. We have 5 to 7 more officers that will be leaving within 3 years if we fail to hire, or if we fail to make accommodations for staffing that will be disastrous for the department. You will have a lack of experience at the higher levels, and you also have just less than a minimum amount of people required to do just the basic workload. You have currently have a training gap. A lot of that officer time was dedicated to training, was cut out of the budget, but it was also used to supplement the staffing and the workload coming up. You're going to see increased workers' compensation claims, officer safety issues, lower morale, and burnout. Just to give you just a brief look at how it's going, you'll see back in 2005 we went from 41 to 48, and you'll see where we're currently due to 2 long-term disabilities down to 38, I believe. 6-year incident review, again, with the manpower superimposed, you're seeing officers in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years are doing more incidents with less officers, or projected or slightly down in last year. I will tell you, part of that slightly lower is self-initiated incidents, such as officers finding public drunks, underage drinking, noise complaints on their own. cetera. And you'll see we're doing it, quite frankly, with 38 officers. Due to the staffing level on patrol, I moved another part-time investigator to detective caseload. Their projected caseload is higher this year. It's twofold, quite frankly. The officers are not able to spend so much time on the road investigating the cases. It's kicked back to investigations where they can have the luxury to investigate the cases. We've also had some substantial burglary cases this year, which have panned out very well. And obviously, we won't spend too much time, but we have been increasing the amount of cases we're solving and the time spent on the cases. Big citizen concerns are traffic within their neighborhoods. You're going to see here what was uptrend and then a serious downtrend due to the lack of staffing. Projected is going to be somewhere around 6,000. Traffic citations issued, 661 on grants. I do not expect those grants to be renewed in the coming years. So you're going to see a vast reduction in the amount of traffic citations and traffic enforcement, which ultimately is the safety in our streets around Radnor. Twofold, the officers are unable to get out there and perform selective enforcements and do the traffic enforcement, and my traffic safety unit has been taken from 5 to 2. And a little bit of comments on it. And traffic safety does not do just traffic enforcement. Again, the grants are going, summation, reduced officer allocation results in decreased enforcement actions throughout the township. Non-traffic review, again, it's on a downward trend except for last year. It looks like it's going up a little bit. That's not necessarily true, and I'll show you why in a minute. These non-traffics are mostly quality of life issues, from underage drinking, noise citations, public drunkenness, some retail thefts. But a lot of them, as you see built in here, or we'll see, are alarm citations. They're way up. They are done here in-house by staff after review of the incidents. The officers do respond to the alarms. They are up, but the citations are actually issued here. They're not quality of life issues, as many of the residents will attest to in some of our rental areas. These issues, such as disorderly conduct, underage drinking, public drunkenness, can become quite annoying if left unchecked. Selective enforcements, these are officer initiated, and everything from bar checks to traffic enforcement to extra patrol for burglary areas. I'm going to talk a little bit more about hours and selective enforcements later, but you can see the amount of time the officers have to dedicate to these are drastically down due to the staffing. Training hours, again, drastically cut from the peak in 2008. This is twofold due to the staffing levels. We have a minimum amount of officers needed on the street. Doesn't allow for as much training, and two, the training budget this year, at the beginning of the year, was cut drastically, almost to nil. Professional standards for the training have not decreased. Court rulings are requiring more. We have specialized technical training, such as traffic safety. We can investigate all our accidents to include fatals. They're very highly technical training, and they are trained to do so. Also, our detectives as well. There's a lot of training to be involved and to be efficient and effective as investigators. We have a SWAT team. We have SWAT members of a SWAT team. We do not have a SWAT team, one of the efficiencies, but training needs to go into these members. We have MERT, et cetera. We've reduced the training to equal about 1.5 sworn personnel. Obviously, training and lawsuits stay in check. Training goes down, lawsuits go up. The 15 to 20,000 you may save now in the training budget is going to cost, I would suppose, in at least minimum one lawsuit. Talking a little bit about 6-year detail review, because we're unique here in Radnor that we're very blessed to have a lot of individuals pay for their extra duty, meaning traffic posts. Villanova is a big user of our extra duty detail for traffic control. We have private parties. We also have special events. And what this represents, quite frankly, are two things. One, the officers are not able to fill as many of these requests for extra duty details. When absolutely need be, I can order them out. But you can only go to that well too much because, quite frankly, these details are competing with the overtime that the officers need to fill for the shifts. It also represents a lost revenue because if we're not filling all the details that are put out there, that 30% does not come back to us. We'll talk a little bit about here, and there's some of the events we do with public details. And these are on officers, usually on their off days. We're going to talk a little bit about staffing levels real quick. There's so many varieties of formulas, and depending on what numbers you put in there and what you want to go to and how much effort you want to put into it, it can go all over the board. I tried to pick a formula that we could use with our resources, and it was based on the International Association of Chiefs of Police, IACP. And we'll get to it a little bit, but you see some of the different variations that you can use. We took the number of incidents we had, timed it to their recommended of 0.75 hours. I'm going to go through this real quick. We also added on our selective and directed duties. We have officers go into the schools every day, public parochial schools. We visit at least 15 minutes to a half hour every day, every school. We get in there to talk to the kids, to get familiar with the school, and get them a police officer in the schools. We had the vacant house checks you may have heard me talk about before. We have community talks. Community contacts where they just go and knock on the door and talk to a person and say, hey, they introduce themselves and say, I'm officer such and such, just wanted to introduce myself. We get up there and do that, open doors at night, et cetera, et cetera. But these are our directed duties, which are above and beyond the amount of time we spend actually calls for service throughout the county. You multiply that by 3, 1/3 of the time should be spent handling requests for service. The buffer factor needs to be added for unknowns like preventive patrol, relief, supervision, et cetera. And that gives you how many officers, quite frankly, 13.48 that you need to handle those incidents at a time. And you say, wow, that's great. We only need 13.48 officers, but it goes a little bit further than that. Then you times it by the availability factor, which is the time off you have to allow, your regular days off, your comp time, your training time, your holiday time, your vacation time, et cetera, and you get your availability factor, and you come up with 36 patrol officers which are required to respond to the incidents and that directed time, all those services we provide, and I'll get a little bit back further. That's just patrol officers and their supervisors. The patrol unit doesn't take in consideration investigators, traffic safety, or command staff, and this is pretty much reactive without proactive. And there it breaks it down a little bit further. My recommendation, I believe eventually the staff, all the staff, including township managers, eventually we'd like to see 47 officers. I know we have 40 currently. We are budgeted more this year and a little bit more next year, but in order to alleviate some of the problems I've talked about, both training, both succession plans, both level of service and burnout, this is what I'm recommending in the next several years. And you come up with the obvious here, your patrol element, and then your ancillary 4 traffic safety officers, 3 investigators, 1 superintendent, and 3 lieutenants. Excuse me, yes, 3 lieutenants. It's a little local comparison on officers versus budget. You'll see officers per 1,000 residents. The national average is 2.5. This is where we fit in on it, where other departments would fit on it if they were at 2.5 based on the 2000 census. Something that's very important to mention here, your civilian staff is part of your police budget. And some of the things you get with your police budget. Some places do not have a parking meter control. Some have parking meter outside their police budget, and that parking system does eat up about 2.5 FTEs or 2.5 people to 3 people just in officers, civilian staff, et cetera, to administer that program. And yes, that is a net positive for the township. And as you see, we have the crossing guard. And to try to give what percent of our budget goes to the police versus other departments that have similar services, trash, parks, police department, et cetera, you'll see we're very efficient and lean. I would like to affirm Mr. Higgins' assertion that we're involved in a budget. I know last year I helped pretty much created the line item budget, submitted to superintendent, submitted it to the interim manager. This year, I submitted the specific line item budget and submitted it to the manager, and it is very lean. It is very lean, and I think we can pretty much point to this here. Some of the services, and I'm not going to go through every one of them. It's going to be up on the web, but you'll see 24-hour police protection, obviously. In-house training. This first aid, EVOC, firearms, FTO, use of force is all done in-house at a great savings of both overtime to send officers out and just the liability-wise that we can keep it in-house and continuously train, again, at almost no cost to the department. We have the vacant house watch, obviously, school visits, going to distribute pods over at the schools district, parking meter system. Staff traffic is a big one. Everybody uses staff traffic. Deer removal, animal control. We empty out our freezer downstairs of approximately 4 times a year of empty carcasses of animals that are picked up throughout the township on roads and private properties. Township School Summit, we did not have it this year due to staffing, but pretty much we bring in all the school administrators. We have a big meeting here in this room. We talk about progressive ideas, what the department's doing for them, what we can do for them in the future, and we just pretty much have a big talk and think tank session here at the police department with all the school administrators, update their contact information. Crime alerts, emergency alert system, special weapons again, major incident response team, MERT. These are all cost savings to the township because we participate in these programs. Our overtime is very low due to participating in these programs, and if we need them, the overtime will be kept very, very, very low. Again, serious and fatal crash investigations, liquor establishment notifications. Every time we have an issue at the bars, we go to them and tell them, these are your problems. This is what's happening around your bar. Take responsibility for it. Once a year, we meet with the LCB and then discuss what we're going to do, whether it's a written letter, whether we ask for a suspension, et cetera, based on the problems at the bars. School guard, crossing guard program. We have our own prisoner lockup facility. So based on the average property assessment per year, which is $1,000, the average assessed value of a house of $313,000. That's the assessed value, not the real value, and that can run anywhere between, I believe, $450,000 to $700,000 property value. The average person paying that average tax is paying $21.67 a month to pay for their full-time police department with all those services at the current budget level of 2010. Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Bill Hagan, Director of Public Works. Try and keep this brief. Public Works Department, we're responsible for infrastructure maintenance and repairs and providing services to the Radnor community. The department consists of 65 employees in 6 different divisions. I'm going to walk through the divisions real quick, go over some. The Highway Division. Highway Division consists of 14 full-time employees under the direction of Paul Basic. They're responsible for the maintenance and repair of over 1,500 storm sewer catch basins, maintenance and repair to approximately 57 miles of storm sewer pipes, maintenance and repair to approximately 90 miles of township roadways, sign maintenance, which would cover installation, maintenance, line painting, meter repairs, etc. The composting operations, leaf collection. This service utilizes all the divisions within the department. For 2 months out of the year, November, December, pretty much the only thing that gets done in Public Works other than emergency flare-ups would be leaf collection and trash collection. Snow removal. This service utilizes all the divisions within the department. During any given snowstorm, depending on the amount of snow we get, will determine how much of the how many people are used during that specific storm. Traffic signal maintenance and repair, installation, our road resurfacing program, Other miscellaneous services provided by the Highway Department would include curb repair, sidewalk repair, street sweeping, and responding to other miscellaneous requests. Sewer Division. Sewer Department consists of 4 full-time employees. They're responsible for the maintenance and repair of over 125 miles of sanitary sewer mains, the maintenance and repair of 5 sewer pumping stations, maintenance and repair of 1,500 sanitary sewer manholes, all sewer markouts and storm markouts through the PA one-call system. They work in conjunction with the engineering department to update all the sanitary and sewers in the MAPinfo program. We work in conjunction with the RHM Sewer Authority, Engineering, and Community Development departments to eliminate the inflow and infiltration. That's the elimination of processing clean water through the sanitary sewer system. Respond to sewer stoppages. Again, assist with snow removal operations. They assist with leaf operations and assist the other departments as needed. The Fleet Maintenance Division department consists of 3 full-time employees. They maintain a fleet of over 135 vehicles and equipment. We have our own Pennsylvania State Inspection Station. Maintain up-to-date records concerning the DEP in-ground fuel tank registrations, inspections, and permit registrations and certificates. Do as much miscellaneous welding and fabrication in-house as possible. We maintain the tracks equipment, which is the fuel pump and the gate operation records. Responsible for all the material safety data sheets. Rick Petrell is the contact person for the CoStar's Pennsylvania State Purchasing Program. He maintains the records regarding vehicle sales, purchases, and repairs for all the divisions of the Public Works Department. Solid Waste Division. The Solid Waste Department consists of 26 full-time employees under the direction of Steve McNellis. Responsible for collection of trash and recyclables from all residential properties once per week. Collection of yard waste and bulk items from each residential property once per week except for holiday weeks. Collect trash in the business district 3 days a week. Roadside collections. Crews will collect the debris from the edge of the roadways along township and state roadways. This was a program that we instituted probably, 8 to 10 years ago. What we do is if the crews finish early, on days when we have spare personnel, which are few and far between anymore, we will send them out to clean trash up off some of the cartways down along the Blue Route, Route 30, Matson Ford Road, mostly state roads, but we will hit township roads too. Removing the trash, it makes a difference as far as the roadways go and appearance. Island cleaning, another thing that I pride those guys on is if you go to other municipalities, take a look at their islands when you're stopped at a traffic light. Most of them are a mess. When you drive through here, take a look at ours. This is just another little service that these guys provide, along with their assistance in the snow removal operations and their assistance in the leaf removal operations. Parks Maintenance. Parks Maintenance Department consists of 17 full-time employees under the direction of Paul Totaro. We maintain all the township and school district properties, ball field maintenance, the turf program, playground equipment, upkeep and safety. The comfort stations, tree work related to storm damage, street tree planting when budget allows, street tree removal and raising the low limbs when time allows, roadside vegetation management, routine maintenance on all turf equipment, maintenance of all the park's amenities, tables, grills, trash receptacles, etc. These are some other miscellaneous things they do. The gutters at all the township-owned buildings, special event setups, maintaining all the gateway beds, maintaining the Radnor Trail, clear the snow from all the walkways on all township-owned properties. That's our parks, township buildings, what have you. They also assist with snow removal operations on the roadways, and they assist with leaf removal operations. The township buildings, custodial duties are currently responsible of 1 full-time employee. There's a lot of square footage for 1 person. The custodial duties at all township utilized facilities, township building, public works facility, and the Radnor Activity Center. Jimmy will also assist with snow removal operations and with leaf removal operations as needed. Some of the public works accomplishments over the last couple of years, the early retirement incentive program. We were able to endure the loss of 11 full-time employees. 6 of those people were not replaced. although we did have our hurdles, we never skipped a beat when we were able to maintain the levels of service our residents have come to expect and enjoy here at Radnor Township. Grants, through the efforts of our recycling program, as you've heard from a couple other people, numbers are a little different, but we average over $105,000 a year through our recycling efforts. This past year, we were also awarded a grant of $495,000 through DEP for our recycling efforts. With that, we're going to purchase a tub grinder, which will allow us to process all our yard debris in-house at a cost savings to the township. Sewer upgrades. We've replaced over 1,900 feet of deteriorated sanitary sewer mains since 2008. We've installed backup generators at 4 of our 5 stations with the hope of removing the Courtney Circle pump station. We've secured a $45,000 grant just recently to put towards our 2010 relining projects. And by the end of 2010, we'll have relined over 3,000 feet of sewer. Some other accomplishments: we were able to convert our solid waste collection to curbside collections. Our recycling was converted over to single stream collections. Through the efforts mentioned above, we saved the township over $250,000, eliminating 8 full-time, part-time people. 1 full-time employee and a gentleman that retired this summer was not replaced. Some other accomplishment: the record-setting snow accumulations we had last year. We were able to handle the storms with a staff that were still in the process of learning the skills needed for large snow removal operations, and they did an excellent job. We spent a lot of hours in here together. I spend more time with these guys in the winter than I do my family. Through those tough storms, we were able to recover most of the costs associated with the winter operations. Through our winter services agreement with PennDOT, we get approximately $58,000 a year from them annually. We also recouped an additional $62,000 for the extreme circumstances. We also put a submission into FEMA where we were able to recover $84,000 of additional funds for a total of about $194,000. So we did pretty good this winter as far as getting our money back for the hours that we put in. Staffing levels. Right now we're at a point where we can't afford further reductions in staff without reducing levels of service. Right now, we're moving employees from department to department to try and get things done. So we are struggling a little bit. We still maintain the levels of services out there. We've been getting creative. We do cut some corners, and we'll continue to do that. Our road resurfacing, we currently maintain 90 miles of road. Last couple of years, we've had $300,000 in the resurfacing budget. It costs about $100,000 per mile of roadway. At this pace, we're looking at probably 30 years to pave the township out. It's entirely tuned. We should be in the 15 to 20 year range. Some adjustments have been made, working with Bill in the finance department, concentrating our liquid fuels money back into the roads program, which will help us out greatly. Infrastructure updates you don't see. We got a lot of deteriorating sewer mains out there, deteriorating storm sewer culverts and pipes, deteriorated bridges, head walls, sewer pumping stations. Most of the equipment in these stations is close to 30 years old. It's outdated and it's in need of replacement. I've said it to Bob, these issues aren't going away, and we need to find a way to fund these projects. Vehicles and equipment, another challenging area. We have some vehicles in the fleet that have come to the end of their useful life and need to be replaced. I agree with the board, I agree with Bob, that we need to find a funding mechanism to pay as we go, and not be putting them on bond proceeds. The township-owned buildings, several buildings under the township responsibility that have major work that's needed. Willows, Kreuzberg, Sulpizio. Library also has its share, but some of those concerns are in the process of being taken care of. Other challenges we have, I'll go through this real quick. Tree maintenance. We're a first-class township, we don't have an in-house tree crew. It's a big deal. We have trees out there over top of our roadways that are in dire need of maintenance. I think that some questions came up about a $55,000 line item in the operating budget. That is not for planting trees. That's for tree removal. If you go anywhere in the township over the last 2 years, we haven't taken down trees. You'll see a lot of white X's out there. Those white X's are liabilities on the road's edges, and we need to get them taken down. So that's what that $55,000 is in that line item for. You know, with an in-house tree crew, we can take a proactive approach. Right now, we're reactive. If it falls down, we clean it up. We don't do a lot of pruning unless time allows. With with staff levels going down, you're only going to do tree work maybe 2 months of the year, and it's just not enough. Some of the other issues, the leases on the township properties. I think some of them need to be updated. Most of the leases are for $1 a year, limited responsibility on the leasee. John, you said it before. We should not be in the business of being a landlord. We've obviously struggled with their endeavors in this line of business. That's pretty much it. In closing, I just want to say that I believe the reason Radnor Township is one of the most sought-after communities to raise a family or to start a business is because of the services it provides and the high level at which they are delivered. This, in my opinion, has a lot to do with the dedication and pride of the ladies and gentlemen seated here in the audience tonight. I want to thank everybody from the Public Works Department and the other departments within the township for coming out tonight to listen to everybody and see what they had to say. Public Work guys, I need you to get home because I need you into work tomorrow. All right, so it's 10 of 11. If anybody has any questions. Any questions?
Well, Bob, that was tremendous. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was a lot of information. Is that, I heard a couple people reference that being on the web. Are all of those PowerPoints going to be on the web?
We're going to post that up tomorrow and get that on the website so everybody will be
Okay.
able to follow along with that. as
Great,
well.
thanks.
Sure.
So are you going to present us now with your
Sure.
budget proposal?
What we did is, generating from the last commissioners meeting, it's submitted to the board some operating budget options here. Some of the information here from some of the commissioners and feedback. We do have copies of these. If anybody does not have a copy of these budget options, they are available. We can get those out to you. Here, I believe there's still some copies that go through some of the options, which is varying from the 17% as proposed by myself to three different options, A, B, and C. Option A would be a 0% tax increase. Option B is a 5% tax increase, and option C is a 9% increase. I'm trying to look at going with a single digit tax increase. As part of that, with the second page of this is with the expenditure reductions, it lays out pretty much option A, B, and C of what those particular items would look at. There also, I think one of the items that we speak about is that the current millage rates and what's proposed. Talks about the annual costs for the average homeowner. Under option A would be eliminating the entire trash collection service, which would mean putting it out similar to what our neighbors have in Tredyffrin, where it is the resident's responsibility of contracting with the particular firm. When you look at that and based on those costs from neighboring Tredyffrin, it's approximately $400 a year for that particular service. We know that with leaf collection, that would be greatly impacted, so there would also be a additional cost to homeowners to remove the leaves. There's more than likely, by the reduction or limiting the leaf collection, we will see an increase in stormwater management and flooding issues, because I'm sure these leaves are not going to disappear. They're going to go somewhere. And in my past history, they ended up in creeks and drainage areas, catch basins, and all those particular areas, which would be greatly impacted. So we would be looking at anywhere between $400 and $550 approximately to each homeowner within the community, compared to at the 17% approximately $179 per year increase, maintaining the current high level of services that are provided to the residents. Under option B, talks about a 5% tax increase. which again, on the bottom line, we're continuing to chew into revenues or cash reserves for the township. That increase looks at approximately $53.21 per year. Option C is at a 9% increase, which is approximately $93.90 per year. But again, too, we're still chewing into the cash reserve that the township has and not trying to look to move that into a direction of trying to stabilize that fund, as well as start to, in my opinion, kind of turn ourselves in the financial right direction here. I think by looking at some of these options here, I know there's been some consideration about cutting funding to our fire company, which I think the volunteers and especially the Radnor Fire Company does a phenomenal job. You know, there was a great item that a resident gave to me over the weekend, that these are individuals that are responding to our homes that don't know who most of those people are, but who are willing to put their lives on the line every day for those individuals. Based on what they've done a tremendous job of maintaining this high level of service, as well as, fortunate or unfortunate, keeping it off the township's, expenses. So I think trying to reduce those any further would be detrimental to the township, as well as a commitment that the township had made to the purchase of the ladder truck of $600,000 to reduce that, any further. Now they've gone forward and made the acquisition and building that truck at the last minute here, I think would have a negative impact upon the fire company as well. So I think also as part of this here, looking at the options A, B, and C, these are tough decisions I think everyone has to make. I know, it was part of these options here. Again, I think we're deferring some of these issues out further to further and larger tax increases. And as a reminder, the proposal that was made by myself was for a 2-year term, that this would sunset itself on December 31st of 2012. It would be in effect for 2 years. This would allow a lot of the different conversations that were had this evening in regard to the CB-FAC report, a lot of the detail and data that the Board of Commissioners would like to see to be able to make long-term decisions, would allow us within that window of time to continue to operate and allow us, again, to start moving towards a lot of these items and putting cash aside for capital equipment purchases and starting to build that cash reserve. So in the event when we do have emergencies, and I think Bill Hagan's, spoke very nicely to those items, but I mean, there are certain culverts that we have in this township that are near collapse, in my opinion, that are dangerous. Is where will we pay for those? And those are a lot of those is where you have these cash reserves to be able to pay for those particular items. The unknown. I mean, there's so much that's underground right now that we don't see, that is aging in infrastructure, that again, when those collapse, those things have to be fixed right now. So I know that the board has a very difficult decision to make in regards to where we go out with these tax increases. No one is happy to be able to be even having these conversations in these economic times. But also too, there's an obligation I believe we have to provide for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. A lot of times decisions aren't very popular to be made, but I think it's at the end of the day, those services residents rely upon us to be able to provide them in the way of police protection, fire protection, the public services that we provide, especially when we look at snow removal. I've heard that from day one being here of the outstanding service that we do provide in snow removal service. Hopefully I don't have to see it this year because it won't snow, but unfortunately I don't think that'll be the case. But again, it's a safety issue too as well, because if we're not maintaining those roads in a high standard, we will see a large demand on that service of police and fire being able to respond to those particular items. So we have these options out here for you, and turn over the board for further discussion.
Bob, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
In terms of the average assessed value of the home in Radnor Township, which I believe is $330-some thousand, what is the impact? Obviously 0% is easy, but the impact of a 5% and a 9% increase?
Sure, it's on page 1. It talks under cost of average home, and it's
Okay, I'm sorry.
$53.21 on B, $93.90 on C.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, obviously, we're not in a position to cut the library $500,000.
No, that's correct.
Yeah, so,
Bob, or Bill, could I get a little more understanding of the sewer rate from this year and what you're proposing for next year? And, in light of all the comments I've heard in terms of the sewer system,
Give me a second.
let me get my notes out here. It sounds like 57 miles of drainage pipe. Next, let me get to the sewer. 125 miles of sewer line, 5 pumping stations, 1,500 manholes. I mean, this is an area I've been concerned with, is, long-term funding, adequate funding of the infrastructure. Unfortunately, we saw, over the last 8 years before you came here, the former manager had decided to take money out of that fund to use for bonuses. And about $700,000 worth were misdirected for bonuses. And as a result, that's $750,000 of maintenance that wasn't done on the system. But the question I have is the increase in the sewer fee
I just did the calculation.
adequately funding these capital, long-term liabilities that we have in the system? And if it isn't, can we start moving in the right direction there and never, ever take those funds for any other reason other than fixing the sewers?
The increase that was proposed in the budget that was submitted to the board last week was a 2.96% increase from $5.41 to $5.57 per thousand, whatever the unit of measurement is, per thousand
Gallons.
gallons.
Right.
Sorry, thank you. An hour ago, I would have got that right. But in terms of addressing the capital needs, as pointed out on page 61, which is the sanitary sewer management group of the 5-year capital plan, there's $490,000 worth of projects that are detailed for 2011. Those $490,000 are included in the budget that was submitted. So the fee for next year would be sufficient enough based on the small increase in the rate plus the increase in the usage that resulted from the drier summer that we experienced here. Does appear that it would generate enough money to do those projects that are identified. In terms of a long-term plan, that's going to have to be part of a more comprehensive look at, the fee structure, how we establish that fee, and what the priority of the projects are. But for 2011, the answer is yes.
And just to recap, we're going from 541 to 557 per
That's what was
thousand
proposed.
gallon in the proposed budget?
So, I look at the number, it looks like, to me, like 557 is 2010. Did I read that incorrectly? I'm looking at page 94.
Yeah, the column headings on that reflect the usage, the water usage year.
Okay.
So
the
it would be
557
collected then in
represents
11.
the proposed rate, not the 2010.
Correct.
so even though we were looking at a $500,000 shortfall on billing, that never materialized from using the wrong water figures, the wrong estimate?
Well, it did. Our revenues are about $572,000 down this year as compared to 2009. However, those decreases were offset by the decreased contribution required to the the sewer authority. We had budgeted $3.5 million based on their initial estimate. The final bill came in at 2.9. So the drop in revenue was offset by a corresponding decrease in expenditures this year. That's for 10.
If we defer capital projects and sort of park a portion of them, such that if the Act 511 revenues came in better than budgeted and funded them through there. Do you have a sense of which ones you do, how much money we might save in the budget? Because there's $225,000 being transferred from the general fund, and we essentially operate on a cash basis anyway. So I'd like to get your feedback on that.
To make sure I understand, are we still talking about sanitary sewer, or are you talking
No,
about
I'm talking in
capital?
general. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
okay. Then I'm sorry, what was?
If you go, there's two elements. If you go to the summary page, there's $3.3 million of capital expenditures. If you go to the general fund, there's, I think, my recollection is accurate, it's $225,000 that's being transferred out of the general fund. My question is, can we defer or park, I guess might be a better way of describing it, certain capital projects such that if the the real estate taxes, kind of depending on what we decide, that we kind of know where they're going to come in at. But the Act 511 and some of the other things of the permits are a little bit more variable and unpredictable. Can we park certain capital projects, reduce, sort of what's needed, such that we can make a zero to minimal tax increase? And if the Act 511 or permit revenue materializes, we can sort of unpark certain capital projects.
What we could do is put a tentative hold on all these, that before any of these projects would move forward, the board would have to give approval. So we could budget for that, but we don't have to spend that until the board actually has some trigger point after the first quarter, or after the tax collections are in, to be able to make that determination if you want to proceed moving forward. So, I mean, that's something where, it would be left at the board's discretion, that it would be in there, but does not have to be.
But our capital projects that are bare minimum, do we really have that option of putting off these capital? This is a priority list, that, how many of these can you actually put off? The object was we got the capital down to bare minimum, and the goal is that if we got increased revenues, then we would be able to maybe put that money in capital and start doing some other priorities.
Plus, you would have to find capital expenditures that didn't need to be, our tax revenues come in August. So
Yeah, that's
you'd
one of
have
the
to
problems.
pick capital projects that don't really need to be done until the end of next year, if you're going to make them contingent upon our business tax revenues.
Yeah, looking at our capital, what has been proposed in terms of projects that we're looking to do, of the, and I'm looking at page 59, which is the executive summary to the 5-year capital plan in the 2011 column. Out of the a little over $1 million for water quality management, the $490,000 of that is the sanitary sewer projects that we just spoke of that'll be paid for through the sewer rent. The fire service money, the $600,000 of that is the fact that we did not or have not to date contributed the $600,000 to Radnor Fire, carrying that over into next year to make sure that that doesn't fall off the radar anywhere. The $50,000 difference represents the township's obligation to the Bryn Mawr Fire Company's floor. And then jumping down to township building and grounds, those funds, for the most part, represent the money that the township's already borrowed for the library to do the improvements there. And then the road and bridge construction, the $571,000, that is representative of all the liquid fuel money that we get directly from the state. So with regard to those, I would certainly think that since we've got dedicated revenue outside of our own bonding and cash transfer, that those would be ones that we could move forward with a little bit more immediate.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, when you put all those together, there's not many more capital projects that aren't self-funding in a way. We don't have much of an option.
Let me just mention that on the traffic control systems, it looks like about 150,000 of that is a proposed signal at Radnor Chester Road and Raider Road. I believe this was in response to the project where Centacor was planning to expand their structure. And the last thing I read in the Philadelphia Business Journal is that plan has been killed. They're not going forward with that construction. Is that right? Does anyone know? Maybe I know. I mean, this is what I read.
Well, Centacor is on King of Prussia. It's not. Radnor Chester is on.
Which?
That's the Keystone building. I think it's now
across from
occupied by
the new
Mainland
building.
House.
Okay, so I'm mixing up the projects.
Are they paying for that?
I don't know, Dan, you want to?
Yeah, part of the resolution for both of those constructions, they were sharing in the cost.
Yeah. So we're not paying that 150,000?
Well, we have to pay some of it. I don't believe we have to pay 150,000, but that's the seed money to get it started. I'd be looking for Keystone and Brandywine to reimburse us.
I would also recommend that we look to the school district for this, since they have now mobilized their operations for transfer of students now into one compound at the high school, which now they are paying for an officer to be at that particular location. But also, I think that's some of the expense at the school district, since they've taken a measure to help reduce their costs and streamline. That traffic signal will be very beneficial in that particular area, so that would be one that we'd want to approach the district on as well.
So Kevin, I don't think there's much money in the capital budget
Well, there's at least 225,000 being transferred out of the general fund.
And there's still $1.3 million on that list that we just went through.
Well, Kevin, that was part of the fund balance, I believe, the requirement under fund balance policy. Keep in mind, we still have, I don't have it in front of me, but there's still quite a large number of vehicles being purchased in the capital fund. And that 225 is the seed to pay as you go. And quite frankly, I'd like to see that number to match the vehicles that are being purchased. And if anything, you know, Bill, I know you've expressed many times that, you know, some of these vehicles, you know, are way beyond their useful life. You have a dump truck that's 16 years old, will be 17 years old next year. Bill, in your opinion, is there anything we could do about delaying that? Could we eke another year out of that?
Excuse me, sorry about that. If you look at the vehicle and equipment list, granted, that one's 16 years old, but we have two trucks sitting right behind that, too. There hasn't been a dump truck purchased in over 5 years in the Public Works Department. They're vital pieces of equipment when it comes to snow removal. You have a 16-year-old truck, you have a tailgate spreader on there, they're real hard to calibrate with the old pump system and trying to get it calibrated. These trucks move from road to road. Some are on 2-lane highways, some go off of 4-lane highways onto 2-lane highways. And to try and calibrate these so that you're spreading, you know, the right pounds per lane mile, it gets tougher and tougher and tougher, and it ends up costing you more money. Even the maintenance and repairs of these. So sooner or later, we have to bite the bullet. I mean, I don't want to see you get into a situation where all of a sudden you need 3 dump trucks. And I mean, if you saw a truck that's been out there for 16 years working, pushing snow, hauling blacktop, what have you, you get a better understanding for what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't consider even asking to remove that. I mean, I'm looking at the age and I'm thinking, well, it's pretty old, and I can't imagine it's going to continue to run. The other question I'd have is and excuse me for not having it in front of me, there are more vehicles that we're planning to buy. You know, every year we continue to buy more police vehicles to replace the old ones, and, you know, I think this is another time to stop and reflect and say, you know, could we get one more year? Could we get 6 more months out of a vehicle at this point? You know, because we're not paying as we go, because we don't have enough cash flow to cover the cost of these vehicles, should we consider trying to stretch them a little thinner? I mean, at least from Public Works, I look at the list and only one of the vehicles is on the list for replacement. So I wouldn't ask to cut that. But as we look at other vehicles in the capital budget, I'd ask that we try to reduce the spending in those vehicles.
We don't have any vehicles, though, for police, do we? No. Page 67.
We don't have one. We did lose a vehicle under the last storm. So we would ask to add in, I think approximately $13,000 because we'll be receiving insurance in the amount. And AJ, I'm not sure if it's about 18,000 we're receiving, or?
Just a few comments, yes. That's about 13 we'll be receiving for that reimbursement. But I want to recall that in 2009, we didn't receive any vehicles. We took some and moved them from various areas or did without. So you're going to get into a dangerous area of, you're running these vehicles 24/7. You're down to a number of vehicles, and sooner or later, you're going to have to replace not just 3 or 4, but maybe even more than that.
All right, well.
Bob, I have a question about page 2. It's not presented, or I don't read it to be like a menu where certain items from A could be, or, I mean, we wouldn't have to obviously just take option C and essentially close the library. I mean, you could beg, borrow, and choose from all the different areas and still have a 9% tax increase.
Correct.
It's not reflected on page 2, but that's still possible.
Correct. We would just have to go in other areas to reduce that funding.
So, well, I'll put it, I mean, we can talk for hours, but I'll put it on the table. I'll make a motion that we adopt a budget going with option number C, which has a 9% tax increase, and that we add in the car, the police car, and the expense in for that.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that. I want to add that we should be hiring a person in community development to do the rental inspections, and I don't know if that's in the current, wasn't quite in the budget. We talked about outsourcing. Certainly deferring that hire until later in the year, until we start to realize the revenue, so it is in fact budget neutral. But we're talking about a rise in 100% increase in fees across the board, from about $300,000 to $700,000 if we implement that ordinance. So I second with the addendum of adding 1 staff member for community development mid-year to be a dedicated housing inspector.
Bob, how were you planning on doing that? Were you planning on hiring someone this year, or seeing you figure it's going to take a half a year or 3/4 year to get the thing rolling and not having a program next year and hiring the person next year? Is that your
I
thought?
think what we want to do is see how the revenues come in, so that before we hire someone, we can actually see the revenues before we actually make a commitment to the individual hiring. I think what we would look at is probably in the short term here, using a outside third party to be able to do that. And then, as we did with the earlier this year, I believe in May, came back to the board about it was more cost effective to use a full-time person in-house compared to what the outside would be. But I think trying to see and realize those revenues is important before we actually make that commitment. So we would be back to the board probably mid-year to be able to say, here's where the revenues are at, and here's the plan of how we're going to do this, and work with Matt and his staff of how we're going to coordinate that to make sure we get the inspections done. But also, too, that as we hire, we're hiring in a very conservative way to make sure that we're not adding staff that isn't supported by revenue. to
I
cover those
agree exactly
expenses.
with that approach, Bob, but I think even for the long term, to the extent possible, we ought to be using a third party, because it gives us flexibility, and as has been pointed out a number of times, we have significant benefit costs associated with employees, both on the payroll today and then downstream when they retire. And it's something that has to be addressed, not just in Radnor Township, but at the state level and the federal level. And to bring an employee on has long-term ramifications. And you know, my strong preference, in the absence of an overly compelling argument, is to have a third party do it.
Okay, so just by way of procedure, Bill made a motion. John, I'm not sure if you seconded it or not.
I've seconded
Okay,
with the amendment that we.
Could we just second it and then make an amendment to that?
Sure, second.
So it's been motioned and seconded. Now,
Yeah. Bob, do you want a motion on the budget, and then we'll do the millage and the thing later? 3 different motions?
I think based on what I'm hearing from the board is you would look to approve the millage rate, But you're asking us to go in and look at reducing maybe some of the other impacts that are in C there for some of the non-township service contribution reductions to see where some of those could be absorbed in other areas of the particular budget. So what we're looking at is the approval of the millage. We will then make the appropriate adjustments here and get back to the board with, basically, you've set what the bottom line is of the budget. Now we've got to go back in and get the numbers to make some adjustments within that particular area
Okay.
of the non-service contributions.
What, so you're suggesting that we approve the millage with not really identifying where the cuts are going to be, or how we're going to distribute the cuts? Is that?
I mean, we could, or we could just go through and look to see where we can make some of those adjustments, because we're looking at.
Well, let me put this out there and correct me.
You're looking at what?
What are you looking at? 82, 11, 6, and 2?
Well,
Unless,
no, that's part
or
of
you
the,
just,
that's
or the
part
only
of
thing you're looking at is.
That's part of the motion to do that.
Okay.
To
Option
approve
C.
a budget, option C includes those.
Okay, so it
Okay,
would.
so it includes option C with those reductions, plus a millage rate of 3.6411.
Well, so the motion then essentially defunds the library.
No.
No, the motion would be is that
10%
their
cut.
funding is
Okay.
reduced by approximately 10%, because you have Surrey Services, the Senior Center, and the Wayne Arts Center have agreed to their reduction. So it's the library that.
All contributions other than the firehouse are essentially the fire departments are going down by 10%.
That's not in this. I mean, we don't have the parades or Channel 21 or RECT accounted for in C yet. I mean, if we want to make it an across-the-board 10%, that's not what C is right now.
It was a gross generalization, but your point is fair, that it's not across the board the way I stated it.
So is this budget, we're still budgeting 4,000 for Memorial Day Parade, 4,000 for the July 4th Parade, and
We removed that. We removed that, so if the commissioners would like to add that back in.
They're both removed?
We eliminated those from the budget.
Wait, they're not in the budget at all?
From the initial proposal, sorry. From the
But-
initial proposal, they were.
Completely removed.
all right, and what, I'm sorry, what are the items? There was the Memorial Day Parade and July 4th Parade, right? Okay. How do the commissioners feel about 3,000 for each one of those, or do you feel we should eliminate them, or reduce them?
I don't feel we should eliminate
Under this
them.
budget, you're saying that there are no contributions for those parades.
That's correct.
What is there's a contributions item for
so I have a solution.
$177,000. What's in that? I don't know the page. I can find the page here.
I want to hear John's solution.
It's on page
Well, here-
48.
You know, since one of
Well,
those
hold on,
parades is
hold on.
in-
I asked a question, so I'd like to get an answer.
Yeah, that included basically the same type of, the Surrey Services Senior Center and Wayne Arts Center. And basically how that money would be distributed to each of those entities would have been dependent upon how the board wanted to do it.
And that reflects these cuts? Or once we, that'll reduce that when we have
Well,
these cuts?
it's the same number
It'll
as
be reduced.
2,000.
That'll reduce the 177 by $19,000.
But I'm confused because it's the same number as 2010. So we did fund those parades in 2010.
This year you did fund those.
So
correct.
how are they eliminated?
One of those you did, which was the.
I think we did both.
We did both.
There was only one $4,000 expenditure.
No, I
we
approved
could
both
find.
motions for July 4th and Memorial Day. I remember
So
voting on them.
it may have wound up in a different,
Yeah.
Okay.
because one's in May, and one's in July, so perhaps it wound up in a different line.
John,
item.
let's hear your solution.
Well, I like what Bill's saying is, it would be the same thing as cutting all funding to any one of these services. All of these things are part of what Radnor is, and in particular, those parades are, I think, an important part of the community celebration, and I think we need to reduce those expenditures, but taking them out completely is not acceptable to me. What I'm willing to do is, I'll support a reduction, and then I'll just agree to kick in my stipend to cover the difference for my parade in my ward. So if it's $1,000 reduction, I'll give you $1,000 back of my pay. of the 2,100 I received to
You
help
give it
cover
to
that.
the, you give it to the parade committee
In essence, yeah.
directly.
What about RECT and Channel 21 as doing cuts there? I mean, I feel really strongly that these should be across the board.
But that's not taxes, right?
But Studio 21 is based on the franchise
Yeah,
fees.
it
so
has
it's
to
not
do
But
with
tax
some of it
dollars.
comes from our tax dollars. A small portion.
None of it,
I
none,
don't think so.
none.
Yeah, the franchise fees are about 500,000 something, 550. I think.
Yeah, they get it direct.
And they're
yeah.
getting
But
40,000.
the township does distribute the money back to, it's
Yeah.
collected here and then it's distributed to Radnor Studio 21, so maybe that might be an area of confusion where that's at.
Yeah, and part of, also as part of those franchise fees, the PEG grant, Public Educational and Government, is specifically earmarked for Studio 21 through the Comcast contract, and I believe the Verizon contract.
So on page 2, tell me then the number in parentheses 473 for item C, option C. That represents the sum of the column above, which are just those areas that were cut, those 4 areas, or does it represent something different?
There's 5.
It's the sum of the 5 areas when you include postponing the OPEB
373 is
transfer.
added in.
Right. So why are our options limited to this? Like, why isn't there an item for adding fees, recreation fees, increasing the fees? Why can't we decrease some of our park maintenance? Like, I feel like we're falsely constrained by this menu.
Well, I think based on, with not knowing, with fees, we can increase fees, but there has to be a purpose behind that than just saying, well, we're going to increase double the fees. Because again, the risk that we run is if we go ahead and double the fees for some of the programs, we may lose
Yes.
individuals who cannot participate. But there should be a reason behind why we put fees in place and what we're trying to recapture, than just, randomly saying, well, we're just going to add fees
Right.
is part of that. So,
Well, to be fair, we're not randomly saying that we're adding fees. I mean, it's hard, there's a lot of numbers being put out.
Mhm.
And what we see, what I see is, what I think is a small amount of money coming in fees for what appears to be a very significant service provided. So it's not just random that I come to that conclusion.
sure, and I think like park maintenance, I think that's a good item, as was recommended before, for the Park and Rec Board to look at. Because again, there's some areas where there's a level of maintenance that is high, that, are we willing to give up those levels of maintenance to let them, be overgrown now? So I think that's a standard that we should probably make that determination, is what is that level of maintenance that we want to be able to have in particular
it's-
areas, especially knowing that we're probably going to absorb a cemetery, shortly here, is what is that level of maintenance are we going to want to see there too?
And you really, you need a discussion of that, because it's like Nick and Iglia calling and saying St. Catherine's can't play field hockey at Donna Lane because the grass is too high, the ball won't roll. I mean, it's not just a matter of, cutting maintenance. I mean, we have to have this, if we want to give a charge to the park board or the Park and Recreation Committee to look at these and make a recommendation, to bring in all the sports team and all and talk about this and lay out the fees and come up with a plan, fine, it might fly or might not fly. I mean, we have subsidized these programs for years, and we have increased the fees, but you do lose. I mean, I used to have 12 softball teams. I have 7. I lost 2 last year because they can't afford to pay $1,300. It's $275 for the fields. It's $50 for lights, to the township, and so, you could raise it to $350, $400, and we might not have adult softball in Radnor. I mean, but this is with all the Little League programs and all the programs that we have to analyze all this stuff. We can't just say, all right, we're paying all this money to cut grass and do these feeds, and let's just, everybody that's participating, you just raise your fee from $20 to $50 or $75. It's not that simple. We have to take a good hard look at it and work with the community, work with the sports programs and everybody else, and let everybody have their say, and then we can make a decision.
I think, if I could, to add to that a little bit, is the reason why we focused on expenditures and putting this information here together wasn't that looking at the revenue side of things isn't important. It's on the expense side, we have control over these numbers. If we decide to go one way, we have full control over how that's going to end up. There's a component to the revenue side that we really don't have control over. And to adjust the revenue side of the budget to offset or to fill the $473,000 gap puts an additional layer of risk on the budget that we don't have full control over. So that's the primary reason why we're focusing on the expenditures in putting this together.
Well, you don't control real estate transfer tax. You don't control Act 511. You don't control any of those. What you control is the real estate tax, right?
To a certain extent, and we control how much the rate is, but there's even components to that.
I'd like to see a compromise here. I stated before, I don't think we need to, it wouldn't be fair to expect those who partake in activities in Parks and Recreation to cover the shortfall of the township, but I would expect that the usury fees are in fact covering the cost of running those programs and the overhead cost of administrating those programs.
Well, then what we do is we have a full debate about that in the park board, and the staff working with them, working with the commissioners, decide what we can do. And if we get an extra $300,000 in, we can put that in our ending balance for a problem. You know, you don't need to. You know, if we can get extra revenues, if we can move the things up, and the commissioners agree, and working with the public we agree, then if you take in an extra $150,000 or $200,000, that helps eliminate this postponing future years. You know,
I agree, and that's what I would like to see. That if in fact we do agree, if the commissioners vote at the next meeting to increase certain fees, that if in fact those fees come to fruition and we have higher revenues than expected, that OPEB funding does not get deferred as much or reduced as much as we're showing here. That in fact we agree as a board to in fact take any excess funding that we come in, you know, any excess fees that we generate to use to actually try to achieve the goal of the $372,000. Because to me, that's a long-term liability that we have to address. And you know, I'm willing to, for me personally, I'm willing to bend on that number this year. But I mean, that's just, I don't want to pass the buck. This buck passing has been going on for about 15 years now, and I think it's time that we start to accept the true liabilities that we have and fund them. And if that means, you know, charging slightly higher fees for park programs, then we need to do that. But all fees across the board, any service that we provide that we charge a fee for, if that fee isn't covering the true cost of that service, then we need to do something about that.
So I have a question about the what's required tonight. Tonight, we just are required to set the millage, correct? The budget itself, you could adjust, and we don't need to advertise the budget, we just advertise the millage, is that correct? So what I'm getting at is I don't know that we need to make final decisions about what's in that budget, we just need to make a final decision about the millage rate. Do you know, Hank, is that right?
No, I think we have to adopt the final budget with the millage rate. Yeah.
Well, also the notion of adopting a millage without knowing what it represents and what we're cutting and what we're keeping seems nonsensical to me.
I don't think it's nonsensical because what we're still dealing. You're going to do that no matter what. You don't know what the ramification of cutting $82,000 out of the library is. So no matter what, you're making and then there's also talk of adding other things in it. So we're not going to be looking at the final version. I think the final version of the budget itself, and it's a question at this point. I think it can be adjusted because of the scale at which we're adjusting it now. But what can't be adjusted is the millage. And there are other things in here that I would like to see reduced much more, or for example, snow removal. I think we can and should compromise snow removal. You mentioned the Willows. There's some savings there if we shutter it that aren't reflected in the budget, correct? The budget is written for not shuttering it. And then also legal services that I look at that and I think it reflects the old mechanism for funding, and I think we can realize some savings under the new mechanism that you've identified for us. So I think there's there's savings that can be realized, there's additional fees that can be realized, and then that contribution, that reduction in the library, I think could be smaller than it is in this item.
So, Don, to answer your question, we're required under the charter that no later than 10 days following the adoption of the preliminary budget, we have a capital program by the board. Public hearings shall take place at least 7 days after the advertisement and at least 10 days prior to the end of the fiscal year. So the way I view this, we have up until the 20th of December to wrap this up. In
No,
essence.
we have to the,
Well, I'm just
the last
saying,
meeting is the 13th of
if you
December.
want to the letter of the charter, you know, so basically it looks like a hearing has to occur within 20 days of the end of the year, and 10 days before that hearing, we have to introduce the preliminary budget and capital plan. And this is what I've been using.
That doesn't
Does it sound right?
jibe with what John Rice said last meeting.
What did he say?
He said we need to advertise this budget on Wednesday.
Yeah, based on the current meeting schedule.
Yeah,
that
you
we
have to advertise it. I
So
mean,
we
if you want
have
to
to
adopt
approve
it
it to
by
advertise.
But what is it that's advertised? Is it just the millage, or is it the whole document? Is it the whole?
Well, it might be more of a John Rice question, but
Yeah.
the way we discussed it, it has to, in order for you to adopt the final budget on the 13th, you have to introduce an official budget ordinance tonight.
Okay, so we're gonna, we
and
got a
the charter-
chance,
charter
we got a
says
chance to
budget
offer amendments when we
ordinance.
do a final budget, right?
As long as we don't increase spending by 10%?
Correct.
Yeah.
So changes can be made up till the 13th? That's what that means?
Without John Rice here, I'm not going to make a legal judgment, but, you know, the charter says if the final budget to be enacted amendment, their total expenditures increased by more than 10%, you'd have to re-advertise everything. So.
All right, so we could do this, then we could adopt option C, and then we'll get a specific answer to that question. And if we have the authority or the capability to move small amounts of money, then we can move small amounts of money. Otherwise, we're stuck with option C.
Don't we also have the option for a certain period of time into the new year
Only a new
to
board.
reopen?
A new board.
45 days with a
It's
newly
only for
elected board.
Newly elected board.
Well, there's language in there about supplemental appropriations, et
That's what I
cetera.
thought.
Because we've had an
That's-
exchange on that.
I was going to bring that up, but I'll read it. I
Not
didn't
that
want to add that to the
not
mix.
that the expense line would go up, but if the revenues, again, materialize better. But
We have that option.
Yeah, the board may make by resolution supplemental appropriations for operating expenses or for the purpose of reducing indebtedness.
All right, so here's the motion. The motion is that we adopt item number C, and we add in $3,000 for the Memorial Day Parade and the July 4th Parade. And the millage rate is 3.6411. And the sewer rate fee will be 5.57.
Okay, hold on.
And this
Before there's a second, now, that math doesn't work. If we add 3,000, we
Right,
change
that's not the right millage rate.
What's that?
If we add money to it, we change the millage rate. Correct?
Correct. You're correct. Right.
Yes.
But before we get there,
Okay, so that's a good point. That it's so insensitive that it's probably not changing the millage
and he
rate.
can find the money elsewhere.
Yeah.
But Bob, the proposed budget, if I'm reading it correctly, calls for a $100,000 increase in contributions to the fire company.
That's correct.
And I believe, it's getting late, and we were here late last time, but I believe my recollection was that Dave said they could do with less if need be next year.
Well, I think what we're looking at doing is bringing the ALS in-house, which then again keeps Radnor Township tax dollars here in Radnor Township, which again helps offset their losses that they have currently, that they are absorbing with the ALS. And I think to bring that into a balance, so I mean, they are here, so if you want to be able to answer to that.
If I didn't put my glasses on, so I couldn't see it till you moved.
The other, if I could, real quick, as Dave makes his way up, the other aspect of that increase was including an annual amount for capital to make that contribution about more consistent from year to year rather than having the major fluctuations when capital.
And I believe the fire company is an essential service, and you guys do a great job. But we're, in a gross generalization, I don't want to, misspeak like I did before. We've asked everybody to take anybody we contribute to take a 10% cut. Is the fire company taking a 10% cut? It's hard to see from this number.
It's no, we have not, and I think again,
Can I answer that?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, can I, Dave Roderick, Wayne? Well, let me answer it by saying this. We started taking a bigger than 10% cut 2 or 3 years ago when we signed the ALS contract with the township. And what in fact happened is we agreed to enter into a billing arrangement that penalized us $114,000 in 2008 and $159,000 in 2009, with the tacit understanding from the township at the time when we entered into that billing arrangement that we would be reimbursed. We got reimbursed for 1 quarter 2 years ago, and that was it. And then all the regimes changed, and we never saw another penny. So we've absorbed a loss of over a quarter of $1,000,000 already on that contract. What we're proposing, and what I was going to do, is come to you at the next meeting and present the whole ALS proposal. But the idea is we'd like a little help bringing it in-house, which is built into our budget, and that's going to save the township. It's a township responsibility. We can cut that loss considerably if we bring it in-house. So yes, our funding's increasing a bit because what we're trying to do is get that loss reduced, but it's going to cost us money to reduce it. So either we don't take our increase, but then the township has to step up to their responsibility to absorb that much bigger loss.
Dave, you had indicated to me that we would be the only township in the surrounding area, to the best of your knowledge, that doesn't have ALS if we did not have it.
That is correct.
And just describe what ALS is for.
Well, advanced, I got a lot of questions after I was up here last week. That's advanced life support. The Radnor Fire Company currently provides basic life support. So an example would be if someone falls down and hurts their leg, or somebody at a nursing home falls out of bed or something like that. We send a basic life support ambulance out with 2 EMTs and we help them out. A heart attack, a stroke, much more important things, we have contracted advanced life support services out to Narberth. Narberth was losing money on it, so 2 years ago they came to the township and they said, despite the subsidies that the township has been paying, we're losing money. We need to end this billing type arrangement. So what happened was the township came to us and said, basically, we want you to do the billing. You're going to do all the billing, and we'll reimburse you for any losses. Well, that never happened. And as I said, when I did the study in 2008, first year of that contract, we lost well over $100,000, and this year we've lost $159,000.
And you lost that because you had to pay it to Narberth?
Yeah, I mean, for example, on a Medicare call, Bill, just to give you an idea, and I was going to do this in great detail at our next meeting, but just roughly, Medicare call, when a medic shows up, advanced life support, we get reimbursed from the federal government an incremental $68, but we have to pay Narberth $400, and that comes right out of the fire company's coffers. We have to pay that. And we were promised to be reimbursed, but that never happened. Well, what we're proposing is, of course, we don't want to just dump that back in the township's lap. We want to be good corporate citizens. So what we're saying is let us bring it in. We'll do it. We can cut that loss considerably, but there's still going to be a bit of a loss there. And we're just asking you to help us with that. And that's
Dave, were there decreases in the reimbursements, either by Medicare, Blue Cross? Is that what happened?
No, there has been a bit of... There hasn't been so much a decrease. What's happened is there is a whole payer mix. So we have private insurance, we have auto, we have workers' comp, and we have Medicare. What's happened, unfortunately, is the payer mix has shifted much towards Medicare, which is, of course, the lower payer. The other thing that happened is a lot of people in Radnor, of course, had supplemental insurance, supplemental to Medicare. It's our guess, we have no proof of this, but our guess is, based on our information from our billing company, is that during the recession, a lot of people that had that supplemental insurance have dropped it. So all we're getting now is the Medicare reimbursement.
So there has been a decrease in reimbursements, but
Correct.
not by the carriers themselves.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And we, and of course, our costs remain flat. We've got to pay what we've got to pay. In fact, Narberth actually increased their rates year to year.
So, Dave, let me ask you, the increase in the contribution from Radnor Township, is that to get through this transition to in-house ALS, or will it be from now on you're going to need that to make up the gap?
It's a combination of both. So what's happened is, what we've done is we've said, okay, what Bob decided he wanted to do was take all the contributions that the township made. Again, at the point I made to you last time is that the township has been funding these things for decades. The lion's share of the amount that we saw in that number last week. The township has been funding for decades. It's our trucks, it's fire hydrant rental, it's, I don't know, all the stuff that, gas, for example, all that stuff has been funded for years. So what they decided to do is put it all into one big pot and say, we're going to call that the millage that's going to be dedicated to the fire company. And we're pleased with that. We want that. We want a dedicated millage. We want people to be able to see this is where your tax dollars are going. We're fine with that. Well, the first year of that, what's going to happen is included in that is some capital money, and that's going to help fund bringing ALS in. We're going to need to buy equipment. We're going to need to hire an ALS coordinator. We're going to all that stuff. And also included that, we're going to cut that loss from $159,000. We figure we're going to cut it down into the 50s. So we're going to save the township $100,000 doing it. But there's still.
I agree with you, Dave. But just for purposes of budgeting and finance, there's no savings because it's not in the existing budget.
Right.
Okay. I just want to be.
I understand that. Well, it's.
I understood your point, but I just want to be clear.
Another unfunded
Exactly.
liability.
Yeah. Well, that's a good way of putting it. It was an unfunded liability that we were funding. Yeah, right. Well,
All right, thanks.
We could also reduce the funding to our neighboring community for the floor, if the board would so like.
I have a revenue point. Can we add in for 2011 the ethics restitution payment, or an estimate, a low estimate of an insurance payment on the Bayshore claims?
Well, we already received the money from the state on the restitution, so that'll be realized in 2010. But we can certainly speak with John Rice and find out what the status is on the other part of that with the insurance claim and find out.
So if that was unbudgeted revenue, so that should boost up our starting position, so that should positively affect our bottom line this year by $55,000.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And I don't see any reason why we wouldn't budget for extra revenue for that item.
Because we don't know we're going to get it.
We'll get
Exactly.
something.
I think
Well,
there's
yeah,
a,
we've been
there's a
getting
danger
something. We've been arguing with them for a year and a half now, and we've gotten nowhere.
I think
So-
one of the other items that, working with Bill here, is to reduce the legal under the solicitor. His budget, which was budgeted by $23,000. The only caveat I would say to that is that any additional work that the solicitor has, that would have to come in front of the board, and there'd have to be a majority vote of the board to authorize him to do work. This way, we'd be able to have a control, even stronger control on the board determining where those dollars are at. So there may be some items that we may want to defer for a year for the solicitor to look at. That, it's not pressing right now that we actually have to do these types of things, but we try to control and tighten that down as much as we can, and that's what's reflected in here now contains the solicitor under a proposed retainer, as well as the retainer for the labor attorneys as well. So again, I think that just puts more of the responsibility upon the board to make sure that all these expenses, as they come through, the board is authorizing as much of these particular services, especially in the area of legal expenses, since there has been such a heavy dollar amount spent over the last several years to try to contain some of those costs. And again, board having very tight control upon that. So we would reduce that line item by $23,000, which I think, based on some of these other items, I think
Well,
puts it almost
well, you still have to do the negotiations with the library and see how we can, what that situation is.
That's true, but I can say that the other entities that came through and gave up money, they were also watching to see if their contribution was equal to the others, because I would have to believe if there was some reduction there, I think we would see a reduction from those other agencies too. Reciprocal.
Except that
It's 6, 11, and 2, and then it's 82,000,
and that's true that they risk state funding if they don't have the minimum of the state requirements. And that's what I want to hear. I don't want to risk that.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to risk that. And I don't think they were prepared tonight for that analysis.
Well, Steve did say they would take what we could give them. He recognizes the situation. They didn't come in, I think, unfortunately because of Kathy's illness, with a specific willingness to offer up. But, my recollection of the conversation was he signaled a willingness to take what we could give him. And if you listen to the words very carefully, it wasn't said that the funding from the state would dry up. It was said it would be reduced.
So they'll have to augment their staffing with more volunteers if they need to maintain a certain number of hours per week. And this is happening in every library. It's not something I look forward to doing, but everyone has to feel the pain, as Elaine has said. And I think everyone's starting to feel the pain.
Well, I just want to make sure that Bob sits down with them and gets a feel for the impact, so we
Yes.
know what it's compared to the other ones, because 82 is a big impact compared to the other ones.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. Did you want to make an amendment for, you talked about making an amendment for the parades?
I did. That's part of the motion.
Well, the first motion was made and seconded, and it's still on the table. We didn't.
All right. Well,
So we should.
let's eliminate all motions.
Should withdraw all the motions.
we'll
and
withdraw all the
your
motions.
originals.
Can I, but I have a question for Bob before you go and make a new motion, Bill, and Bill, Bob and Bill. You know, I think we're in a very difficult position, because I think to a certain degree that the consequences of prior decisions are coming home, not just at this level, but at all levels of government. But, at a 9% level in an economy that's like this, in an inflationary environment that is close to, consumer price index of close to zero, is there more, deferring, I come back to deferring capital projects or something that we can park? And if the revenue numbers come in better on the permits, if they come in better on the Act 511, then we can use supplemental appropriations to do that. At 9% in this economy, in this environment, is tough to stomach.
There were two sources of information. Is that rhetorical, or are you looking for an answer?
I'm looking for an answer, but it sounds like they're taking a look, but you can ask your question.
Well, it's more of a comment. If I understood the numbers correctly that were shown to us tonight, in 2006, the millage was 3.01. That remained the same through 7, 8, and 9. We sat in this room 2 years ago, and we had, I forget the exact number, but it was something along the lines of 7%, I believe, maybe 8%. And we bannered it back and forth, and I think there were 4 or 5 different proposals. Eventually, this board settled on a 0% tax increase for 2009, which I felt was financially irresponsible, given the fact that we're probably going into the worst year. And we saw it coming. We all said we saw it coming. And yet we didn't increase taxes that particular year. That resulted in an 11% increase last year. And despite all of John's projections of the sky was falling, we were looking at 17%, and Bob's gotten it down to 9%. The second piece of information is the chart that we got from Bill White that was prepared by Abington Township, which showed the difference in the millages of various communities, including Upper Merion, Upper Dublin, Abington, Cheltenham, Upper Moreland, Horsham, Lower Merion, and Radnor. All of those entities have at least 3 funding sources, including real estate taxes, local service taxes, earned income tax, which this township does not have, and a refuse charge. Radnor is the only one that has the real estate tax and a local services tax. And when you took a look at the numbers that Bill gave us on the equivalent of millage rates, Radnor is the second lowest millage rate of all the ones mentioned here. This is a study not done by our people, but by Abington Township. And it shows what an incredible bargain we are. So when I see at 9% that the average increase is going to be less than $100 a year for the amount of services that we provide, and given the incredible staff that we have, I think that's an incredible bargain. I don't see it as gloom and doom. I don't see it as 9% in this economy. We're talking about $100 a year. Now, some people in a fixed income, that's going to hurt. I understand that. There's going to be people who have assessed values higher than the $330-some thousand. But the fact of the matter is that we are a bargain in comparison with other communities. We all said it tonight. We do more with less.
And we
I
have,
think, as I've said before, a budget is a political document as well as a financial document. What services are we going to provide our people? After hearing what everybody had to say tonight and the services that these folks provide us, I don't think 9% is outrageous at all. I think it's very reasonable in this day and age. And I think that we'd be foolish to monkey around with anything more, or rather anything less than that, because it's going to start to cut into the fire company. And those are the services the people in this community are demanding. That is their political will, and we have to follow it.
Okay. Kevin, did you get an answer to your... Still looking for an answer, Kevin?
I'm still looking for an answer, so it sounds like Bob and Bill were talking, so I just wanted to hear their thoughts.
You know, again, I think on the capital items was mentioned before, I mean, we can put a hold on those, and then as we see how the first part of the year comes in, where you'll see real estate collections, the business privilege tax coming in, you know, we can defer those to a point to see where these revenues are at and whether we make the determination to go forward or not, but at least they're in there. It doesn't it's not committing us that we absolutely have to go forward and do those particular items, but they're within the budget, so I mean, you would still have that authority.
Yeah, I understand, but it's slightly different in the sense that under what's being proposed now is, you know, for just to accept what was, I think, the direction some folks are going is 9%. That's on the millage rate. What I'm suggesting is a number less than 9, but as we get visibility to the Act 511, the Act, you know, some of the permits, that we have these things parked, that we use the supplemental appropriation process. So we're talking about something slightly different.
but
The only thing would be different would be is that, because if you're going with the millage rate and when that's applied to the property tax, you would not see, if you made the adjustment, say you went with a lower percentage increase, you would not realize those dollars until sometime in 12. So really, you would not be, you'd have further and deeper cuts that would have to be made to services.
Explain that one
based
to
on
me.
that. Well, if you're saying if we would go forward with say a 5% tax increase, that is actually put on the bills which are mailed in January.
Right.
Which then, too, we cannot go back at some other point in time
No,
in
I
the year
understand.
and
Okay.
reassess
Okay.
that.
See, the thing about, Kevin, the thing about the capital is that we're at the bare bones minimum. We've eliminated a lot of projects, you know, and we're just doing the bare bones. And if we can hold off projects, you know, or until we got, you know, money in the project, that gives us extra money to deal with next year. Because the longer we can hold off, my goal is to not go out for a bond issue for capital if we can. And that means that we're going to constantly be behind. And if the revenues come back and if we can cut things and we can add fees, that has to go into capital. And, you know, my goal is not to do any more borrowing. for capital expenditures.
I think we have a slight, look, you're entitled to your opinion, but
Yeah.
we have a difference of opinion.
Right.
And, you know,
Okay.
in my
Right.
view of the world, when you're dealing with, you know, tough times like this, you defer things. It's not to say if, you know, you go out and buy a lottery ticket and you win the lottery, you won't spend the money.
But we are deferring some really important
Well,
things.
again, we have
I
a
mean,
we have a
we are
disagreement on
deferring
that.
the OPEB contribution, which is ridiculous that we're doing it, but we're doing it. And I mean, I consider going down to 9%, we're making some very big sacrifices here. And I can't see us continuing along that line. I mean, 9% is, nobody wants Texas to go up at all. 9% is acceptable, given what we have cut already. I mean, the budget that we're looking at now, especially with that 372 taken out, is, I mean, it's a lot of sacrifice, and I don't think our residents want us to sacrifice anymore, not the ones I've heard from. They don't want to see their services cut any more than we are.
Well, I've heard more
So
people say,
I think
"Don't
it's
raise
I
my
think it's
taxes,"
time
but we're not gonna
to
convince each other
make
of the
it.
merits.
So this is how I think we should proceed. I think Bill should withdraw his motion. We'll see if there's unanimous consent for that, and then we'll open it up to other motions because the motion sort of got convoluted. and I'm
I'll
not sure
withdraw,
what's-
I'll withdraw the motion.
So is there unanimous consent for that? Very good. Okay, so is there a motion on the budget,
I'll move that we do option number 3,
which is C?
which is, I'm sorry, C, which calls for a 3.6411, and the only addition is the 3,000 for the two parades.
And that's 3,000 each for the two parades.
3,000 each, and I also, in the same motion, will set the sewer rate $5.57 for next year.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Very good. Is there further commissioner comment or debate on that issue?
I want to add a few comments. I would like to be part of this motion, that if there is any found money in 2011, that money would, a part of that would be dedicated for the OPEB contribution, because we're again, grossly underfunding that liability. We need to fund that liability, and to just say that we'll take care of it later isn't good enough for me. So I'd like to be part of that motion, that if there's any excess revenues found throughout the year.
So make an amendment, make an amendment to the motion.
The amendment is to, in addition to Commissioner Spengler's motion, to add in that any excess revenues that are found throughout 2011, that a portion of those will be dedicated to cover the OPEB obligation that's presently in the budget, the 300, excuse me, I don't have that in front of me, whatever the number was in the
372.
budget.
Okay, is there a second to that
372.
motion? All right, now I have a question, Bob. Does that make sense to you, or is that something that, from a practical perspective, is that something that you can act on, or because there's lack of precision in these things. There's going to be found money all the time. How do we determine what's found money and what's not?
Not to interrupt, but I was going to comment on something I want to see done next year, and you've sort of given me the opportunity here, and I've sent.
And so then the nature of my question is that something that's better not done in this budget process. The spirit of that is something I want to do, but I'm not sure this is the right mechanism or venue to do it.
I agree with Don. I think the spirit of it is absolutely correct, but we're going to restrict ourselves for any found money to go to that particular purpose, and there may be other things that are more important.
Yeah.
I don't know what they are, but I just don't want to be hamstrung.
No, I agree. And Bill and I had an exchange of at least I sent it to him. I didn't get a chance to look and see the reply. One of the things that I think we need to do next year, when you guys have your legs under you now because we're there, is get the year-to-date stuff on a regular basis, and then on a quarterly basis, take a relook at where we are, what we're doing. And just like you proposed at the last meeting, what you called an adjusted budget or revised budget, is 2-3 times a year we take a revision and look at what we did and what we plan to do and say, okay, the revenues are coming in better. Can we fund certain things, certain capital projects? Can we direct money to the OPEB? Are there other things we can do? The second thing is there are still a lot of significant issues we have to address, and to compress that into the and I don't mean this as a negative, because I know you guys did a great. I mean this. You guys did a great job in a short period of time, but we really need to look at some of the services and how we provide them and what we ought to be doing in a separate discussion from the budget to prepare for 2012. In the few years I've been doing this, we constantly get pushed into dealing with these things in such a compressed time frame that we can't have the vigorous and rigorous discussion that we need to make some of these decisions. So I think you ought to look at a set of programs and things we ought to be looking at. Simply, pick a simple one. Okay, how do we deal with, the parks maintenance? Maybe we should cut the grass once a month. I'm just picking an easy one. But, we really ought to be thinking up a planning calendar for next year, so that when we get to August and September, that we have a better sense of some of those decisions that we have to make, as opposed to trying to stuff 4 meetings into the space of a month. And I don't mean that in a negative. I mean, you guys did a great job, but I think one of the things that we need to learn is not constantly put ourselves in the predicaments we've put ourselves over the last couple of years, and some of it was outside of our control for other reasons, but let's learn from the past and not repeat those mistakes. May not be the best word, but do it better going forward.
I couldn't agree with you more on that. I mean, really the plan, but I know as part of that, which manager's recommendations there with a lot of those items, a lot of that is policy that's set by the board and the direction that we would get to say, here's where those standards and here's where those trip points are, trigger points are to put these things in place, which again, not only does the board, would have this policy set, department heads would be able to follow this, finance would be able to follow this, and the public would be able to follow this as well, to see kind of how it all matches together, and then this way you can kind of keep score at home, I guess.
Yeah, but
as well
also to
where we're
give,
at.
like using the example we were talking about earlier tonight about the parks and recs and the fees, whatever the right date is, whether it's March, April, May, tell the Park and Rec Board that we want a proposal and a recommendation, so you can utilize that in a timely manner to build your 2012 budget. Because if it shows up on your door in September and October, that's not, it's useful, but I wouldn't describe it as very large, extremely helpful, I guess is.
Okay, so
Can
I
I-
think it's time to put it out to the public and let the public
Well,
comment. There's two
hang on.
motions on the floor.
Well, let me just ask, I just want a little information from Bill White. The OPEB number that you had put into the budget originally was, in your opinion, adequate or underfunding, overfunding of the obligation that we have?
Well, without the full details of what our liability is, I would say that the 300,000 is probably underfunding it.
Is this funding the Act 45?
The GASB 45?
I'm sorry, yeah, a GASB 45, the $45 million liability that we face, or is this?
Yeah, it's
in
a
addi-
step in that direction.
But that's the purpose of the OPEB.
Yeah, is to start
Okay.
putting money aside to
So,
fund those liabilities.
I just want to stress this. This is an obligation that we face. It's $45 million. It's over the next 20 to 30 years, depending on, the timing of retiring employees and whatnot. And to not fund it and to try to do pay-as-you-go, I think is a disaster waiting to happen. And with Hank, with all due respect, 3 years ago in 2007, I didn't state that we were going to have a 28% tax increase. I said that we would need a 28% tax increase in 2010 if we did nothing. Well, we clearly did something. We laid off 14 employees last year. We cut spending. Department heads voluntarily cut spending. Not only do we do more with less, we do it with far less. I'm looking at the millage rates. Even with this tax increase at 3.6 mil, total of 3.6 mils, Havertown's at 6.4 mils, Lower Merion's at 4.5 mils. We're 18% lower in millage rate than Lower Merion. So
That's 2010 numbers. We
They
don't know
both-
what they're going to.
I'm sure.
They both have a trash collection
Yeah.
fee.
So
I mean, I think it's time to vote. I think
Yeah.
we've had the discussion on it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay. That's fine.
we'll speak
I
through
just
our
want
votes.
to, I just want to
Yeah.
stress the importance of this OPEB, and I treat that just as important as funding our debt obligations that we have on the books, the
Very good.
$4.5 million a year we spend
Okay.
and whatnot.
So I'd like to put it up to public comment. So is there public comment on the two motions that are on the floor?
What are the two motions?
Well, the main motion is for the item C, the 3.64, with the changes that you made for the parade, and then the amendment is John Fisher's amendment to dedicate a portion of the found money, something to that effect, to reestablish the OPEB. Yes, please.
Dan Webster. I'd just like a clarification. Does this 9% include the millage for the library and the fire department?
That's my understanding, yes. Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Hi, Baron Gemmer, South Wayne. Specifically with the amendment for the parade, just to clarify, in the preliminary budget, there was no money for those special services, and then in the manager's recommendation, there was $177,585. And then we see the commensurate cuts in the, not counting the library because they're not part of that, in the option C tonight. Just to let you know what's a part of the $177,585, that's actually on page 17 of the CB report. $500 for United Way, $4,000 for the Garrett Hill Parade, $4,000 for the Memorial Day Parade, and then the three amounts for the Wayne Senior Center, Surrey, and the Wayne Art Center. So unless I'm missing something along this, there's already 4,000 for both of those parades in the budget as specified in option C.
All right, do you want to respond? I mean, that's contrary to what we were told moments ago. The reality is
Did you
that
pull
this
that from
budget
CB
isn't so
fact?
sensitive that,
Page 17 of the CB fact breaks out the 177,585.
Well, this
Well,
is-
right, the line item in our budget is 160 something, 160,
Which budget are you referring?
in the preliminary budget, isn't it?
No, it's 177,585 is what I saw. Oh, the recommended, well, which is the reductions based upon from the manager's original recommendation of the 17% or which budget are we going off of to take these reductions?
The current budget that we have,
the,
the one from
I'm
last
sorry.
week is going to be reduced by these amount of items and increased by $6,000.
But it's just, Baron's point is the question I asked earlier. If it's the same exact number as 2010.
Yeah, it's 177,585.
Right, now, what Bill and Bob did say, Baron, is apparently one of the $4,000 may not have gone through that account. Bill's.
Well, it may not have, but.
Well, he's looking, it's,
okay.
does he?
I do.
Okay.
If the motions pass as presented or as on the table right now, the 2011 budget for contributions will be $160,585, and will include, that does not include the library portion. That's for the Surrey Services, Senior Center, the Wayne Arts Center, and adding 6,000 back in for the parades. And I apologize, I don't have the net numbers that will be contributing to each of those entities, but based on the way the motion sits right now, that's what the budget will be for 2011 for that line item. And then for the library, I believe the budget will be 700, well, the contributions line for the library will be $733,875, which includes the $82,000 reduction noted in option C.
What did you say the services line, the contributions line would be? 160?
585.
Yeah, that still doesn't make sense because it's 177,585 now. You're showing 19,000 reductions, which would take it below that. So it's still, that's still not correct.
Well, they were telling us.
I have
the 6,000 was in.
177,000, oh.
I can
Would
tell you
like me to
there's five
respond?
numbers that make up the 177,585. It's 500 United Way.
We're going to have Bill respond, hang on.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But I have 177,585. There was a reduction to that. I think there's the $4,000 that we're not reconciling to. That was not in the preliminary proposal, so maybe that's where we're getting goofed up on. But then there's an $11,000 reduction, a $6,000 reduction, a $2,000 reduction, and now adding 6,000 back in. So 160,585.
You can say that, if you look at page 17 of the CV back report, you'll see what the 177,585 in the past years has been made up of, including the 3 donations to the Art Center, the Senior Center in Surrey, plus 4,000, 4,000, and 500. So I'm still not following.
Okay.
that.
What we're basing that on is the CB fact report or the budget report?
The CB fact shows what
It's
the makeup
same
of the
number. That's what's
177,585
If you go to
is.
page 48
Yeah.
of the budget, the general fund budget, the recommendation for 2011 is 177,585, which Baron is saying is the exact same number as what is listed in the CB FAC, which includes the 2 $4,000 contributions, correct? Am I
Correct. And those do add up. If you look at the CB, they add up to the 177,585, exactly.
Well, the budget number the budget number that's going to be in the budget we adopt is going to reflect those 3 contributions plus the 2 parade contributions for $500 United Way. So that's the number that we're passing tonight.
That's my understanding of the motion.
I mean, if,
What? That's what the motion says.
If the question is those other items like United Way and that, those will be removed from that particular item. So it just reflects those particular items.
So perhaps the easiest way to deal with okay, based on the proposal, there's $3,000 given to each of the 2 parades. There is $500 given to United Way. What's the remaining amounts? Do you have that handy, Bill, or if you don't? I mean, it's this, I asked the question, Baron's got, it's just odd that it's the same exact number, and one has the parade contributions in it, and one.
Baron, what's the Surrey contribution?
The current one, according to CBFAC, would be 43,881, and then if you would subtract
That'd
option
be-
C would be 6,000, would be 37,881.
Okay, and the senior center?
Senior Center, 110,351, so less 11,000 would be 99,351.
All right, and the Wayne Arts Center?
14,853, less 2,000 would be 12,853.
And what does that add up to?
Well, that adds up to, if you add in then the, I don't have that added up because I didn't have the other, I was just looking at the reductions, but it would add to 177,585 minus 9,500 minus 19,000, whatever that is.
So, Bill White, can you just tally that column and tell us what it should be now, or is that, I understand it's late. Is that the way to proceed, or?
I don't know, I got like 156 or something, I don't know, but.
If I did my math correct on those 5 numbers, 500 plus 43,881 plus 8,000 for the 2 parades, 110,351 for Senior Center, and 14853 for the Wayne Arts Center, that comes up to 177,585.
But if you add them up, then you take the reductions, and it comes up to 156 or something, I don't know.
Yeah, it should be 156,085.
Essentially, it's saying that we don't have to add, I mean, this is your point, right? We don't have to
Right.
add.
You don't have to add $6,000.
So, and if we do, we have $6,000 more in that line item than we would need, correct?
Okay, fine.
So, I mean, to me, I don't know that the sensitivity of this is such that we have to resolve that. We can keep these
So did we
numbers.
just save John $1,000?
What's that?
We just saved John Fisher?
No, we're still going to
1,000?
3,000.
No, if you're doing 3, I'm still kicking
No,
it
he has to give the whole 2180 though. That's-
Okay.
We're doing 3,000 for each parade, right?
Well, it's 4,000 if you go with your preliminary one, but,
No, we made a motion for
Okay.
3,000.
well, yeah, but that was in addition to the 4,000 that's already in there.
No, well, that's not in there anymore. We're taking it, we're just coming to 3. They have the figures, and the final budget will reflect the correct figures of 3,000 for each one of those, not 4,000.
Okay. Yeah,
Please.
move on. Quick.
Although, hang on one sec. Perhaps this is where the confusion is arising as I'm looking at this. The Surrey Center, you said was 43, almost 44,000?
43,881 is what was listed for
If we're
2,000.
cutting everybody 10%, they're actually taking more than a 10% cut because the proposal calls for a 6,000.
Yeah,
So the reduction in the parade contribution of $1,000 each to 3,000 each, excuse me, if we're being fair to the Surrey services, unless they've already agreed to a $6,000 cut, then they really ought to be only cut something in the order of 4,000.
So if you want to change it, make a motion to change it.
But Kevin, the parades were cutting 25%, so.
I understand that.
It's not a flat 10.
I understand that, John. I'm just, I don't think we need to beat this dead horse and let them do it.
Okay.
I just,
Just in term, and not that it lessens the point any, but you're talking about the comparison to the other millage rates that I believe Abington prepared, or was it Abington that prepared that? Or-
It was Abington who put
Yeah.
that together.
Just be aware that in Montgomery County, they use a different common level ratio, so you actually have to increase our millage about 14% before you can make an adequate comparison because of of what the assessed value is that they're using.
When was the last time they reassessed everybody?
No, it doesn't make any, it's what the ratio that they used.
I'm just curious.
Oh,
if you
I
know.
don't know that. I don't know
Because
that.
there's been a reassessment in Delaware County, and I believe that was back in 1996, 98? I forget when it went into effect. But we were reassessed presumably at a fair market value. And I think all the counties were mandated to do that.
Well, you do you do a reassessment to get fair market value, but you still use a different leveler based upon as sales to assessed value
In other
comes
words,
in.
if you went to court in Delaware County right now, they would take 66% of your appraised value, and that's what they would say. And he's saying it's 84% or something in the other county, but we're the same as Haverford Township. because we're the
Yeah,
same
some of the
county.
comparisons were in Delaware County, some were in Chester County, some were in,
On this one, they're all Montgomery.
Well, when you go
well, when
into
you look at this one, they're not.
Barron,
Okay, that's what
if you have read the whole report, they actually equated it into dollars and cents, and they're all still higher than us.
I didn't say it muted the point at all. I was just saying specifically in the form that we had last time, the one that Abby prepared, you just have to take that with a grain of salt. Lastly, going back to the first issue in terms of the contributions line, you know, fire and police are very important services for the township, and I also believe, as does the state, obviously, because they dictate a millage you can do, and certain things like library is an important part of what the township should provide. I know that in your goal-setting session, you talked about contributions to community organizations, and that needs to be reassessed, and I think it truly does need to be reassessed, that with times like this, not that these aren't worthwhile organizations, but there's a lot of worthwhile organizations in Radnor. Why these? These are not services the township should be providing. A lot of these are social services, either be a county or a state or a federal level, and we need to take a hard look at what we're spending our money on in terms of, is it something that we need to be providing as services to this community, or is it something that should be discretionary to people to make contributions to on their own? Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? All right, seeing no more public comment, first we will vote on the amendment. So Commissioner Fisher has asked to amend the main motion to dedicate a portion of the, what term did you use, Commissioner Fisher? Excess revenue?
Excess revenue.
Portion of excess revenue to the OPED, is that right? B obligations.
And what does that mean? You know, it
Well,
doesn't
I don't
mean
know what it
anything.
means.
Well, if
So,
I-
I mean, I know what
Post-employment benefits, if that's what you're.
No, that's not
No, I
it.
know
It's
that,
the,
but-
like, a portion,
What is the
I need a
excess?
number.
Okay,
Portion,
not,
what
not
is
to
it?
exceed $372,000.
Okay, I mean, are you, does that mean something to you in the finance world? Would you be able to act on that motion?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So any further commissioner comment? Very well, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Nay. So the motion does not carry. So now we move to the main motion, which is to Commissioner Spengler's motion to adopt item C, setting the millage at 3.6411. And
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Point of order. I just want to know, can I introduce a secondary motion at this point, or do I have to wait? Because that motion failed, but I think we should stay with that.
Yes, I think
that
you
theme.
can keep making motions until we finish voting. So,
Okay.
yes,
I'd
I
like
believe you can.
I'd like to move to revise that motion. I'd like to set aside $100,000 of excess revenues from next year's budget to fund the OPEB obligation. So
Would you be-
fixing it at $100,000,
Is
if
there-
we find up to $100,000.
Well, before you get a second, would you be willing to amend that to a percentage level of excess revenues?
Yes, I would.
What percentage?
How about 30%?
How about 10?
How about 15?
I just think you deal with it when it when it comes. I mean,
You know, Kevin, we've been saying that,
John,
and the
you'll have
state
oppor-
finally made a law that said that we had to recognize it.
John, you'll have your opportunity throughout the year when we see
Yeah.
the numbers to lock us in now, based on the absence of information.
Trying
I
to
think
be
is
prudent.
appropriate.
and lock us in now.
Now, you're just posturing.
Yeah, well, I've been doing that for a couple of years now.
Is there a second to Commissioner Fisher's motion?
He's got to go to the number.
I'll do 10%.
Okay, so he's made a motion to obligate 10% of excess money to the OPEB obligation. Is there a second?
Well, is it overall
with a cap-
revenue? What revenue are you
okay.
allocating?
Any excess revenue found, meaning any revenue that's not currently in the budget, 10% of which would be dedicated to the OPEB obligation with a limit of $372,000.
So let's be clear, your proposal is 10% of the revenue that goes to the general fund.
Yes.
Okay, there's a second for the motion. Is there further commissioner comment or debate? Is there public comment on it? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. The motion does not carry.
I'm done.
4-2, okay. So now we move on to the main motion, which is Commissioner Spengler's motion to adopt item C on this sheet of paper, setting the millage at 3.6411 and including two $3,000 contributions for the two parades.
And the sewer rent at
And setting the sewer rent
$5.57.
at $5.57. It's been made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the motion carries 4-2.
Does that take us through that?
Okay, so is there any old business?
I think that's what we move on to, is old business.
Is there any old business?
I have some, I guess it's considered old business. I just wanted to disclose that the State Ethics Commission did find our former manager in violation of Section 1103 of the State Ethics Act. And in their order number 1563, they've ordered the former manager to pay $55,331.21 in restitution. I appreciate this process going through. This was something that I initiated back about 14 months ago. I filed a ethics complaint against the former manager. At that time, I did not have much support from the sitting board to do so. And I'm thrilled that the Ethics Commission did follow through, did do their investigation at no cost to the township, and did order restitution of $55,000, in excess of $55,000 that we have since received. So I just wanted to put that out there to let the residents know that this has occurred. A copy of the order can be found on the State Ethics Commission website if you're interested in seeing that. And it's very detailed, and it clearly states and shows that the former manager did, as a public official, gain private pecuniary benefit by paying himself bonuses over a period of 8 years. What I did learn from this document is that not only did the manager not inform the board or seek approval from the board for any of these bonuses for himself, but when we asked him to provide documentation as to those bonuses, that documentation was not accurate. As it turns out, the manager in 2000 and 2001 took additional bonuses. In 2000, he received $28,000 in bonus money, and in 2001, he received $30,000 in bonus money. And it's important to note that this bonus money was received by him, was directed by himself towards himself, at the same time that he was negotiating an employment contract with this with the sitting board at that time. And at that time, those board members, I don't believe, were aware that he was giving himself bonuses. So I think it's egregious that this occurred. I think it's a shame that this manager conducted himself this way, and I hope that the district attorney's office Mr. Green in the district attorney's office sees this for what it is and sees it that it's a theft from the taxpayers of Radnor. There are 33,000 victims of this crime, and I really hope that the district attorney takes this document and sees it for what it is and moves ahead with prosecution. Until this former manager is prosecuted or at least tried on these charges, we do not have resolution. So in my opinion, this is a good thing, and I appreciate what they've done. Thank you.
Just a question for Bob and/or Bill. So a 2012 sort of financial planning calendar, would you envision delivering that as part of the budget? I know you got a lot of work to do, or would that be delivered to us sort of in the first or second meeting in January? Or have you envisioned a
If you can rephrase that.
Well, again, I come back to, this concept of, quarterly looks, actuals versus quarterly adjustments. We should be getting actuals monthly, but more importantly, there are things we do need to discuss. Yeah, the park and rec issue. There's a number of things, and I think it would be helpful to us to see something in terms of, planning to have those discussions at certain points in time during the year, so that it's not a battle of attrition that we're here till 12:30 at night and, it's a set of body punches till the first guy falls over. We ought to be trying to have those discussions earlier than when the budget gets to us, so that we can incorporate that into the budget.
I think that's a great idea. I think what I would ask is the board, for all the various committees of the Board of Commissioners, that we're going to have to meet quite often and quite regular to be able to get this. So like in Finance Committee, to be able to set exactly what the board is looking for, and then we can follow along, and each of the commissioners and your responsibilities to meet often to be able to set the directive and clearly set what the board was looking for, so that we can make sure we accomplish that within the time frames and parameters that the board is asking for this information. But I think there's probably a very good agreement that we'd like to begin this process much sooner. And I think also some of the problems have been that I think CB Fact helped us on, or actually pointed us to, is the lack of information and the ability to extract a lot of the detail of the information to put a lot of these reports together. So that will be a process we'll be working on as we move forward.
Very good. Is there any public participation? All right, seeing none, is there a
Well,
motion?
I'd just like to say one thing, Robert. I'd like to apologize to you that I got all upset about open space. You did a great job, and I'm sorry that I took it personal. I shouldn't have. I apologize.
Very good. All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, 6-0.